Please welcome to Center Stage, our very own co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, global startup community builder, Casey Lau.
Give yourselves an applause for being here at 10 in the morning, all right? Great. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Web Summit Vancouver. Am I right? My name is Casey Lau, and I've hosted Web Summit events around the world in Qatar, Toronto, Rio de Janeiro. But this one, right here in my hometown of Vancouver, British Columbia, this one means so much to me. Even with the rain, I thought yesterday was great. Everybody got to see a lot of the sunshine, but today they also got to experience a little bit of the rain. I've ordered extra sunshine for tomorrow, so hopefully that will come out. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday's sessions, and of course, Night Summit last night in Yaletown. Tonight's event will be even more epic. Hopefully, when it clears up, we'll be heading across the harbor to the shipyards in North Vancouver. You'll take the iconic Sea Bus, which is just the station is just right over here, about a 5-minute walk, catch an awesome sunset, and network with your fellow attendees. All the details are in the Web Summit Vancouver app, so check it out. All right. I hope you're all as caffeinated as can be, because obviously I am. We've got another amazing day ahead. This afternoon at 4 p.m., I'll be co-hosting the Pitch semifinals with William Johnson right here on Center Stage. 100 startups have been pitching yesterday and this morning, and only 10 will make it to the semifinals, and then 3 to the finals tomorrow. Who will win the first ever Web Summit Vancouver pitch competition? Actually, you will help decide. Check the app for details. All right. But right now, we've got a killer lineup here on Center Stage today. From AWS to D-Wave, talking quantum computing, Raise Capital and FPV Ventures on the future of VC, and speakers from Fast Company, Washington Post, Clio, The Ankler, and even mega popular streamer and social media girl boss, Valkyrie herself. All right, are you ready? Keep it going. All right, you people, come on in. There's chairs here for you as well. All right. Let's start with something close to my heart. I'm a big gamer. I play Fortnite. I'm hyped for Death Stranding 2 from my idol, Hideo Kojima. And yes, I'm big on PlayStation. Are there any other gamers in the room? Raise your hands. Okay, lots of people. That's why you're here, right? Call of Duty players in the house here? Yep. How about EA Sports FC? Lots of people probably, yes. There's a cheer over here. Great. You already know the games industry is one of the fastest evolving creative sectors in the world. It constantly redefines storytelling, product innovation, and how global audiences are engaged. In 2024, the global games market hit $184 billion and is projected to top $205 billion in this year. And it's not just entertainment. It's an innovation engine for every industry. Our next speakers are building and scaling some of the most iconic franchises in gaming. One leads operations at EA Sports right here in Vancouver. The other is behind global marketing at Activision Blizzard, home of titles like Call of Duty and Diablo. They're here to show how their teams stay agile, creative, and ahead of the curve. To explore how gaming is shaping innovation and leadership, in conversation with David Bloom from Forbes, please welcome to the stage Chief Operating Officer of EA Sports, Natalie Altshuler, and Chief Marketing Officer of Activision Blizzard, Tyler Ball.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for getting up in the rain to hear the brilliance of these two guys. I like to think of them as Ms. Inside and Mr. Outside. She oversees as COO a whole bunch of studios in EA Sports that are doing all kinds of fantastic games. Tyler's marketing, Mr. Outside, for the biggest, probably the biggest game franchise in history. How many zillions of dollars has COD made?
A lot.
A lot. It's many billions. But you all face, I think, really interesting challenges. The charge of this is how do we provide leadership and innovation in the game business. And the game business has been great about innovation. I mean, NVIDIA doesn't exist without the game business and GPUs that it made for playing all your all's games, right? So let's start, Natalie, with you. You've got a bunch of studios sprinkled all over the continent and beyond, doing games, very different kinds of games. How the studios each have their own sort of personalities. How do you inculcate a culture? How do you build leadership within each of those ranks and then get them to project that into the games and beyond?
Hi, everybody, first. Great question, thank you. I think there's a lot of different things that goes into that. So, first things first, like for us, and I represent EA Sports, we have teams across 10 different countries. So to your point, how do you kind of make sure that the cultural elements of the teams and what they're all about remains there, and we really want to respect that, and we really want to protect that. I think one of the things that I like to say is if you can't be in the same room together, then you definitely need to be on the same page. And so what's really important is making sure that everyone understands the why, not just the what they're doing, and so that they have the context for it. And also
the why really matters, I think
exactly.
It's important to point out, right?
Exactly, like why are we building what it is? And also just how does it all fit into the bigger context, into the bigger picture? Because what you want to avoid is people feeling siloed or individual, like just, I'm just a cog. You want to feel that you're part of something bigger. And how does that all fit in? And obviously it's impossible to ask everyone to understand all of the different elements, how it comes into the game, but you really want to encourage people to learn more about what each other are doing, so they can relate to each other as well.
Is the why more imperative now with a younger generation of coders and game creators? We always hear about younger generations of talent in many kinds of companies really needing they need some buy-in. They need to know why, and I'm just curious, is that the same what you're seeing in your business?
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's just a younger generation thing. I think it's helpful for everyone to understand the why. I think it's good for everyone to understand how what they're building fills the vision of what we're trying to achieve. And games nowadays are global, and our teams that are building them are global as well. And so, yes, it's, whether you're younger or older, whether you're in North America or Europe or Asia, you still need to understand not only the what you're building, but why you're building that as well.
Right. Now, Tyler, you have been with Activision through a really interesting time. This little startup called Microsoft bought you guys, and you went from being the largest standalone publisher to being a nice little operation within one of the biggest companies in the entire universe. How do you drive innovation both within the needs and demands of that bigger organization with lots of other gaming assets and within Call of Duty, which has been around for 20 years now? Like, what's new? How do you find the new?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think if you think about like being part of Xbox right now, that's unlocked a lot of opportunity for us. So you think about Game Pass, there's users that maybe haven't played Call of Duty before. And so
that's big, right? Game Pass is gigantic. And EA, you're on Game Pass
yeah,
too, right?
We sure are.
Yeah, Game Pass is massive. And so being able to introduce Call of Duty to a whole new audience and then leverage all of the Xbox marketing and Dash and the resources that they have has been a real unlock for us. But at the same time, they've left us independent, right? So we're still publishing on other consoles, right? We are still thinking about PC in a really big way. We're thinking about.
There's no way you're not going to still talk about PC with Microsoft owning you. I'm just going to throw that out there.
100%, but thinking about streaming, right? Streaming our games for the first time. And so that's new for us. And I think in a lot of ways, it's unlocked a lot of opportunity. But I think answering your question around innovation, it's really tied to culture. And I think gaming used to be like a subculture, and now it is culture in a lot of ways. So
that's a big shift, though, right? So subculture means you're kind of off doing your thing over here. You go to E3, remember E3?
Yeah.
You go off and do that, and then you go back to your day job or whatever it is.
Yeah, but it's redefining what it means to be a gamer, right? And so in a lot of times when I was a kid, it's being hands on the sticks, right? And I think being able to play. I think now it's all about, okay, there's mobile, right? So we have 1 billion downloads of Call of Duty Mobile, right? So I think people forget about you don't need a console or a PC to be able to play our games.
And that's much huger internationally and mobile,
100%.
right?
Exactly.
I mean, like Southeast Asia, LATAM,
Yeah.
gigantic with mobile, right?
And when I ask people about being a gamer, they're like, oh, I'm not a gamer. I go, do you play Candy Crush, right? You know, the New York Times, they call it a gaming company now. I think LinkedIn has gaming. So I think in a lot of ways, the audience has expanded, and everyone, I would say, in some capacity is a gamer. And so all of a sudden, it's not a subculture, it is culture. Everyone is playing games, and it's a part of everything. It's part of sports, it's a part of music, it's a part of fashion, and they're influencing each other.
Right.
And it's great to be at the center of that with some of our games.
And Netflix has games in a big way and is really pushing into that too. So it's kind of everywhere. Natalie, you all in EA Sports face a different kind of, I won't call it a straitjacket, but a set of limitations and enabling opportunities because so many of your sports games are tied to a specific league.
Right.
And have been coming out for years now. And again, how are you innovating? How are you finding new ways to do things to get people excited about FC 2026 versus FC 2025?
Right. I actually think having constraints, whether it's constraints that are technical, whether it's constraints around time, constraints around leagues and licenses, I think that's what really unlocks innovation. And so there's a couple of different vectors here, I think, to consider. But in terms of us kind of pushing things forward, I think a lot of it comes down to talent and having the right people. And then I think a lot of it comes down to the process and the framework that you put around it. But ultimately, it also comes down to giving those people time and a space and the trust to push and innovate.
It's crucial in the game business, though, right? The
Exactly.
time to innovate. We just had Take-Two Interactive say, you know, we're not going to come out with the biggest entertainment release of all time this fall. Mm-hmm. We're going to push it back 6 months and be a little more humane and let it get done right. And that was a big decision, right? But I think we no longer are even allowed to like torture our game designers with crunch time in quite the same way. It's really evolved, right? So you've got to figure out ways to get the game out on time, but get it out in a way that makes sense.
The industry has definitely evolved and matured over time. I've been in gaming for more than 20 years now, and you know, the crunch time.
Started as a child, we understand. So.
Exactly. You know, crunch time as it used to exist is hopefully a distant memory for many. But I think for us, what we also try to do in sports is that we actually, you know, we structure our teams in such a way that we have the game team that's focused on the one that's about to come out. But we also have a constant team that's working on a game that's already out there, our live service, because that's 24/7. And we've also been investing heavily into advanced and future development because we know that innovation can't just happen in a constrained time frame either. And so we need to invest into the future development as well. That might take multiple years to get there.
So it's like a relay race is what you're talking
That's
about.
right. That's right. So there's multiple streams
within a franchise.
Yeah, and it also, as a result, it gives flexibility to our teams, you know, to be able to focus either on the one that they want to ship next, or maybe they want to go more into an R&D type space where they want to be more focused on the future development.
And I think we think about the same thing on the marketing side, right? We have different pods that are running after, you know, when you're doing live seasons, right? You have one pod going after the current season, you got another pod that's going after the next season, and so we are able to move back and forth.
That live service component can be really powerful. I will confess to a strong affection for Destiny 2 over the last decade, and speaking of Microsoft, and the Bungie guys are trying to figure out their next game, but they're creating content every 3 months and a new storyline, and to extend that storyline, and they've been doing it for a long time. It becomes both really powerful with a whole audience, but also a real challenge, I would think, to make stuff that becomes relevant not just once a year or drop it and forget it, the old model, right? So how do you try to innovate around that? How do you make a mark as a marketer for something that's been out for a while?
Yeah, I mean, we set up these principles, and it's really about creating alignment and setting a vision with the team. And that vision on the marketing side is based on these 3 S's, right? So it's thinking about stature. like doing things that only Call of Duty can do, right?
Got to be big.
Got to be big. And think about swagger, right? Like how are we inserting ourselves in culture?
And we saw how you walked on stage. You definitely swaggered
got
on
the
stage.
swagger. And then I think thinking
Natalie,
about,
you did too. I just want to hate
Thank
that,
you.
so.
and thinking about stature, right? How do we reach as many people as possible? So when the team's pitching an idea, right, we're looking at those 3 S's and saying, okay, is it going to have stature? Is it going to have
Swagger,
swagger?
stature, scale.
Scale. And is it going to reach enough people, right? And we want these ideas to be big. I mean, we've been launching a new Call of Duty game for 23 years, every single year. And so every year we have to kind of innovate.
You now
and
can
push.
legally drink with Activision.
I've been playing this game more years of my life than not. And so I think
Wow.
in a lot of ways, we have to be able to kind of push the needle. And so we set these principles up and then we give it to the team and then they know exactly how to pitch back.
I'm curious for both of you because you're dealing with very, very big brands. You talked about scale. It's got to be big enough to matter. I remember hearing from the head of the motion picture group at Lionsgate, and Adam was saying that when he had been the head of Universal stuff, if they had done John Wick at Universal and it made 80 million in its first week, or in its first iteration, Universal would say, well, you can't do anything with it. But Lionsgate, smaller, saw that as we could do something with that. Now they're on Movie 5. They've got an interactive experience that they just opened in Las Vegas. It's this whole universe because it was small enough to matter. Do you give up some things with scale, or is it mostly we're just big and we get to have a really good time?
No, I mean, like think about partnerships, right? So when we use those same principles when we're thinking about partnerships. We have Monster and Liquid Death and Herman Miller for chairs and things like that. And so we have these big partners, but then we have ones that we think are more influential but could be really small. So
but they're more targeted.
Yeah, we'll work with a streetwear brand like the Hundreds, right? And we'll do a capsule collection, right? And that's not because they have the biggest scale, but it's because they have the relevancy and they're part of culture in a big way. We'll do a one-off with Yeti, right? And Yeti's pretty big, but at the same time,
it's literally very cool.
Yeah, exactly. And so thinking about that coolness vibe, I think, is really part of that conversation.
Okay. Now, Natalie, your division is going to be having a very big rollout within the next month around Formula One, right?
Oh.
So we've got the F1 movie.
Yeah, it's actually launching on Friday.
On Friday. I'm trying to give you a chance to pitch this stuff. I can tell you're not the marketer. You're the operator.
I'm definitely not the. Probably Tyler can do a better job pitching it than I
I'm
can.
excited.
But it's really interesting what you're doing because you've got a Formula One movie starring Brad Pitt, a fellow University of Missouri journalism alumnus, and coming out from Apple TV Plus and Warner Brothers. You've got Formula One, the game, with the racing vehicle from the movie as part of the game. And then, given your background at Sony Music, Tyler, they've got a really amazing musical collaboration with Ed Sheeran, Dave Grohl, and who's the third big name I'm blanking out on? There's somebody else who I apologize, who everybody's heard of, all coming out within a few weeks. And that's a really big deal. Was that a challenge getting all of that, all those moving parts headed in the same direction?
I think it's always a challenge trying to launch something significant.
But this has got more going on even beyond what you can control, right?
Yeah, for sure. For us, it's being released, like the movie kind of tie-in gets released post-launch after the game launches. So we just had early access earlier this week for worldwide launch on Friday, which we're really excited about.
Tomorrow.
That's right.
Not Friday, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, that's right.
And you look so relaxed. It's really impressive.
Well, I've been doing this for a few years.
Yeah.
So there's another launch coming right after that as well, and that's college football.
Right.
And then after that, there's another one. So that's our business, is we launch a lot of games pretty regularly.
Sure. Formula One's really hitting it at a really great time. You guys are both playing in culture a lot. Formula One now is getting so big, thanks to Drive to Survive on Netflix, that their latest rights went from 5 million to 75 million, and now they're up for their TV rights in the U.S. are up. I think for the U.S. rights, they may get sold again for a lot of money. It feels like a really good time to be in the Formula One business for you.
Yeah, there's lots of opportunities. We're really excited about being in that business. It's our Codemasters team in the UK that develops it. They've made fantastic games.
And they were a standalone kind of racing-focused studio.
That's right. So that's their expertise.
Yeah.
It's highly rated on Metacritic, on Steam, so we're really proud of this year's iteration as well.
That'll be great. The college football one, as you mentioned, is also interesting because we didn't have a college football game, a licensed college football game for 20-odd years. Because 10 years. Well, we had all the litigation around
Right,
name,
fair
image, and
enough.
likeness and all that, and really complicated all that. So now you finally got this out there. What's new? What do you get to do new with? I mean, it's easy in some ways because college sports renews every year. It's a whole bunch of kids graduate, a whole bunch of kids
That's
come
right.
on, new stuff happens.
Yeah,
What's
so we
new?
were really excited last year to launch our college game. It was a long time coming. There was a lot of excitement and demand in the market for it as well. When you kind of ask about innovation, I think college football is a prime example of innovation.
Right, compared to the NFL, right? There's so much
Yeah.
different play types and things like
Yeah,
that.
and for us, in terms of being able to develop it as well from like a technical perspective, we were able to add 11,000 player likeness into the game that we built over just 3 months, which in game dev that's pretty much unheard of.
So you were able to capture the way these players look in a scaled up way. This guy's 6'6", this guy's 5'11", or whatever. And
Yeah,
he's
so all of their
300.
player likeness, and we used a lot of machine learning to help us generate the assets in game. We also built 150 stadiums into the game as well.
You had to create some real workflows here just
Oh,
to
yes.
get that through the door.
That's
So-
right. So it was, it was a massive game to be able to launch just right from the start.
And a massive hit, I might add.
Yes, it has been, and that's why we're excited. We just released our trailer this morning, actually. So we're really excited about the next one coming out.
Now, Tyler, I'm going to wrap us up with this one. I mentioned Take-Two pushing back GTA 6. That is expected by a lot of industry observers to be the biggest entertainment release of any kind when it finally arrives. But them pushing it back 6 months gives you, the marketer, a lot of room to do things. So what are you doing this fall that might have been harder with the noise in the marketplace if GTA 6 was out there?
Yeah, I mean, listen, like I mentioned before, we've launched a new game for, year after
long
year
time.
for 23 years. So I think there's always competition in the market. We don't see it as pulling players away. We think it's pulling the industry forward in a lot of ways. And so I don't think we've changed our strategy at all, right? Like we're thinking about our players, our community, listening to them, what are their needs, and making sure that we're addressing them and continuing to kind of march forward and stuff. And you always obviously have to have your ear to the ground and understand how to adapt. But at the same time, we're focused on making the best games for our players.
Okay, so you're not going to break any news today about what cool new feature you're adding?
No, I mean, not today, but I think there's one of the biggest releases that we actually have coming up is actually Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 coming in July.
Those are remastered from the classics?
Exactly. It's almost 25 years ago, and I think it's bringing back all the old skate parks, the skaters,
Yeah.
the
Now, is Tony
soundtrack.
going to do the CoQ10 ad within the game to make that really update it to where Tony is now?
Tony is still as relevant today as he was.
He kinda is. I mean, he's it.
He's always been there, and I think in a lot of ways, there's this concept of like nostalgia, right? Like bringing these old, games back, right? And then adding a fresh take to them. And so we're like bringing SpongeBob into the game, or introducing it to new audiences, but also keeping that retro feel and making sure everyone, it's the game they know and love, but just remastered in a great way.
That's true. All right, we're going to wrap it up here, but you cannot do skateboarding without SpongeBob. It's the new way to do things. So anyway, thank you guys. Give them all a big hand. So.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we head into the wild world of quantum computing. This is a field that's moving from theory to reality fast. It's changing the game in cybersecurity, logistics, and drug discovery. And some of the biggest tech players in the world are now building quantum into their platforms. Our next speakers are at the cutting edge. They're leading quantum innovation at Amazon Web Services, IBM, and D-Wave. So, where do we stand today? And how soon will quantum computing reshape our industries and lives? To explore what's now and what's next in quantum in conversation with global technology editor at Fast Company, Harry McCracken. Please welcome Director of Quantum Computing at AWS, Simone Severini, VP of Quantum Platform and Global Community at IBM, Katie Pizzolatto, and Chief Development Officer at Vancouver's own D-Wave, Trevor Lanting.
Good morning, Web Summit. Hi, Simone, Katie, and Trevor. Thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be an exciting conversation about a topic a lot of people care about more and more. And maybe we can start by getting a show of hands from the audience. Do any of you feel like you know a lot about quantum computing or are really up to speed on the topic already? I see one hand so far, maybe two. I didn't raise my own hand because there's a lot I don't know about yet. And fortunately, we have three experts on the topic here. And it's hard to talk about quantum computing without explaining what exactly it is. And Simone, could you give us a layperson's explanation of how this technology works?
Sure, thanks for having me. So I knew you were going to ask this question, so I studied this morning to be prepared. So let me answer in two parts. So first, what is quantum computing? And second, what is a quantum computer? So very briefly, quantum computing is an area between science and technology that tries to understand what the ultimate limits of computation are, meaning what nature allows us to compute and with what resources. What is a quantum computer? A quantum computer is a machine that encodes information in tiny, tiny, very, very small objects like atoms, electrons, which are components of matter, or photons that are the components of light. And at that regimes, nature behaves differently. So means that quantum computers have a richer class of algorithms, and they will be able, in the fullness of time, to solve certain problems that we cannot solve with any other type of computer that is not a quantum computer.
Which classical computers are essentially every computer up to quantum, from UNIVAC all the way through smartphones.
That's an interesting terminology, right? So everything that is not quantum is called classical.
Let's talk a little bit about the specific applications where this could be transformative long term. Trevor, what are the areas that people are most excited about?
I think at D-Wave we're very focused on commercial quantum computing and putting these technologies in the hands of our customers. So our annealing quantum computing technology is being used in production by companies that are solving hard business optimization problems. So an example is Pattison Food Group. It's a big grocery chain here in Western Canada using our platform to optimize driver delivery. We have examples of production scheduling. Ford Otosan is scheduling production runs in a factory that's making cargo vans, and they're seeing value in optimizing that very hard business constraint of trying to balance supply and demand, machines coming up and down. And fundamentally, these are hard problems as they scale out. They're hard to solve classically. And then one final example is NTT Docomo. So they're a Japanese telecom. They're trying to optimize the use of their wireless infrastructure across Japan. And they're able to actually support using a quantum optimization application running on our platform. They're able to support many more customers running on their wireless networks. But fundamentally, we've been able to show that we can do hard calculations and calculations that are beyond the scope of classical compute. So going back to Simone's point, the fundamental promise of quantum computing is that you can have tools that allow you to solve problems that you just can't solve classically. And so we published an example of that in Science about 2 months ago, really showing a core quantum computation, a calculation in material simulation just that was beyond the scope of classical approaches in solving the problem. So this has us very excited.
That was one of a number of pretty important breakthroughs that have happened over roughly the last 6 months from a bunch of companies, including all three of the ones here. Katie, can you talk a little bit about longer term, some of the areas where quantum might be able to do transformative things that could not even be attempted with classical computers in their most powerful form?
Yeah, I think what's most interesting and exciting to me about quantum is the things we don't know that it's going to do, right? None of us could have anticipated back when we started moving electrons around the first time that we would have smartphones and all the things that we have. So I think, there's lots to be done in places like optimization, machine learning. There's obviously, as Simone said as well, kind of what we're trying to do is mimic the laws that nature is run by, and so any kind of chemistry, materials, and things like that are very suited for quantum computers. But I think what's most exciting to me is the algorithm discovery that's happening every day. We have to start thinking about these tools very differently than we think about our classical devices and figure out what we're going to map to. And as our devices get better, where we are right now, for the promise of the big things that we're talking about, we need to run on the order of like millions and billions of gates. And you think about a gate just like you do. It's the fundamental part of the circuit. We need to run a lot of them. And right now we're on the order of, 10, 15,000, something like that. Really exciting things are happening right now, but we have to get to that future just like we are in classical, where we're correcting these errors in real time to allow us to run these larger circuits, doing all of the exciting things that the promise of this computation will allow. But it really is around the corner. I mean, there's breakthroughs every day at IBM and other places talking about where we're going to be able to really see the fruit of all of this work, and it's going to be before the end of the decade.
Maybe we should talk a little bit about error correction and qubits, which are like the basic building block of quantum computing and kind of magical compared to bits that can only do 1 or 0. But qubits are also hard to control. Can you talk a little bit about the work that the industry is putting into essentially taming them and making them reliable, and why that's so important?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, to get from where we are today to get to where we want to go tomorrow, the physical qubits themselves have to get much more reliable, and we have to learn how to correct them. All of our classical computers have error correction as well. We just don't talk about it anymore because it's kind of innate in everything that we're doing. We have to do the same thing in quantum. It's different, of course, because there's some kind of laws that govern what we can and can't do in quantum, but very similar principles of how we're going to understand and correct the errors that occur, and that will allow us to get to these larger systems that we're talking about. So we're going to have a lot of qubits, and they're going to have to be really good. And we're going to have these kind of error correction codes and principles around as well to allow us to realize that promise.
Simone, if somebody is interested in dabbling in quantum computing, or at least getting their company up to speed so that when quantum is ready for them, they're not behind, are there any things they could do right now to dip their toe into the water?
Yeah, so I think so. Obviously, the timeline of this technology is very much uncertain. As we've heard, there is this notion, qubit. You see the term qubit in the news every other day. This is the fundamental unit, as you said, of a quantum computer, like the analog of a bit. We need a lot of qubits. And we need to make sure that the computer does what we want, because every operation that we apply, there is a probability of error. And we need to keep this error as small as possible with some kind of complex machinery called error correction. So this makes the timeline for the technology to be impactful in business kind of uncertain. But I think it's very important that enterprises out there start auditing the computational problems that they're solving today and try to see whether one day a quantum computer will be impactful. So the question to ask is if and when a quantum computer is going to impact your business. And this is something that everyone should do at the moment.
Yeah.
Some of the areas I hear a lot about as ones with the most promise are things like drug discovery, material science, maybe fancy financial modeling. Are these the areas where people should be particularly focused on getting up to speed now? And are there other ones as well?
Yeah, we see a lot of promise in material science and drug discovery. I do want to make the point, though, that there are different approaches to building quantum computing technology.
Yes.
At D-Wave, we chose to develop as our first technology platform annealing quantum computing. And we early on saw this as a faster, easier way to scale quantum computing technology. And we have customers that are getting value out of this technology today. So I do agree, fully error-corrected gate model systems, I mean, we're several years away from having those sort of deliver value to customers, but we're delivering quantum technology that's delivering customer value today. I mean, quantum optimization is a core area for us in terms of development. Like I spoke about several customers that are actually getting value out of using our platform today. We just completed a proof of concept with Japan Tobacco on a drug discovery application, really showing how you can leverage our technology to enhance machine learning models for drug discovery. I think, for gate model systems, like the ones that AWS and IBM are developing, and our own gate model effort, we see quantum chemistry as really the killer app, within the decade of quantum computing technology, and that has me very excited about where the overall technology is going. So, but I think the list of applications and use cases is broad. So, and we chose a technology approach that is delivering customer value today.
Yeah, and I think along that line, especially in optimization, like we need a lot of good benchmarking, right? We need the community to come together to talk about benchmarking in a real way. How do we look at quantum versus classical? I think we need to see that across many different verticals as well. Similar, right? We have over 300 partners using a huge fleet of quantum computers every day, and I think useful is on a spectrum right now. There's so many things that people are doing today to understand how to apply the problems, thinking about scaling the problems. How are we going to move toward kind of where we are dealing with errors today into the future of where we're really getting to the correcting of errors? But I think the use cases, I think you nailed it on everybody has a problem they can't solve the way they want to today. It's ubiquitous in every industry, in every university, in every national lab. And I think looking at really the core of what is hard, what is the part that is classically difficult that you want to look at how quantum can solve is a really important point. And I agree with you. That to me, that's what I see industries doing the most. Most industries that are really serious about this, which there's a lot of them, are looking at the problems that they know are going to have a tangible benefit to their bottom line.
Does quantum computing software look at all like the software we know from PCs and data centers and other classical computers, or is that also something that needs to be created from the ground up?
So quantum computers implement a different class of algorithms. Mathematically, they look different, but then quantum computers can be programmed in many different ways. So for example, IBM proposed a software development kit called Qiskit, which is used by a lot of people out there. You can program these machines in Python, right, or Julia, or MATLAB, and so on. So somehow is not the bottleneck, the way we program the machines. The fact is that it's very hard to build quantum computers at scale. And very quick message, so about this, what to do with a quantum computer. To me, the way to interpret these machines is like, think about the space program. So we were trying to go to the moon. While trying to go to the moon, we ended up to invent a lot of things. We discovered a lot of interesting things, even fireman suits, right? This is what is happening today with quantum computers. In trying to build these machines that in the fullness of time are going to be deeply impactful, we are discovering a lot of interesting stuff.
Yes, yeah, I think that's really important. There's so many exciting things to be discovered still along this path. And if you use it, you will figure out new ways to use it, new ways to correct the errors, new ways to deal with the errors, new algorithms to run. That's a really important point, I think, because I think sometimes we're waiting for the thing to show up, right? And that's not what we need. The community, all of the users need to really start using it, and all the exciting discoveries that are going to happen are going to make it possible. It's not something that's just going to show up and you're going to turn it on and use it. We have a lot of interesting things to do that.
Are there any fundamental unsolved mysteries standing in the way of this technology reaching its full transformative potential, or is it more like you guys just need to continue plugging away for the next few years to do things that you know how to do, but they just take time?
We're solidly in a pretty good engineering challenge. So I definitely don't want to say we have it all figured out and that we just need to do it. There's a lot of things to discover, and like you said, building these scalable devices is very hard and there's a lot to learn, but I don't think there's any fundamental, we haven't run into like a fundamental science or physics problem at this point. And I don't know if you guys remember, Scott Aronson gave a speech early on and he was like, we're either going to build this thing and it's going to be incredible, or we're going to hit some physics thing and we're going to learn something new about physics, and that's also going to be incredible. But for now, I feel like we're solidly in an engineering problem and we don't see major hurdles.
I agree with that. I mean, fundamentally, this technology is here today. It's only becoming more powerful. One of our challenges, I think, as an industry is to make it as easy as possible for people that aren't physicists or aren't computer scientists to actually engage with the technology. I mean, both IBM and D-Wave make our technology available through the cloud. So, and this is really meant to lower the barrier to uses of this technology. So, you spoke about software tools. So, and I think that's incredibly important. Like putting this technology at the fingertips of as many users as possible is going to unlock new use cases, new algorithms, and really going to drive the growth of the technology.
Yep. And if we do it right, you won't know what you're running on, right? If we do it right, this will be an accelerator or an enabler, just like you're all running, and you don't always know what back end your workloads are running on. If we do it right, it will be the same. And I also really agree on kind of getting everybody on the hands of the technology. We early on opened, any of you can go log on to a quantum computer through IBM today for free. And there's a way for it to get started with Qiskit. There's a way to try it out and start learning about it. And it's an interesting thing. We need to get in the hands of everybody to figure out more and move faster.
So as quantum has been rolling along, there's this other technology called AI. That's also made a lot of progress and captured a lot of attention. Are these technologies competing with each other or complementary? And will one win out over the other over time?
I see these as complementary. So, I mean, at the core, quantum computing delivers powerful computational tools for an array of use cases, including AI. If you look at sort of what companies are spending in hyperscaling, the number of GPUs that people are installing in data centers, I mean, there's a huge computational crunch that AI is facing. And I think there are real sort of potential areas of value that quantum computing technology can deliver to AI applications. So I see these as technologies as coexisting and very much complementing each other.
Yeah, so one interesting thing is that, Janssen 1 talks about AI factories, right? That's the term. So if you want to have an AI factory for the quantum physics world, then you need to get data coming from a quantum computer. So, and to me, possibly this is one of the most exciting applications of quantum computers themselves, because they are an interface between us and that layer of physical reality that we cannot access without quantum computers. And then the surprises that may come up because of this type of new observation will be very interesting.
Yes.
How long until quantum computing is not the next big thing, but just a big thing, unless anybody wants to make the case that we're already there?
We're already there. I mean, we are there. Our technology is in the hands of users. We've done calculations that are beyond the reach of classical computing, and we have customers running in production. So quantum computing is here.
Yeah, I would agree that it's here. I would also say that I don't think we've ever been really good at predicting what's going to come next in a technology and when it's going to do the larger things that we're talking about. I really think we are an algorithm discovery away, a material discovery away, a chip process away from it really expanding much more quickly than it is today. We obviously at IBM have laid our stake in the ground with our roadmap. The end of the decade, we have very big promises on the size of the circuits and the things that we think we're going to be able to do in that 100 million billion kind of gate discussion that we're talking about. But again, I think what's most interesting to me, and I think about it every day when I wake up, is like we're all going to wake up one morning and open the paper or Twitter or whatever it is, and there's going to be a really interesting breakthrough that's going to change the landscape. And it's happening every day, right? There's new things that we're learning every day.
That's a great note to end on. Thank you so much, folks. Thank you, audience, and enjoy the rest of your Web Summit.
All right. Let's get into one of the biggest challenges facing the internet today, disinformation. Deepfakes alone are costing the global economy $10 to $20 billion a year, not to mention the damage to trust, security, and society. In an age of AI-generated propaganda, algorithmic amplification, and hyperpolarized platforms, the battle for truth has never been harder. Our next speakers are on the front lines of this fight. One leads a newsroom from a sharp, fact-based video journalism. The other one built one of the first progressive news networks online. In conversation with Amy Nordrum from MIT Technology Review, please welcome Editor-in-Chief at The Recount, Jessica Cohen, and host of The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. I've been looking forward to this conversation. Let's begin today by defining our terms. Jessica, I'll start with you. Tell us, what does the term disinformation mean to you? And is it different in your view from misinformation and quote-unquote fake news?
It's a great question. I think colloquially, across the general public, misinformation and disinformation have become synonymous and are interchangeable. But I think the nuance is that disinformation tends to imply more of a coordinated effort. Misinformation, it's not accidental. I think intent is still there, but it depends on who it's coming from. Fake news is when it's actually implied to be coming from a news network, media, or a journalist.
That's helpful. And to stick with you for a moment, just in case people aren't familiar, tell us a little bit about The Recount, your work there, and what's different about your approach.
Yeah, we're a current events and politics brand, and we cover what's happening in the world, but we do it through the lens of Washington, D.C., and what's going on Capitol Hill and what it has to do with your life. And we're primarily on social platforms and YouTube.
Cenk, over to you. As a longtime YouTube broadcaster, what has been your experience of disinformation, and how has it evolved or changed over your time on these platforms?
Yeah, I have an ironic opinion here. I think it's gotten so bad that I don't care about it anymore. So it's jumped the shark. So in the old days, you try to bottle up disinformation and, oh, hey, you have to tell everybody ivermectin's for horses, not for humans and stuff. And it is for humans, but not for COVID. But the ship has sailed. You can't bottle up any of that anymore, right? So you just have to present correct information to counter the disinformation. So I don't believe in trying to bottle any of it up. And I believe more so that the people trying to bottle it up, I don't trust them anyway. I think that there's probably no one who has spread more disinformation in America than mainstream media. So when they complain about disinformation, I get a laugh out of it. I mean, they're the ones who told us that the politicians aren't crooks, that they're honorable gentlemen debating policy, when in reality they take corporate donor money and serve the donors. So they can spare me their lecture on disinformation.
And I'm curious, Cenk, what do you think the average person's kind of understanding or experience with this issue is?
Yeah, the average person is going to get misdirected by the different media they're watching or reading dozens of times, maybe hundreds of times. So this is, to me, like this idea that there's a unique set of disinformation that has just come out is absurd. Now, on the one hand, I totally get it. The Trump team actually were the first people to do fake news, very literally. They would do fake articles on Facebook. And then Trump then did this great jujitsu move, which is not great for truth, but great for politically for him, where he then said, no, I'm not the fake news, you're the fake news, right? And so I get that that started a new era, but at the same time, all I've ever heard from mainstream media is disinformation. Oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Iraq came from the same place that attacked us on 9/11. No, wait a minute, Iraq didn't attack us on 9/11 at all. You guys are all lying. So that's why this, oh my God, there's gambling in this establishment is kind of hilarious to me.
And Jessica, here we are in May of 2025. I'm curious, what's kind of front of mind for you? What issues are you most concerned about that you think have a high risk of disinformation these days?
I think it's the platforms. You know, when we talk about disinformation, misinformation, whatever you want to call it, whatever intent is here, we tend to frame it as this battle between fact and fiction. But really, it is a war for people's attention, and it's being played out on the platforms. And on platforms, all creators are created equal. There's no difference between Bethany Frankel, Tiki the Rescue Dog, and the BBC. It's all the same. There is no nuance, there is no context. And the platforms don't care about credibility or accuracy, they only care about what's engaging. So it's very easy to game that, particularly if you're a bad actor. And algorithms are not paying any attention to who's putting stuff out there. It's just what keeps people watching and emotionally engaged. And oftentimes that is material that is not a sober, balanced look at reality.
Yeah, Cenk, I know you have a specific request to the social platforms and any kind of algorithmically driven feed addressing that issue. So can you share that with us and what you would like to see?
Yeah, Jessica's totally right. So they're not judging for accuracy, they're judging for engagement. So there's no question about that, and there's not a single platform that could disagree with that. But it's actually worse than that, because if you're doing journalism, your paramount rule should be tell the truth. Now, these days I know it's funny, unfortunately, so many of our so-called journalists never tell the truth. And in fact, they'll ban you and cancel you if you do tell the truth. And that goes in all directions, right? And the right wing has their own sets of crazy lies, and so does mainstream media, et cetera. But on the algorithms, they reward consistency. And so if you reward consistency, that means do not divert from an ideology. If you started right wing, be right wing. If you started left wing, be left wing. But not only that, be as left wing as you can, be as right wing as you can. We don't care if you're left or right, but we need you to be extreme in either direction. And if you dare tell the truth, if you're a right winger and you say, hey, you know what, Donald Trump taking the jet from Qatar for $400 million, that is bribery. Oh, the algorithm will kill you. It'll absolutely kill you. You've diverted from what you normally say. You are not consistent anymore. Ironically, you're being consistent in telling the truth. If you're on the left and you disagree with any portion of what the left is saying, like, for example, between 2019 and 2023, crime rose in the major cities. But the left-wing position was, no, it didn't. We're just going to deny reality and say that it's right-wing framing. So we looked up the stats, and we're like, sorry, we're on the left. We'd love for that to be true, but it isn't true. The stats do show that it went up. Algorithms like, boo, that's inconsistent with left-wing ideology. We will now crush you. So the algorithms reward lying to your audience. They do not reward truth. They greatly punish truth.
Jessica, I want to ask about a specific fact-checking post that you had on the recount related to the LA wildfires. So you had an Instagram post that was fact-checking some claims made about the wildfires. I'm curious, when there's a specific issue that comes up like that, how do you approach this fact-checking pursuit as a company? How does your newsroom tackle that, knowing that you can also kind of get pushback on some of that from different audiences?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was our biggest post of the year thus far. Fact-checking, really good fact-checking, oftentimes isn't fast enough when you're competing with disinformation and the algorithms and the flood of consistently misleading information. But we were at a point with the wildfires where there were developments happening every day. There was no consistent misinformation or piece of knowledge. It was just that nobody seemed to know what was going on or who to blame or whether the LA government was doing anything about it. Where's the mayor? What's the infrastructure? Not a sexy word, certainly, infrastructure, but it really does shape lives and it really does shape how we react to emergencies. So we really took our time with that. That was like a full day of work where we as a team talked about the most dramatic things we were hearing about the fires and the situation in Los Angeles, and also the most confusing things that we were hearing about that situation. And then we systematically went to each fact or non-fact one by one and did the background work and the check to see whether or not it was true. And if it was unclear as a news organization, you have to be willing to say that. So.
Yeah, allow for some ambiguity.
Yeah. You can't just say something is right or wrong when you actually don't know, particularly in developing situations.
Yeah, I think one of your evaluations on one of the claims was like mostly true, and then kind of
Yeah,
explain what you
mostly true,
meant by
mostly
that.
false, or still unclear.
Yeah. Well, Cenk, I hear your criticisms of mainstream media. Certainly, in the United States, we've lost an enormous amount of public trust in the media. I think the latest Gallup poll that I saw was that about a third of Americans trust the media these days. You each are both taking kind of new, different approaches to media and sharing information online. What else do you think? As journalists, we play such an important role in sharing information and making sure people know the truth as best we know it. What else do you think media should be doing differently, mainstream or independent media?
Look, I get that it's a little bit dark because when you go to social media, Jessica's right about some of the issues that we've discussed here. And in our case, Jessica, it's actually a little bit worse because since we're mainly video, we have to face the video algorithms. And so we covered the fires in LA too. And the truth is somewhere in the middle. So for example, Karen Bass, the mayor, did reduce the fire department's budget, but within the context of other cuts, it was relatively small. But still, the reservoir wasn't filled. Why wasn't it filled? All the answers are somewhere in the middle, right? But if you say that, so first of all, if you were on the right and you said that, you would be punished because no, you have to say she's evil, she didn't fill it on purpose, and she wanted the place to burn down, right? If you're on the left, and we are, this has literally happened to us, how dare you, she's a black woman. What the hell does that have to do with how she responded to the fires, right? Is the reservoir full or is it not full? I mean, there's a literal answer to that, and it has nothing to do with her ethnicity, right? Or her racial background. So no, that's unacceptable. And then so we get punished. And it's not a person, and they're not pressing a button. The algorithm sees, did your left-wing audience like what you said? Okay? No, they didn't like what you said because a bunch of people on the left said you're only attacking her because she's black and a woman, which is preposterous and the ravings of a lunatic mind, right? So when I attacked Dr. Oz in the Senate race in Pennsylvania, was it because I hated Turkish men? No, of course not. I'm a Turkish man, right? This is absurd. This is absurd. But okay, the audience doesn't like it because you told the truth. We're now going to take away a huge portion of your audience. And we're not going to serve you to anyone else because you dared to tell the truth. So massive problems on that end. Then you turn to mainstream media, your question there. If you say things that are rational, they will ban you. They have no idea how intensely biased they are. Okay, so they're so biased that they privilege their own perspective as if it's objective and the only thing that is allowed to be objective. So when I say, hey, listen, they take millions of dollars from donors, big pharma, oil, foreign countries, etc., and they serve their donors because they got millions of dollars from them. Mainstream media reporters will say, that sounds a little conspiratorial. No, the conspiracy is that somebody would take millions of dollars and not serve the person who gave them millions of dollars. So it's just a lie factory. So on mainstream media, you have to agree to lies, otherwise you won't even allowed to be on the platforms. You go onto social media, and if you dare tell the truth, your own side's going to cancel you. So it's a nightmare out there. So I don't envy you guys. It's so hard to tell what's true or not true. But I'll tell you, ironically, the one thing I like lately is Grok. So Grok is Elon's fact-checking thing, and it's busted Elon like dozens of times, right? It's awesome. And he's like, wait, we got to reprogram this thing. Okay, I see you, buddy. Okay, and I love Grok because Grok is always like, Cenk is right. Okay, and why? Because I bothered to look it up first, which is what everyone should do, right? But almost nobody does.
Well, I do want to, we've talked a lot about the problems and challenges here, both in media and also just in the information online ecosystem. Jessica, help us feel a little bit more optimistic about this. What are some of the countermeasures? What are some of the solutions that you believe in on some level, either that we have control over as journalists or that are just available maybe to communities out there?
Yeah, I think as journalists, obviously we have a responsibility, and I hear what you're saying about mass media not always giving the full picture. the industry is complicit. Intent matters, and I would make some arguments probably about where there was or was not intent, certainly. But again, with these conversations and anything having to do with disinformation and nuance, there is a lot of context behind why things are presented the way they are. So, a glimmer of hope. We have Grok, sure, but that's on, that's on Twitter, or excuse me, X. Grok, great, but it also requires people to actually ask the AI whether or not something is true. I have found a glimmer of hope in just community response to material. What you were saying about whether or not you meet the audience's, your left-leaning audience's expectations and the outcry over that, we absolutely see that with our own audience too. If we do not meet what they expect, they're very vocal. Also, if you get something wrong, they're just as vocal. And I see that on all platforms. So there's the community aspect. And I also see a really strong future when it comes to public campaign for digital literacy. Digital literacy is now being taught in some schools, but I think there should be a mass effort here to educate the public, starting from a young age, about the platforms, not simply like what they are, but how algorithms work, how platforms cater to them, what types of content should they be looking out for, understanding emotional resonance and when to be critical about pieces of content, and also how to have conversations with people in their lives when it comes to content that might be in dispute.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, I do want to ask a little bit more about artificial intelligence here, since you brought it up, and particularly the concern, or how concerned you are that this will exacerbate this problem of disinformation. And I'm thinking right now about, last year was a kind of global record year for elections, and there was much concern in the media and among some experts that AI would create a flood of disinformation that could influence the outcome of elections. And there were a few potential cases of that, but I don't think we saw the wave that many were warning about. So do you feel like we were right to be concerned about that or not? And what is your view? I'll start with you, Cenk. What is your view on the risk or maybe potential solution that AI brings to this whole equation?
Yeah, we get darker before we get to the light. So AI, I've now seen the deep fakes. It's over. You won't be able to tell who said what at all, because I saw Bobby Kennedy press conference, and at the beginning I was like, he's kooky enough to maybe say this stuff. Is it real? Right? Because it sounds like him. It sounds exactly like him, and it looks like him, and it looks like Trump, etc. And then you go a little further and you realize, oh no, okay, they're faking it. This is not real, right? But then I thought, that's it. We're screwed. We're not going to be able to tell who said what. They could take this exact panel and have us say the exact opposite. And then when you put it up online, who's going to know what we actually said? So it's going to get way worse. You're not going to be, and not only is it going to be that you can't tell what's true or not true, but there's a second terrible problem with that, which is that the guilty will then say, I didn't say it. It's AI. It's a deep fake, right? But wait, you did say it. I was in the room. How do you know? There's one video that says I said it, and there's a video that says I didn't say it. How do you know? And you won't be able to know. So it's just a disaster all around. And I want to just say real quick on one thing that Jessica said. Look, I don't want anybody thinking like the mainstream media thing is nefarious and there's like some cabal or whatever. No. It's just groupthink. So they genuinely, and this is what I try to tell right-wingers, et cetera, they think, they're evil and conspiratorial. No, they genuinely thought that Biden was young and dynamic. And I know, I told them, I've been telling them for 2 years, we did a petition, I ran as a protest candidate. He is not young and dynamic, he's super old. He can't finish sentences, he can't speak, right? And they were in such groupthink. They're like, no, he is young and dynamic behind the scenes. You are illegitimate, right? So that's just the disaster of mainstream media, but it isn't nefarious, it's groupthink. But finally, to end on hope, look, guys, at the end, somebody's going to rise up that actually tells the truth. And people are going to be so starved for the truth that the truth is going to be a thirst trap. Okay? And so people are going to gravitate eventually to the truth and the people who are giving it to them. And they're going to weed out, whether it's digital media or mainstream media, all the bullshit. I don't know if I can curse here, but all the bullshitters, okay, and all the liars and all the lies. And they're going to say, no, Joe Biden is too old. Donald Trump lies nonstop. We should have never gone to Iraq. We shouldn't go to Iran. Okay, that's it.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate this conversation.
All right. Let's talk about self-driving cars. When I'm in San Francisco, I love hopping in a Waymo. It's kind of surreal. By ride 12, feels kind of normal. The AV market's set to hit $64 billion by the end of 2025 and grow to $220 billion by 2030. Right now, there are about 60,000 AVs operating globally that could hit 800,000 by 2028. One of our speakers co-founded a platform that simulates and powers AV development. The other is already deploying AV shuttles in cities across North America to explore how autonomy is reshaping urban transit. In conversation with the Vancouver Sun's Harold Monroe, please welcome the CEO of Applied Intuition, Kasser Younes, and the CEO of May Mobility, Edwin Olson.
Well, welcome to Vancouver, gentlemen. Nice to have
Thank
you
you.
here.
Thanks for having us.
It's a quick trip. Maybe we could just set the stage here. Kasser, we could start with you. Tell us a little bit more about what your company does.
Yeah, co-founder and CEO of Applied Intuition. We're a company which is almost 10 years old, which is kind of shocking. Late stage company. We in the self-driving space. Broadly speaking, we provide vehicle intelligence for companies that are either manufacturers or companies that are building self-driving. So what that really means is tooling and autonomy. So we're a B2B company.
All right. And Ed?
I'm Ed. I'm the founder, CEO of May Mobility. We are an autonomous vehicle company. We are, there are only two companies in the United States that operate today without safety drivers. It's Waymo and us. So we've operated in about 19 cities across North America and Japan. We're currently live, driver out, in a suburb of Atlanta.
Wow, okay.
And May is an Applied customer, so.
We also work with Applied.
Yeah. We go way back now.
Well, and so you're both on the cutting edge of this technology. How would you describe the evolution of vehicle intelligence? Where are we at?
Yeah, I mean, I think, 10, 15 years ago, when a lot of us were entering the field, whether academically or through the kind of a private sector like Google or something like this, these timelines were very, very unclear. And the story of self-driving for many years was missed expectations. And now, just like any emergent technology, now it is actually here, and people are somehow not paying attention to it. I was just in LA last week. Like Waymos exist in LA in a real way. And self-driving doesn't only exist in one form factor, it's emerging in lots of form factors. So whether it's in the shared mobility, space, like May is in, or in the personal passenger car ownership space, a Tesla is an example there. Or like the Chinese, there's a bunch of companies in China that are also doing this, really companies everywhere in the world, all the way to trucking, construction and mining, anywhere where there's a physical machine, intelligence is really bleeding into it. And what that really means is autonomy is really bleeding into it.
Right. Now you've been doing this, Ed, for a couple of decades. You've seen all the highs and lows along the way.
Yeah, that's right. I got started back in DARPA Urban Challenge days, so about 2006, 2007. And definitely saw the hype cycle where the expectations got way ahead of reality. But now you can go to San Francisco or Los Angeles and you can see that actually, if anything, now the understanding of society has some catching up to do. These vehicles are out, people like them.
With no drivers in the vehicles?
Absolutely.
And so for years, it was a lot of simulations. I guess you're still doing a lot of simulations because it's easy, but now you have the real-time experience, rubber hits the road experience. What's different about that? Like, how is the learning different?
So we do. I'll let you talk about the offline simulation because he's the expert in the room there. One of the challenges that we have watched over time is the proliferation of AI methods are incredibly data-hungry methods. And so the basic cartoon of how to build an AV is you go out, you collect a bunch of data, you get it labeled, you create, manage a data set, then you train a model, and you put the model in a car, and you drive around. And then the car finds an edge case. No problem. We know what to do. You go out, you collect some more miles, train some more engineers, train a bigger model, wash, rinse, repeat. Sure enough, you find another edge case. No problem. We know what to do. Go collect more data, train a bigger model, hire more engineers. And you go around this loop over and over again. And the exciting thing is how much better autonomous systems have gotten by chasing that feedback loop. But we're now at a really interesting point where the amount of data to build those systems traditionally is becoming prohibitive. So Waymo spends reportedly about $250 million a month. So it's a massive, massive operation to keep those vehicles running. So what we've been really focusing on is how can we reduce the data requirements for our vehicle? And this actually has to do with putting simulation on board the vehicle. So in addition to the simulation we do offline, we're simulating online in the car itself all the different things that might happen next. So instead of relying on training data, which anticipates every combination and permutation of every situation you might find yourself in, we're able to take the situation we're actually in and imagine about 1,000 things that might happen next. And that's been our recipe for being out on the road, driver out, alongside Waymo.
Yeah, I think Ed hit the nail on the head. The emergent, let's say, approach is less data. I think the classical approaches are slowly being abandoned at some level of aggressiveness. And the newest companies who are, let's say if you started a self-driving car company today, it's a very different approach than 10 years ago. The heart of that is how do you collect and use data? The other part of that is the model architecture itself. Are you doing, how rules-based are you versus learned systems are you, and how end-to-end are you? Are you completely end-to-end, or are you staged in some way, just to keep it simple? I'm generalizing here. But those are the two big kind of, I would say, changes. It's like what you do and how you deal with data, whether it's simulation or real data, and then what that model architecture is. The punchline from all that is everything is moving towards smaller models that are on cheaper compute. The name of the game now in self-driving isn't can you do it? It's no longer a research problem. It's now an engineering problem, which is how can you do it cheaply? And how can you expand those geographies cheaply? So already there is going to be, like in every industry, there will be downward pricing pressure in a cost per mile basis. And I think the big story that's probably to be written in the next 5 to 10 years is the question mark of if spending $250 million per month is the right strategy to build a product that if some other company can build it at an order of magnitude less or even 2 orders of magnitude, it's just hard to believe. If that can happen, then whatever your approach was to get to a self-driving vehicle that costs $10 billion, it is antiquated because that cost structure is no longer competitive. So I think the beginning is let's do it. Then it became how do we use data and what are the correct architectures? And I think the future is how do you get that cost to be very, very effective? I still believe the best time to start a self-driving car company is today. Lots of the technical discussions have now converged. The business models are converging, and the market is still there. The market is still a giant market. It's funny, in Silicon Valley, you'll have entire funds dedicated to, for example, the defense sector, which sounds like a very, very big market. The self-driving market and mobility is way bigger than defense. But you don't have a self-driving only fund out there. It just shows you the mismatch of how big the opportunities versus the number of players that are playing in it. The number of actual players playing in, I mean, there's probably more companies working on like dentist CRMs than doing autonomy, because that's actually a problem you can grok. These are big, hairy technical problems, and lots of companies have died along the way, which actually, prevents or I think provides warning towards founders to go into this space. So, if you're starting a new business, you don't want to go where there's like tons of skeletons of dead companies that have raised and spent billions of dollars. But incidentally, now is the best time to start a business in the space.
You're right. The opportunity is really big. there's about 3 million rideshare vehicles in the United States. And it's early innings. So Waymo has about 700 vehicles deployed. 700 out of...
Yeah, relatively nothing.
Yeah, basically nothing. So this is a huge green field for autonomous vehicles, companies to go after. I think one of the really interesting parallels is actually with large language models, which went through the same cycle of being super data-centric. If you go back in your Wayback Machine 12 months, what were all the LLMs competing on? Well, how big were their networks and how much data did they have, were they training on? And now the conversation is really shifting to, well, we need them to perform better at the edges of their training data. When you ask them for something unusual, and the answer to this is not more data, it's more reasoning capability built into that large language model. And so you're seeing now a proliferation of reasoning models in the LLM space. The same thing's true for autonomous vehicles. It used to be that the answer was always go collect more data, but now the challenge is, can you bring the reasoning on board the vehicle so that the vehicle can perform better at the edges or even outside of its training data? The other interesting thing is that in the large language space, this reasoning capability, one of the biggest challenges is, what is the right world model that's going to give you traction in this reasoning capability? And in LLM space, you're kind of the best we've got is chain of thought, which isn't great, really. But in autonomous driving, the world model is obvious. The world model is the world. Here's the street, here are the cars, here are the actors in it. And if you can populate that world with dynamic interactive agents that interact and respond to each other organically, now you can do reasoning in a world model at a tiny, tiny fraction of the cost of sort of the Waymo kind of approach. And that's exactly what's going on in our vehicle. In the front right seat, we've got that world model playing out thousands of these scenarios every second, imagining what might happen next, even if we've never seen that situation before in our training data.
You mentioned that their vehicles are in, what, 18 different cities that you're involved in?
We've launched in 19 cities across the US and Japan.
Japan, okay. And of course, we don't have them here in Vancouver. And I've heard over the years there's challenges with places like Vancouver where you might have, like yesterday, we're 30 degrees Celsius day, and today we're, low visibility and rainy. So are there still technical challenges for cities like Vancouver or geography like this?
Yeah, you'll definitely find most AV companies are operating in sort of the Sun Belt. Beautiful weather, doesn't rain very much. Also where roads tend to be a little wider and simpler, like where Waymo started in Chandler, Arizona, nearly optimal driving conditions. San Francisco is much more difficult. They moved on. But weather has really been, a lot of people, AV companies are avoiding weather, but Made Mobility is actually based out of Michigan. We have weather. We have all the kinds of weather. And so we've operated in snow and rain. We've operated in big cities, little cities, urban cities, Japanese cities, driving on the right, driving on the left. And a lot of that flexibility comes from the ability for your vehicle to dynamically reason about the situation it's in, rather than requiring millions of miles every time you try a new environment.
Okay. So you don't see an impediment. It's not going to work in some environments, but not others.
No. I think over time, all of these environments, if you shift gears a little bit, whether it's on passenger vehicles or on off-road autonomy, you're facing even more significant problems. I mean, in the off-road example, you might not have access to, like in the defense example, you might not have access to maps. You're limited sensor set because of the nature of defense. You're not emitting energy. There's a lot of constraints. But all those problems are being tackled one at a time. Fundamentally, what we're talking about in a self-driving system is some intelligence that is telling the machine some braking commands and steering commands. That's roughly what it is. So it's to understand the environment and then interact with the machine. And that machine can be in lots and lots of different environments. And every one of those environments, let's take agriculture as an example, there's a lot of value in having that done autonomously. Commercial trucking is very obvious because people don't want to drive trucks anymore. They're very expensive, and there's a huge market there. Construction and mining. I mean, there's mining sites in Australia that'll pay you $250,000, to go do manual labor, but people just don't want to go live in the middle of nowhere. And you're seeing this labor shift in the economy in general. I mean, just the difference between somebody wanting to work in a job at McDonald's versus DoorDash. There are advantages to working at DoorDash as a dasher versus at McDonald's. And you're seeing that labor shift. The same thing is happening in places like mines, where you can give a lot of money, but suddenly workers just don't want to actually be in the middle of nowhere, away from families for 6 to 12 months a year. And so autonomy becomes, there's this huge pull from the market. And so now you're taking, let's say, a shared, technology that's in a shared environment in an urban city. You have to adopt it to a mapless environment in a, on a mine. Fundamentally, the technology is still the same. It's an intelligent system that's trying to figure out and reason the environment around it. How it does, the details are obviously are different because of the sensor sets and the machines and the vehicles themselves. But it's unlike other markets. It's not like crypto or something where we're really trying to figure out, is there value here to be gotten? There's a ton of value, and value being defined as a willingness to pay from a buyer for a service or a good. And so there's a huge willingness to pay for autonomy in lots of these verticals. And so in terms of the, where are we going to see the most advancements fastest? You already see in mines, autonomy already exists. So you already see some level of autonomy in all of these spaces. In agriculture, you see it. In commercial trucking, you're starting to see it. In passenger cars, you're starting to see it. In shared mobility, you're starting to see it. That's just over the next 10 years. It's just like whether it's a geographic expansion or design domain, expansion. That's what's the next decade is going to be.
So Ed, what does that look like for maybe the urban environment? How do cities become more livable if we get to the point of widespread AV adoption?
Yeah, I'll definitely address that. I think actually this axis of go-to-market strategy creates a lot of differentiation amongst the different approaches. So you have different cost sensitivity in different go-to-market strategies. If you're building a car for personally owned vehicles, autonomy for personally owned vehicles, you're going to have a much smaller price target for that autonomy kit. Waymo has a very nice autonomy kit on board. In trucking,
a very expensive autonomy kit.
Yes, very nice, very expensive. And then in trucking, you can afford even more because you're carrying millions of dollars of cargo. Construction, you can put potentially even more, I would guess. And so this is one of the main axes of variation across the industry in terms of how much are they putting on every vehicle, how costly is that ADK, autonomous driving kit. And for us, and we're somewhere in the middle between like the Waymo and Tesla being very low cost, Waymo being very nice. We're somewhere in the middle. Getting back to transportation, one of the things that I'm most excited about autonomy is the impact that autonomy can have on cities. So we really see the biggest bane that cities have is personal car ownership. So people owning cars, taking their cars downtown, adding to congestion, adding to traffic, adding to fatalities, making the roads miserable for bicyclists and pedestrians, and then leaving their car in a parking structure that takes up space. In a lot of cities like Ann Arbor, where we're from, but across the United States, about 30% of all land is parking. And the problem that you have today for transit planners is that there's really no alternative for most of them, in most cities, other than, well, people have to own their own car because we don't have a subway system. A few cities have subway systems, but most do not. What I'm hopeful for is that as we work with, we've announced partnerships with Lyft and Uber, as we start to make these partnerships grow and expand, and you can just reach out and get transportation whenever you want, that we can start to turn 2-car households into 1-car households, and then ultimately turn 1-car households into no-car households, where now everyone is giving up personal car ownership, and we can have that safer, more accessible, more beautiful cityscape that we see bits and pieces of even here in Vancouver.
Yeah, I mean, a good example, a good corollary here is the phone. If you actually look at developed countries, you see phone lines everywhere, literally physical poles that carry wires, and every house used to have a physical landline. That's just not the case anymore. Even though mobile phones actually have a higher penetration than landlines ever did. You're having multiple lines in an individual house. So I think autonomy is one way to think about that, which is like you'll actually have more access to transportation with less burden on physical infrastructure, which is the way you want it, in the sense of you have cities with less congestion but more mobility.
The cities that we want to live in.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid we're out of time. I can't believe it. 20 minutes went by so quickly. Please join me in thanking Kaiser and Ed for their time today.
Thank you.
I came out right when the music came out. It's pretty nice. Old media had the printing press. New media, TikTok, Substack, podcasts, maybe eventually headlines by Neuralink. Maybe I'm watching too much Black Mirror. I don't know. Today's media platforms evolve daily, and audiences are global. The rules of storytelling are being rewritten fast. To talk about the future of storytelling in a world that never stops scrolling, in conversation with Reena Chandran from the rest of the world, please welcome the editor-in-chief at Fast Company, Brendan Vaughn, and the CEO and editor-in-chief of Dynamo, Nicholas Carlson.
Welcome. We're here on this rainy and gray day because we care about what's happening with the media. So I started at a newspaper like 100 years ago, and at that time, newspapers were king. Now there is a new media seat at the White House press briefings, and that person is king and gets to ask the first question. So I want to start with you, Brendan. You're doing podcasts, video, newsletters, an innovation festival. What's worked? What do you think is the most effective option for you? What has worked best for you?
Thanks for the question. Thanks, Web Summit, for having us. I would say that of the things you mentioned, we do all of them. Like most media organizations these days, we do just about all of the different things that you can do. I'm not sure that's actually the best way to go about it. I think that we probably do a little bit too much, and some of the story of the next few years is going to be getting more efficient about that and figuring out sort of like what are the things that make the most sense. Right now, I would say that of the platforms and media types that you mentioned, podcasts and events are two that I'll focus on. We're actually in the middle of expanding our Most Innovative Companies podcast, which is our flagship podcast. We are doing a bunch of different spin-offs of that. It's kind of like, imagine in the old days, like if there was a sitcom that had a really popular character, you'd spin it off and make a new show about it. Maybe it sort of starts off as like a thing that is just kind of in the flow of the regular show, and then it gets some traction, and you create a new feed for it. That's sort of our approach for our Most Innovative Companies. We're going to be doing this fairly soon with design show, leadership show, some other shows that are connected to that and kind of under that umbrella. And that's a really successful franchise for us because we've been doing it for a long time. Everybody knows what it is. There's audience for it, and there's sponsorship interest in it. So that's successful for us and a cool thing that we're looking to build on. Events are huge for us. I mean, we've been doing events for also quite some time. We weren't the first media company to do it by any means, but we were early, and we've established a really strong business there. We have four anchor events over the course of the year, with one flagship event in the fall, the Fast Company Innovation Festival, and we just continue to see that as a real bright spot in our business and a huge part of our future. Part of it is a post-COVID thing. Yes, people want to be back together at events like this and be in the same room and have analog interaction with each other in the AI era. But it's also just a really good business that we've just been really just working hard at for a long time and are seeing the benefits of that now.
Okay. Nick, you do video.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
you do only video.
And only video.
So you've picked one lane and you're sticking with it. So tell me why that works for you.
Yeah, sure. So Dynamo is a video network. We make shows for YouTube and LinkedIn. Our first show launched this month. It's called Business Explains the World. It's on YouTube. And what it does is it takes the observable world and we ask questions about why things are the way they are. Next week we have an episode coming out about did roller coasters peak in the 90s and the 2000s and why? And it has to do with demographic shifts and all sorts of interesting things. And so explains the root causes of things. And the answer is always business. We decided video was the way to go for kind of basic reasons. The main one is that it is the world's most beloved storytelling format, and it is evocative and emotional and memorable. And yes, we want to be a great business, but I'm in this to tell stories to lots of people and leave a lasting impression. And so The way to do that, we think, most effectively is video. You see it in the numbers. YouTube is the biggest streamer at this point. It is now how our target audience, which is dynamos. We think of them as people who are creating companies, building careers, building communities. And they're the kind of person who likes to come home after a day of working at their great job and wants to get a little bit of entertaining education on what's going on in the world and how it works. And so there's a huge portion of those people, and we thought, and there's obvious commercial opportunity in reaching them, and so that's why we went with video.
Okay, that sounds fair. So AI, which of course everyone is talking about and wants to work with, I think. How are you using AI? And we've also seen a lot of media publications doing deals with OpenAI. The New York Times just did its first Gen AI deal with Amazon.
Yep.
Are you doing some of those deals as well? And how do you use AI in your newsroom?
We have not done any deals like that yet. We've looked at lots of them. We have chosen not to proceed for various reasons. We are very open to it. We probably will be doing things like that at some point. But right now we've used AI, I will say, in like I don't want to say a limited way, because we've been very experimental internally about what are the best things that we can do, how can we use it to enhance our storytelling without slipping into some of the pitfalls that we've seen some of our colleagues in the business, especially even in the last couple weeks, slip into very embarrassing mistakes that we would love to avoid. But we have been using it. I'll cite one example that I think has been really, really successful for us, is that we've been using it to enhance our data journalism. So we have a data editor by the name of Andrew Thompson, who has a really interesting way of just taking data, combining it in creative ways, not just technically impressive ways, but actually just sort of like insightful connections that he's able to make between this data set and that data set, and what happens if we combine them and look at the overlap. And so we've done a few, we have a franchise now called Where the Design Jobs Are, that is significantly improved by the use of AI. It takes Google job listings and essentially just crunches all of the sort of job market information in the design world into an editorial presentation that we have put in our print magazine. We still do a print magazine, by the way, quarterly print magazine. We can talk about that if you like, but it's primarily, obviously that is it is in print, but it is primarily consumed digitally. And we've done the same thing for the clean energy sector, where the clean energy jobs are. And Andrew has used AI to just make those a lot better than they would have been without it. He can do things much faster. It's all very carefully checked after the fact, but it's a real accelerator toward that kind of data journalism, and that's been a big part of how we've used it. We've also used it in other sort of more basic ways, like to create audio versions of our stories and things along those lines. I think we could use it for translation for our recognition programs. We have a lot of recognition programs that we do at Fast Company. I mentioned one of them, Most Innovative Companies, but we have 5 others. And we are a global brand, and we would like to make it as easy as possible for companies around the world to apply to our programs. And so being able to apply in native language and have that spit out really high quality AI translation of that is something that we're looking at as well.
Okay. Nick, how do you use AI?
So when you ask that question, I think about that David Foster Wallace story he tells of like the fish, where the old fish swims by 2 young fish and says like, "How's the water today, boys?" And they go, "What's water?" And the idea is like, when something's just around you all the time, you kind of don't think about it that much. And Dynamo is definitely born into an era where, like, obviously we're just going to use it all the time. It is true, and I told investors along the fundraising journey that this is an AI-powered, AI-native company. It's a little bit like saying it's like a laptop-enabled company or like a computer-enabled company. Like, of course, we're using AI all the time, and I don't want to undersell it, but it's kind of a funny question. It's sort of like in lots and lots and lots of ways. One thing I will tell you is that if you're watching Business Explains the World on YouTube, you're watching something real, and we will not be using AI to create something on screen unless we're like very explicit about it with you. And we think that kind of what you're going to see, one of the arguments for Dynamo is that there will be this glut of AI slop in the years to come. We're already seeing so much of it. And the scarce commodity is going to be trust. One of the units of scarcity is going to be trust going forward. And so we think like earning a reputation for telling you the truth and showing you real things. By the way, one of the advantages of video journalism in an AI era is sometimes you just got to see a thing. The point is to see the thing. And so we will point real cameras at real things and show you real things. But are we using AI to do our research, to find, deep research is an incredible tool. That's the one I would recommend if anybody is looking for a recommendation today. It's like, it's not great at analysis because it's too flattering of the user. It will just validate whatever hypothesis you're trying to test. But if you ask it to go find government sources and PDFs and analyst reports, it will give you a list, a clickable list of like 10, 20, 100 blue links that you can kind of go find that primary source document. And so obviously that's very useful for an organization like us.
Since you mentioned the fact that we're already seeing so much AI slop being generated, the flip side to that argument is that you can now use AI to create a basic podcast. You can use it to create these basic videos. So does that make it sort of level the playing field for smaller media outlets or for independent creators? How do you view that? Do you view that as a good thing, or?
Look, it's bringing the cost of content creation closer and closer to zero. But that's been happening for a long time, and we've already seen like a flood of content hit the internet and a flood of content hitting YouTube. That's just going to continue. But that makes it, the bet for Dynamo is investing in high quality video, and we think people are attracted to that. And we think that YouTube wants to help surface that. We think that clients want to be associated with that. We think journalists want to be associated with that. And so as long as we can manage our costs and work on basic unit economics and make sure we're earning more than we're spending, then we think that high quality video content is like a really winning play, and that's our bet.
How do you view that, Brendan, in terms of, you're not focused just on video, you have all of these other factors in play. So how do you view the use of AI to create videos and podcasts, for example? Is that something that you guys would consider at some point, or?
I think we would consider using it as part of the process. Yes, and we do already use AI in the sort of idea generation stage, the concepting stage, the behind the scenes stuff. We are certainly using it in all kinds of ways. Like Nick said, it's just part of the flow of work. I use AI probably 20 times a day. A lot of it is fairly simple answer engine stuff, but our video and audio people are using it in generative ways to give them, to just test ideas faster and see how they might play out when they do them for real. I think that humans, this may be a little self-serving in Pollyanna. There are certainly people in this audience, certainly at this conference, that would probably roll their eyes at this, but I do believe that people like things made by people, and they can recognize when things are made by people and when they are not made by people. That will probably get less true all the time. Of course, it will get less true all the time. I don't think it's going to go away. And I think that I agree with Nick that high quality video will find an audience for the foreseeable future. I think that we're in sort of it's funny to call it an advantageous position. Fast Company is not a huge media brand. We are not a tiny media brand, but we are not a scale operator. We are sort of in the middle. And we rely heavily on our very engaged audience. And I think that engaged audience in particular, we don't need to reach, hundreds of millions of people for our business to work. We need to reach a much smaller number of people, still substantial, but a much smaller number of people that really care deeply about what we're doing, want to know us, they want to know the people making it, they know who our writers are, who our video hosts are, who our podcasters are, they come to our events. Like it's human to human. That is actually really crucial to our business. And so I think we will use it, but I think that our business depends on that sort of more handcrafted journalism and that more handcrafted content that our readers are coming to us for in the first place.
Okay. So we're living through a time of news avoidance and, as you say, diminishing trust in the media and the news in general. So high quality video is great, but what else are you looking at in terms of to beat the clutter and to reach your audiences? Like, what are you counting on to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the core principles behind Dynamo is that we want to talk to we saw this problem too, the declining trust in media. And our view is that we want to be a brand that people trust enough to let surprise them with the facts that may not accommodate priors that they come in with when they start watching the video. And so that's why we're so excited to be a business-focused brand. So we find that like so many publications just immediately get coded red or blue. And we live in such a tribal time that people write off anything that red or blue publication says if they don't feel like it's representing their side, their team. And so I think the key is to kind of get outside that red versus blue dynamic, who's winning in politics today, and instead talk about the world through a different lens, which we're excited to talk about the world through the lens of business. We do think business explains the world. At the end of the day, we think that humans rose out of the muck to form civilization by working together, which is our concept of business, by coming to places like this and getting creative about solving problems. We kind of subscribe to the idea that Steve Jobs used to talk about, which is that the world around you was invented by people no smarter than you. So we love to peel that back. And we feel like when we're having that conversation about markets, about economics, that there are facts that you can bring up to talk about in that conversation that will help you make a point, help you elucidate a picture that ultimately might surprise people and they would reject if they were hearing in a different frame of reference. And so that's our plan to kind of address the problem in trust in media.
Okay. Yeah. What is your plan, Brendan?
Well, the inside your question was this idea of discoverability, which absolutely is getting harder. You know, there's no question about it. That is something we think about every day. It is a challenge. There's no sugarcoating that. It is absolutely a challenge. I think it's part of it. Goes back to what I was saying a minute ago about community, super fans, people that really care deeply about your brand. Fast Company is a brand that has been around for 30 years, but is always about the future, always about what is happening next, and that has never changed, is never going to change. Going back to the beginning of the brand, there was a thing called Company of Friends, which was this almost like cultish 40,000 person nationwide network of clubs that would get together, people that really felt like Fast Company, being a fan of this brand and reading this then magazine, says something about me. And we do everything we can to continue to foster that idea, because I think that that is, for us in particular, but for lots of other brands that are, have similarities with us, that is absolutely essential for overcoming that substantial discoverability problem that on a strictly platform distribution, like getting your stuff out there and breaking through the noise level is challenging for all media brands, but especially ones that aren't huge.
Yeah, okay. Well, you have 20 seconds each to tell me, if you were to set up a media outlet tomorrow, how would that look?
Well, I guess I've already said, I just did
You're doing it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I left.
So to do your
I was the editor-in-chief of
video.
Business Insider for about seven and a half years, and I left last summer to start Dynamo. It's a video network. The idea is we're going to launch Business Explains the World, and then in a couple months we're going to launch another YouTube show, and then another one, another one, another one. After that, we're also on LinkedIn, so follow us there. And the idea is we want to talk to people we want to talk to business decision makers when they're trying to relax about entertaining and educational topics.
Okay.
So that's what I would do.
All right, Brendan?
I mean, look, it would strain credulity for me to sit here and say that we wouldn't do a single thing different if we were starting a media company. Of course we would do some things different. But what we do instead is that we constantly learn new things. We're always learning new things. The things that I do at my job, I wanted to be the editor-in-chief of a publication since college. The job as I do it today bears zero in common with what I thought it was back then. And so that is just happening across the board in ways large and small every day with our whole team. Our team does change all the time, of course. We have people that do things that we never needed before. We will have people in a year or 2 years that are doing things that we can't even imagine now. So that's the name of the game. That's just what you have to do or you'll die.
All right, we're at time. Thank you so much for your time. Please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, since the 1980s, the US economy has been shifting from one built on innovation and shared prosperity to one dominated by financial extraction. As companies prioritize shareholder payouts over reinvestment, workers and long-term value creation have taken a back seat. Our next speaker is a leading voice in economic reform. He spent decades researching how business decisions shape inequality and why policy tools like tariffs can't fix deeper structural problems. Instead, he argues for bold changes to how we define and reward real value in the economy. What would it take to build a people-first economy in an era of short-term thinking and tech-driven disruption? To explore the roots and remedies of extractive capitalism in conversation with Wired's Lauren Good, please welcome the Professor of Economics Emeritus at the University of Massachusetts, William Lazanick.
So we're about to fix the economy in approximately 17 minutes. I'm very excited for this. Bill, you've had an incredible career as an economist, as a scholar, as an author, and as a professor of economics. But I think the most important qualifier for this crowd is that you are Canadian. Tell us when you first, where you were born, where you were raised in Canada, and when you came to the States.
Okay, well, yeah, I left Canada a long time ago, 1968. And at that time, actually, is related to tariffs, because Canada, when it became independent, approximately independent of Britain in 1867, had a national policy which was putting up big tariff barriers against imports from the United States. And as a result, U.S. companies invested in manufacturing behind those tariff barriers. So Canadians were buying goods from American companies in Canada at much higher prices. And by the 1960s, there was a backlash against that, particularly from the left wing of the New Democratic Party against the branch plant economy. And so I was studying economics at that time. I got a taste of that, and then I went on to study economics in Europe and ultimately in Harvard. And in 1970, when I went to do a PhD in Harvard, I quite consciously, when I decided to go to the United States, thought to myself, I'm going to study economics where you have to study economics, the belly of the beast, and it's become a much bigger beast than I could have ever imagined since then.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the current state of tariffs. Things are changing every day. It's hard to keep track, but earlier this week, the Court of International Trade ruled that President Donald Trump had overstepped his authority in issuing the tariffs that he did in April. Unsurprisingly, the Trump administration is fighting back against this. But once again, this is all very fluid. Is there any element of these tariffs that makes sense to you?
No, not Trump's tariffs. So tariffs, and a lot of economists who will say tariffs, you should never have tariffs, but tariffs have played important roles for revenue for some countries, but even more so in the 19th century for the United States, and as I said, for Canada in the late 19th century, for other countries later on to basically be able to develop your own industry, or maybe do it with branch plants of another country that wouldn't otherwise invest there. And that's called the infant industry argument. And the name is important because there's a notion that somehow when you start companies and start an industry, it has to grow up, it has to learn. And that's absolutely true. And that's the critical thing, is if you're going to get to economy where you don't have to worry about tariffs and you can export stuff around the world, it's because you've learned to do this better than anybody else. Mm-hmm. And that is something that many countries did. There's a well-known economist, a very good economist named Ha-Joon Chang, and I don't call all economists very good economists, but he is, one of his first books, I think his first book was Kicking Away the Ladder, which said that other countries had used these kind of protections to grow, but then when they get big, they say, you can't have them, and they deny this to other countries. Now, what has happened, particularly, I started studying this with Japan, being a country that was not seen in the 1960s of being a competitor to the United States, not only competing with the United States, but beating the United States out in the industries in which it was strongest, and perfecting what I call the old economy business model. Now we have China. And what's different about China is that it's grown up with basically Silicon Valley and the new economy business model. And old economy companies like Volkswagen from Germany and GM in automobiles have been important there. But even more important has been everything related to the microelectronics revolution, and companies like Apple, Intel, Microsoft, et cetera, that have invested in China and helped China develop its productive capabilities. But in that context, the Chinese government and Chinese business, which has been given a lot of autonomy from the Chinese government, companies like Huawei and Alibaba, et cetera, have built incredible companies that have a lot of capabilities to deliver goods and services that, frankly, are very difficult to compete with. And now we see the latest challenge with really BYD surpassing Tesla, in part because the Chinese were smart enough to let Tesla come into China and help build the supply chains there and create an impetus to the Chinese companies. So this is what's going on now. Now, the Trump tariffs are simply a way of trying to create disruption, create bargaining power for Trump. And it's part of everything else he's doing. And I don't think you can talk about anything that Trump is doing seriously as policy. What you do need to talk about is what got him there.
In what sense? Okay,
in the sense that the American working class has not gotten the benefits of U.S. development in an economy where it has the most formidable developmental state in history, where the government still invests tremendously in research and knowledge. You have an educational system that attracts people around the world. But it's really business. I'm not saying that everything that government does is good, but what business has squandered this by, when it's become profitable, just spending the money propping up its stock price. So I'll just give you 3 examples. I have lots and lots of examples from study. Apple, clearly an innovator in devices we all use. But since October 2012 to the present, it's done $775 billion in stock buybacks. That's about 91% of its net income. Now, what hasn't Apple done during that time? They haven't invested in semiconductor fabrication in the United States. Actually, Intel, which up to 2020, from 1998 to 2020, did $140 billion in buybacks. They turned down, while they were just trying to prop up their stock price, they turned down the Apple contract. Apple outsourced all its rechargeable batteries, mainly to China, but generally to Asia. The United States does not have a major EV battery producer now. So there's a lot of capabilities where the U.S., there's certainly the knowledge in the U.S., but at the corporate level, the profits by the companies that have the innovative capabilities to take that knowledge, to develop new technologies, to scale it up, to become world-class competitors, it's been squandered in the name of shareholder value, basically.
Corporate buybacks.
Yeah.
And you've spent a lot of time researching corporate buybacks. It sounds like the through line here between what we're talking about with tariffs and your research on corporate buybacks and sort of just maximizing shareholder value is that there's this emphasis on sort of positioning and negotiation versus actual production, finding paths to making America more productive and actually sort of fueling that back into the economy in a way that benefits the middle class.
Yeah, so there's basically decisions are being made at the corporate level, and one has to understand why those decisions are being made. So there's a book that I put out 5 years ago called Predatory Value Extraction, how the looting of the business corporation became the US norm and how sustainable prosperity can be restored. It was done with a colleague, Jang Sup Shin, who teaches in Singapore. And we argued basically that out there you have very powerful value extractors who are taking out more money from corporations than anything that's justified by what they put in through value creation, so hence predatory value extraction. And we say there's three types. There's the value extracting insiders, which are the CEOs, top executives with their stock-based pay. You get the pay up, their gains, money in the bank for them. There's the institutional shareholders, who are we call the enablers, the value extracting enablers, because they actually, by virtue of Securities and Exchange Commission regulations, control the proxy votes of the shares that I might have with them. And they've been giving those proxy votes to the outsiders who become extremely powerful, the Carl Icahns, Nelson Peltzes, Paul Singers, the hedge fund activists.
Yes.
And so the bottom line, if it takes a company like Apple, why has Tim Cook overseen $775 billion of Apple's money just going to people who don't matter? Because those people do not invest in Apple. They just buy shares on the market. It's because he wants to keep his job. And does he come out and say, hey, we should get rid of these hedge fund activists, we really need to, or he and the other CEOs? No. They come out and they basically say, give us tax breaks, give us this, that, and the other thing so that we can make more profits, but then how do they use the profits? They don't use them necessarily to make Apple the greatest place in the world where people in Apple stores could have a job. And they're not investing in some of these other technologies that they could invest in where U.S. is losing competitiveness to foreign countries, particularly China.
Why is that an either-or scenario? I mean, why is it, if you're looking at a company that's worth $1, $2, $3 trillion, has hundreds of billions in cash, then why is it that a company can't issue dividends, do corporate buybacks, give a CEO a nice salary, and also invest in R&D and reinvest back into employee growth and well-being and wages?
Yeah, no, that's a great and really important question, because it's not so much that a company like Apple, even after it's done all those buybacks, is so profitable. I mean, it's fiscal 2024, it had $94 billion in profits and $95 billion in buybacks, but it still had plenty of money. Why does it matter? Because it was doing a lot of R&D. It matters, first of all, because the people who are running the company, what I call strategic control, are not thinking of other ways that they could use that money. And they're doing the buybacks in the name of shareholder value, and it basically creates an ideology or feeds into an ideology that all that matters is the stock price. Secondly, they actually don't keep a lot of the people employed in what I call collective and cumulative learning that actually can result in these new technologies being developed. So the reason when you look at the companies that are developing the most sophisticated technologies, it's because they find ways of keeping their labor force in place. Now, eventually, if they keep doing all these buybacks, they'll come to a point where they do run into financial trouble, where they do have to cut R&D, where they do have to even get rid of the dividends, where they do have to lay off lots of workers. I call that going from retain and reinvest to downsize and distribute. But that's really the end game. A lot of these companies that are really the companies that are sacrificing, are really abusing the position that they have in terms of their accumulated capabilities, are in what I call dominate and distribute. They're dominating their markets. There are lots of profits. They're reinvesting in those products to maintain their domination, but they're not doing the investments. And they don't need to necessarily be done in the same company. They could be done in subsidiaries. They can done, but they're not. They're giving the money to people who are making money from timing the buying and selling of shares. Now, and that's the other thing about buybacks. They're different than dividends, because dividends go to everybody who holds shares. Buybacks go to the people who are in the business of timing the buying and selling of shares. And those people then have bigger war chests, to use Carl Icahn's term, to go after companies and to exert even more power, to even more blackmail, do more buybacks, or we're going to take you over and break you apart and sell off your assets, and you lost a job.
I'm taking a look at the time here. Is raising taxes on buybacks the answer?
No, well, I say ban buybacks. So, and it's a simple reason why you should ban buybacks. It's never been vetted in the U.S. Congress. It's a rule that was passed under the radar in November 1982 by a Reagan-era Security and Exchange Commission that had been captured by the Chicago School of Economics, free market economics, which just said you can do as much, massive amount, Apple can do $5 billion a day, for example, of buybacks and not be charged with manipulation. It's actually still on the books of the SEC that it should be manipulation. They just gave you a safe harbor that if you don't do more than this, it won't be manipulation. So the easy thing to do would just to say that was a really stupid rule, done at a really stupid time, and get rid of it and say companies, they can pay dividends, but they have to reinvest their money, and people who hold companies for dividends should want them to reinvest the money so there's a stream of dividends in the future because you're holding the shares, not selling the shares.
Okay. So how do you think the current administration is going to respond or be in any way reactive to the ideas that you're putting forth? What do you think we're going to see in the near future with
Well,
buybacks?
let's see who not this current administration. I mean, first, I wouldn't predict anything. And there are people in let's say there are MAGA people, including Marco Rubio, who's now the Secretary of State, who at one point put out stuff to compete with China that we have to stop doing buybacks. But it was their policy agenda on that was not very good, and it echoed some of the arguments that I was making. Peter Thiel, who I'm sure you all know, Palantir, they love saying the buybacks are bad because all those old economy companies they saw doing buybacks, they're gone, they're dinosaurs, and it's only the startups, they say, that are really going to invest in the future. But those startups very quickly, after they've made profits by retaining and reinvesting, companies like Apple, Intel, Microsoft, Cisco, they start just, feeding on maximizing shareholder value. That becomes the mantra, and they start doing all this financialization. And I should say that also when companies do a lot of buybacks, they're looking at other ways to get up profits. They're looking at ways to price gouge customers. So the pharmaceutical companies, they do massive buybacks, but they say we need high drug prices to invest in drug innovation. They're using it to prop up their stock prices. They use it to avoid taxes, where then they expect the government to invest all this money in helping them have the knowledge and infrastructure to compete. They lay off workers even when they're prosperous. They don't give the pay raises to workers that they deserve, et cetera. So there's a lot of corollary, misbehavior that goes with this one practice that I focused on that's most obvious in terms of what's being done with the cash flow.
I think we have time for just one more question. And since you mentioned Marco Rubio, I wanted to ask you about immigration policies that we're seeing right now, specifically around visas. Earlier this week, the State Department told U.S. embassies around the world that they should pause on student visa interviews while they sort of figure out a vetting process for student visas coming to the U.S. And then just yesterday, news broke that the U.S. plans to revoke some student visas for Chinese students. Obviously, we're in Canada right now, but we are talking a lot about the US economy and particularly the tech influence of the US economy. What do more stringent policies like these around student visas mean for the future of high tech in the US? What does it mean for Canada? I mean, will more people be seeking to go to other countries to do their work?
Canada could obviously take advantage of this situation, as many European countries are, as Asian countries are. They're shooting the golden goose. I mean, basically, in the 90s with the microelectronics revolution, it was recognized that there's a huge need for immigrants. There was immigration policy, basically, that it particularly brought Asians to the United States and have made it possible to have a lot of these tech companies even exist.
So did you say, sorry, they're shooting the golden goose?
Yeah, they're killing, I mean, this is where the knowledge comes from. And by the way, China and India have been subsidizing the United States tremendously because most of those students come who have already had their undergraduate educations paid for in their own countries. And they make possible many of the graduate programs in the United States, particularly in sciences and engineering, would not exist without those foreign students. So what's going to happen with these policies, and we'll see, but they're crazy. They have nothing to do with making America anything again.
Unfortunately, we have to leave it there. I wish we could leave on a note of optimism, but we'll have to talk about that more backstage. Thank you so much, Bill. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right. As AI models grow larger and more complex, the need for specialized chips has sparked a high-stakes race across the global semiconductor industry. Companies are pushing the limits of physics, material science, and infrastructure to meet the demand for faster, more efficient computing. The global AI chip market was valued at over $67 billion in 2024 and is projected to exceed $110 billion by 2027, driven by explosive demand for generative AI, edge computing, and data center acceleration. Recent headlines underscore the stakes. Governments are investing heavily in domestic chip production. NVIDIA continues to dominate with trillion-dollar market capitalization, and startups like Lightmatter are emerging with radically new architectures. Our next speaker is at the forefront of this race. He founded a company pioneering photonic computing, a revolutionary approach that uses light instead of electricity to process data faster and more efficiently. With vast implications for energy consumption, model training, and next-gen AI infrastructure, this work is redefining what's possible at the silicon level. What will it take to win the AI chip race, and who will shape its future? To explore the cutting edge of AI chip innovation in conversation with Fox Business's Susan Lee, please welcome the founder and CEO of Lightmatter, Nicholas Harris.
Today, here at Web Summit Vancouver. So as a girl that grew up in Canada, in Toronto, I'm just so happy to see this great event celebrating wonderful entrepreneurship and innovation here in Canada in a beautiful city like Vancouver. And I'm sure Nicholas can agree with that as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so this is just a wonderful event, and I'm so happy to have you all here because we live in this amazing age of compute, and that's the power, this AI revolution that we're currently living through. But that also means a lot of money is being spent on AI chips, and that includes $345 billion. $345 billion, almost $1 trillion that will be spent over the next few years. And that is an increase of over 75% from last year. And we're just talking about 4 companies, so the Amazons of the world, Microsoft, Meta, and Google. Now, what about the energy needs? Because I think we forget about that. Because did you know, and I found this astounding from the International Energy Agency, that to power these data centers by the year 2030, electricity needs will have to double to the usage of what Japan uses in 1 year. Now, Nicholas, of course, runs and co-founded a near $5 billion unicorn that's going to change all that for us. And you have some of the biggest hyperscalers as your clients, but we're talking about using light instead of electricity to transfer data between AI chips. So what do you think about these energy needs, and how are we going to be able to fulfill that if we want to live through this AI revolution?
Yeah, it's interesting. So there's actually 2 things that are driving the energy need growth. One is very fundamental, which is that computer chips themselves are not really getting better. We've had this idea of every 18 months computer chips are going to improve, and that broke down about 20 years ago. Today, the story of improving computing is I have 1 chip, and if I want to double the performance, I need 2, and then 4, 8, 16, 32. And that's one of the fundamental drivers that's making AI use so much energy. The other piece is that AI itself wants to scale in compute at a rate that's never been seen before. It's something like 6 times faster than Moore's law. So a doubling every 3.5 months in the compute that's needed. So if you put these two things together, what you find is that we need enormous computers.
Enormous.
And the future of computing is really about building, these data centers, single data centers, that use as much power as the biggest cities in North America. So the new data centers in Texas,
OpenAI, right?
OpenAI.
You're saying that it needs the electricity needs of New York City.
Basically New York City.
Yeah.
New York City's 7.5 gigawatts. This new data center, 7 gigawatts. You think about the scale of that. This is only a couple square miles compared to New York City, which is a sprawling, city there. So there's an enormous amount of energy, and it's going to only continue to grow. You think about that scale, it's going to double every couple years. 7, 14, you keep going.
Yeah.
Like this is how it plays out.
But okay, so we're talking about the AI chip race, and there is an argument, and you saw those NVIDIA earnings yesterday, that NVIDIA currently dominates the entire AI computing market, about 70, 75%, maybe even 80%. So what does that leave light matter in trying to compete against a giant like Jensen?
The good news is we don't compete with Jensen or any of these other companies. We augment their existing chips with the ability to communicate using light. So we don't compete with these companies. We actually bring a fundamentally new technology in. For us, it's called Passage. And we stack the GPUs and the switches that are used to connect up the data center on top of our chip. So it's really augmenting people. It's not about competing with any of these companies. And that means that for every chip that they sell, we can attach to that as well.
But who's to say they couldn't do that in the future themselves? Or let's say Microsoft comes up with
absolutely interesting question. So NVIDIA announced a co-packaged optics technology, actually a near packaged optics technology earlier this year, I believe in March. 1.6 trillion bits per second. Also in March, only a couple weeks later, we announced a chip 114 trillion bits per second. So you're talking about 70 times faster. So we're at really a different level in terms of how fast you can go with this stuff. And it all comes from the fact that we made this prediction of what the technology needed to look like in the ultimate scenario. And we invested in that 8 years ago and started down this path. And it's just been a long cycle of iteration to get to a technology that can deliver 70x in performance.
And what is your growth run rate at this point? And of course, I'm going to lead this to the IPO question. But do you feel that there is a bubble happening in the data center space, meaning people are just over-investing as they usually do? It tilts one way, and then it tilts the other way. It overcorrects. So at this point, we're spending $345 billion per year right now on AI chips. Do you see that being a bubble that will collapse soon?
I don't think it's a bubble. And I'm not saying this like, speaking my own book here. I think that what's going on is these AI models are becoming increasingly capable. If you've used things like Cursor and Windsurf and all of the coding tools and agents that are coming out from these companies, they're getting incredible. They can code entire apps by themselves, just thinking for 20, 30 minutes at a time. We're getting to a level where the AI models are genuinely useful and they're doing work that's economically valuable. It's not just like an augmentation, it's a bit of a replacement. And if that keeps going, like there's no doubt the investment's going to keep growing. Because it's going to be adding a lot of value.
So are you saying that we're going to continue growing at 75% in CapEx, capital spending for these hyperscalers each year?
I think that the scale of the investment is such that at this point, companies are bound by how much capital they can actually outlay. And so it's going to have to match their growth rate and their revenue. And they need to see their revenue kind of ramp. And it is starting. They're seeing it, companies like Google and so on. And so that's what's got to underlie that growth. There'll be a cap on how fast it can grow because it needs to generate money to feed that engine.
And what about the geopolitics? Because this week, and I talk about this on television for the last few months or so, but the race between China and the US. And I was at Global Milken in Los Angeles, and that's all they wanted to talk about is who is winning the AI race right now between the two superpowers. Your view?
I would say that there's an interesting dynamic that's going on. I have a bit of a contrarian view on this. So what we've benefited from since 1960 is this relentless improvement in computer chip technology. You think about companies like TSMC and Intel releasing what's known as process nodes. 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, 18 angstroms, these nodes. They're coming to an end. And what that means is that the world is approaching a best known semiconductor manufacturing technology. And that kind of means that everyone will catch up. in their ability to build these chips. I thought there was a result recently from China that was interesting where they took a chip that was significantly slower than NVIDIA, but what they did is they gave it a lot more interconnect, a lot more bandwidth to communicate between the chips, and they were able to achieve a comparable performance to an NVIDIA system. And so I think that there are new innovation fronts here, and we've got the end of the technology roadmap kind of pulling things in there and making it so that there is a final node and there is a final
who's winning,
technology.
China or the US then? I have to push you on that.
Well, I'd say the US has incredible talent, and a lot of this stuff was invented in the United States, and I think the US needs to keep pushing that frontier and incentivizing the smartest people in the world to come here and work on the problems. I think we're good at that.
Yep.
We got to keep that going.
I see what you're saying. Are you talking about revoking the visas for certain students?
I'm not talking about any politics.
Are any certain policies? But I'm just wondering also, because of the DeepSeek shock this year, some say that we probably need to implement more controls in terms of AI chips that China can access. But as you see with that breakthrough as well, when you limit a country like China and their access to technology, they will find a way around it. So what is the best way forward then?
Yeah, I think limiting clearly doesn't work. And people are going to find access to the technology. There's so much at stake for getting access to it. They're going to figure out how to get access. So I think being a little bit more open and just pushing innovation as fast as you can, that's how you keep the lead. I think that's how you keep the lead.
And from your understanding, we talked about the diffusion rule, which not only limits NVIDIA selling directly into China, but also all these possible countries that NVIDIA chips could possibly leak through to get to China. I think 180 countries may not have access to NVIDIA or other GPUs in the future. I'm just wondering from your perspective, have you seen any of that? Has that limited anything from light matter? And your business?
Not from our perspective. I mean, the biggest data centers in the world in AI are really being built in the United States mainly, and you're seeing a little bit in the Middle East as well. Some very big announcements there.
Yep.
But I would say from our perspective, we're not seeing that as a major challenge. Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, they're all in the US. And so that's kind of how we see the world.
Yeah, because the reason I bring that up is because Jensen, NVIDIA's CEO and founder, he says if you implement the diffusion rule, I mean, that's going to hurt AI chip companies. And as you know, NVIDIA, if they're implementing certain technologies like light matter, that also hurts you eventually as well.
Yeah, I think that could be true. It's a nuanced issue, though.
Okay. There's a lot of plus and minuses to it all. But I'm just also wondering, from your perspective, is the government doing enough right now to promote, not just here in the US, we're talking about North America as well, because we're going through this tariff battle, which seems very anti-US and anti-competitive right now, where people are trying to pivot away and say, okay, well, if the US is going to behave like this as an unpredictable trade partner, maybe we can go elsewhere as well.
That's a big issue. I don't work on that problem, but I would say that robots are coming. I think that manufacturing may look very different in the future, and countries are going to have the ability to onshore things as robotics becomes really mainstream and really functional and able to do tasks that are more than like picking up a bag and putting it in a bin. I think as that makes progress, and it's going to, you're going to see countries be able to make a lot of things themselves. So it's going to be a very different future. It's hard to predict exactly what that's going to look like, but I think a lot of people are going to be able, a lot of countries are going to be able to build their own things.
Well, since you led me there, I have to ask you, because I would say every other day when I talk about artificial intelligence on our TV channel, people always write in and say, are robots going to take my job in the future? And will our future be safe, or will it look like the Terminator movie? So since you're the expert, I would have to ask you what you think.
Yeah, so what's really strange about AI is it seems to have come after sort of the knowledge workers first. And the blue collar sort of manually doing thing constructions, this is all really hard. It requires robotics, which isn't quite there yet. And so it's interesting how it's rolling out. I don't think anybody can predict exactly who's going to be affected by it, but hopefully it's an augmentation. You need to learn to use AI and get an advantage with it rather than just like letting it happen.
Yeah, so I told Nicholas also, because I grew up here in Canada, that my mother's with me in Vancouver, and she's disappointed I don't have an MIT PhD like you do. So thanks, Mother, that's for you. But I also wanted to ask about light matter itself, and because I think you've raised $850 million. Do you find it difficult in these uncertain markets right now to raise money still?
I would not say that's the case. I think in this area, and specifically on what we're working on, we pioneered this field. We've been working on it for 8 years. The investor interest is massive. I think 2024 we raised something like $600 million. Yep. And so we don't see any issues on that. I think the investors are seeing the right signals from the end customers, and there's just going to be a lot of advancement here. We're powering the future of computing, and it's become consensus. It wasn't when I started the company. It's become consensus that this is the future,
Yep.
and we're the leader in the space, and so people want to invest and find ways to help us.
Well, you have gold-branded investors and venture capitalists like Sequoia on board. Do you foresee possibly needing to raise more cash this year?
Well, we definitely don't need to raise cash. We raised $400 million October last year, so we've got a lot of money in the bank.
Yeah.
And if we need more, we could get it, but I don't think we need anything this year.
But it's also a have and have not type of market, right? So if you're in the right vertical, like you are in artificial intelligence, isn't money literally being thrown at you right now?
Yeah, but there are a lot of business considerations on accepting money and when's the right time, and there's a lot that goes into figuring out should you take that money.
Right.
We're extremely well capitalized. We're the biggest photonics startup and one of the biggest photonics companies, period, in the world today in terms of market cap and so on. And so we're very well positioned, and we have an incredible pipeline of technologies, not just about how you move data with passage for these AI supercomputers, but how you power them with light, the lasers that power these platforms, and a host of other incredible technologies that'll be coming out. And we're very well capitalized to go after that mission.
Yeah.
And so, there also are not that many people who are amazing at doing this kind of work.
Yeah.
There's just a few who graduate every year from the best schools,
Yeah.
and we take those in. So you can't grow at unlimited rates when you're working on such a frontier technology problem.
I'm sure though, being part of the MIT alumni network, it wouldn't be that hard to try to recruit from your alma mater. But what about the IPO route? Because I have to ask, since you're already valued at close to $5 billion, you've raised $850 million. People always ask me to ask unicorns, at what point do I get my money back if I put money into light matter?
Yeah, so the IPO question is interesting. I think the IPO comes with a lot of additional requirements on me and on the company.
Correct.
That, at this moment is not quite the right thing, but maybe soon. Maybe soon that'll be the case. We don't have trouble with access to capital, and that's one of the things that the public markets, offer. And you're seeing companies like SpaceX and Stripe and other places that are staying private for a long time. I'm not saying that we're going that route. But there's no issue with access to capital. I do think it's an exciting path to make the company public, and so we'll keep you posted.
Okay, so would you say 2, 3, 5 years? What's the feeling there?
Something in that range.
Okay, something in that range.
Yeah.
Because, Stripe and SpaceX have been private for 15, 20 years almost, right?
Not that long. Yeah.
15 years, I would say almost 15 years.
Yeah, exactly. We're not going to wait 15 years.
Okay, that's interesting, because there are secondary markets now too, right?
Yeah, that's right. And there's a whole, market for liquidity and so on, which is an interesting, new development in this field. It almost feels like companies are pseudo-public in a way.
Yeah, no, there are different avenues, shall we say, if your employees need to sell their shares in order to raise cash, because look, everybody should be successful and play in the capital success.
That's right.
So why don't you leave us with this, because we are in our final minutes. In terms of Canada and what you see in terms of tech development out here, what has been your feeling in terms of what the country needs, what it's doing well, and what it could do better?
So we actually have a team in Toronto, and what I would say is that on frontier technologies, Canada's doing very well. Quantum computing, photonics, electrical engineering, software engineering. We view it as a hub, and that's why we've set up an office here. So I think it's going great. It seems like good incentives are in place for tech companies, reducing burdens on companies for headcount, and also, funding new programs and attracting companies to come. So far, so good.
Yep.
Just keep doing this, I think.
Okay.
We came.
And capital investment in the country quickly, also in this new administration that we have in Ottawa. What's your feeling on what you plan to do in the future here in Canada with Light
Well, we
Matter?
plan to keep growing.
Yep.
So there are amazing people in Toronto.
You're gonna
where
hire?
our offices.
Yep.
We're going to keep growing. We think the talent's amazing, and that's shown by the fact that all the top tech companies are in Canada. And so we'll keep growing that way. I don't have a view on how Canada should invest, but we'll keep growing in Canada.
Okay, final question. I told you they have amazing food here in Vancouver. What do you think, Nicholas?
I think the food's amazing. Absolutely. Both Toronto and Vancouver.
Yeah.
Maybe get some dim sum later.
Yes! Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you, Nicholas Harris of Light Matter. Enjoy the rest of your Web Summit. Thank you.
Okay. From AI-generated campaigns to the collapse of traditional ad models, marketing is undergoing a seismic transformation. Analysts project that by 2030, over 80% of marketing content, including ads, product copy, and creative assets, will be partially or fully generated by AI. Already this year, major brands like Coca-Cola, Sephora, and BMW are deploying AI tools to tailor campaigns in real time, generate high-performing visuals, and optimize messaging at scale. Brand loyalty is harder to win. Consumer attention is more fragmented than ever, and the old agency frameworks, they're breaking down. Our next speakers are navigating this evolution from the front lines. One leads marketing at Health Aid, a brand with a cult following in the wellness space. Another advises Fortune 500s and startups alike on brand strategy at Sylvain, whose clients include Google, Airbnb, Spotify, and the NBA. What does it take to cut through the noise, stay culturally relevant, and actually grow in today's marketing landscape? For a deep dive into the trends and tactics shaping modern marketing, in conversation with the Anklers' Janice Min, please welcome to center stage the Chief Strategy Officer at Sylvain, Joey Kamayer, and the CMO of Health Aid, Charlotte Mostad.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Great.
Good.
So good to be here.
All right, let's start with a really simple question here about the state of marketing. When we talked earlier, both of you talked about rising above the social feed. Sure. Okay. So,
Aren't we all trying to do that every day?
Exactly.
Get off of our social media. I think that what we've learned as social media has grown and it's become a key tool of our marketing toolbox is that it can do a really amazing job, but it can't do everything. There's some brand building that still needs to be outside of the scrolling through. And so what we've done at Health Aid is try to find other ways to deepen the connection with the brand. In some marketing models and in some years, all we could do is push out a social media message. But there's things like we've created a partnership with the Dodgers, for example. We are the official kombucha at Dodger Stadium. And that says something to a Dodger fan in a way that looking at our branded message or another influencer post on Instagram really just can't.
Yeah, obviously social feeds are hugely important. It's like a massive media channel. And at the same time, they're being inundated, right? You have like a bunch of forces. You have both younger people starting to reevaluate their relationship with these platforms. You have questions on whether platforms like TikTok will or will not exist moving into the future. And with generative AI, you also have a huge volume of bots and content that's not created. And so you're fighting an uphill battle trying to exist exclusively in those platforms. By the way, we're social animals.
I want to come back to AI, but you also used the phrase before, Joey, of stopping the phone. Like, what does that mean when you're marketing something and you get to stop the phone?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually capturing someone's attention, even for a moment, right? Theoretically, it's something that you have done that is connecting with somebody, that is having a moment. But at the same time, like when you're talking about building real life experiences and engaging someone in the world, like it's a lot easier to do that when your phone's in your pocket. And so those moments where you're able to put it down, I think, have an outsized impact.
Charlotte, in your space, you can do things like 1,000 cans at an event. You're giving away drinks, or or the phone, the scroll, social events. So, could you talk about how you make those decisions?
You know, for us, I think it's about a portfolio of reach opportunities because, as you said, people are putting away their phones or they're looking to interact in your brand in a different way. And there's still a great deal of storytelling we need to do. So we are running linear TV this year. And I feel like as a marketer, I have one foot in the past and one foot in the future. We're using machine learning and performance marketing tools that are the latest and greatest to do some of those quick burn social media ads where we're giving you all the attributes, your lower funnel, you're ready to click through, things like that. But then we're also kind of stepping out and saying, okay, what can we do that breaks through in a different way? For example, we did a Wheel of Fortune partnership. It is the most watched show in linear
That's
TV,
crazy.
which
Oh
is
my God.
crazy. And you would think that, oh, it's not our target market. We're kombucha, we do skew a little bit younger, but there's intergenerational watching, and there are certain things you do that just have that badge value that means so much more to a consumer than yet another branded ad or, to be frank, an influencer post that they're starting to see right through.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about celebrities versus influencers and how you're using them today.
I mean, I think, there's a huge gradient, right? Like for a long time, it was like micro influencers and nano influencers and maybe pico. I don't know how low we're going on the Planck scale of influencers, but I think, it plays a factor in terms of awareness, in sort of captured affinity and the halo that you can get if it's someone that means something to you personally and that they're sort of ascribing their name to it. But at the same time, right, speaking about like the TikTok ban, when that was happening, there was a bunch of influencers going on in like the last moments before they thought it was going away, being like, yeah, no, I was bullshitting the whole time. Like I was super not using that eyeliner or using this product or that product. And I think that question of like what is real, because you have a generation of people who grew up on these platforms, they understand that people are out there trying to get a bag at the same time.
Yeah.
Charlotte, can you talk about Olivia Rodrigo? You did something really interesting with her.
Yeah, I do. But I do want to speak a little bit about influencer marketing in general, because I think what's fascinating is we're using it as a tool to be really authentic and hear from like the everyday person. And then we're also using it to create badge value. And so it's not a one size fits all. And the word influencer is like too big of a word nowadays to mean anything. And so you've kind of got to do it all. The Olivia Rodrigo partnership was really interesting, and it wasn't even really a partnership. This was something that happened in December of 23, and we are distributed at Air One, the famous Air One. What's so interesting is they don't have more than 20 stores in the country. So truly, being at Air One is almost in and of itself an influencer partnership, because you're trying to get that badge value of being at this, amazing, clout badge value type of a place. And they have their famous smoothies, of course. And Olivia Rodrigo was launching her Guts album. And so she wanted to have a good for your gut smoothie. And because we have a relationship with Air One, they basically said, pick your health aid flavor, and that will be an ingredient in your smoothie. So it was an amazing win for us. And the magic there was being able to work with Olivia Rodrigo, have amazing content with her in it for a fraction of the price of a typical Olivia Rodrigo collab, and then pitch it to everyone and their mother to amplify the voice. And that's become the name of the game for influencer marketing is, yes, you're paying the fee to the influencer, the creator, but the real efficiency there is to amplify that beyond and above. And so you're pitching that to press, you're putting paid media behind it, so that it's now become an amazing piece of content that shares your story and not just to that audience of the influencer.
Yeah, I think there's a blurry line too, right? Like historically, if you use some like A-list celebrity in a commercial, the understanding was that they were a spokesperson, right? Like they were a face to convey a line or something in a commercial. I think where it starts to get blurry is where you go into these influencers who are sort of conveying like, use this product like I use it, and that question of like what is true and real and all of that starts to get blurry and can potentially tarnish.
Well, speaking of,
Yeah.
maybe this is a segue into AI. Let's start with you, Joey. What impacts are you seeing about AI, with AI in your business?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's huge impacts in lots of different ways, not necessarily like all negative, but is dramatic changes, right? I think a lot of professional service work is being pushed to be faster and more efficient in any ways possible. I think there are a lot of assumptions that have been made in that process, and people have got it right and got it wrong in different ways, where the assumption is, you know, like some of the major consultancies have said that they're not hiring analysts anymore, sort of the more junior roles, but they're not filling back up the managers and partners and things like that. And so I think some of that now has played out where you can do a lot more, but you still sort of need that human in the loop in the process to be able to feed these systems.
I think you had told me the thing that with Gary Kasparov, the analogy you made.
Yeah, Gary Kasparov, when he lost to Deep Blue in like 1999, he went through like a 2-year sadness of being like, well, I'll never play chess again. The game is ruined for me. But then at some point he was like, well, they know all the chess moves ever played in any tournament ever, and I don't. And so he created advanced chess where you could have any number of humans, any number of AIs, or a combination of both. And they called the combination of both centaurs, and centaurs were always winning the tournaments. And I think that's an example where you're sort of leveraging multiple types of intelligence. I think Kevin Kelly talked a lot about that as well in his book, The Inevitables, of bringing different intelligences together to solve a problem. This is accretive, not replacing necessarily.
And, well, what about exactly how it's come to life at Health Aid as well? So, you know, it's not that AI is replacing anybody, but it's simply doing a deeper level of work than what we were ever able to do in a small, you know, lean and mighty team. We're able to look at big data sets and understand them, or optimize, you know, learnings and flows, email flows or user experiences, because of what AI is being able to tell us and those overlays. And so it's that one-to-one. I love the centaur analogy.
Yeah.
And what about predictive AI if you are the advertiser? Are you seeing a demand for that?
You go.
I mean, I think, you know, there's like an interesting dynamic, I think, happening in advertising overall, right? You had the performance marketing wave that sort of started in a lot of ways on the back of what Spotify had done with sort of data hacking, growth hacking, all of these things. The performance marketing question is like, it is highly effective. It is a thing that you want to be using, but if you build your entire company and brand and marketing strategy off of performance marketing, I don't think you're building a lot of equity overall. You have to have sort of a broader set, in the same way that like where everyone sort of initially looks for that silver bullet, like, great, generative AI exists, I'm going to build my whole company on this and need no humans ever again. That hasn't played out. Same with performance marketing and predictive marketing.
Charlotte, let's talk about, you know, you're doing an activation on Wheel of Fortune. Not a lot of Gen Z there. But Gen Z's a little bit the tail that's wagging the dog.
Absolutely.
Can you talk about how this has impacted what you're doing?
Yeah, it's fascinating. And, you know, I think we all have a love-hate relationship with Gen Z. I think we joked about how we had to ditch our skinny jeans overnight because they said we weren't fashionable anymore. We're so chuggy. And so, you know, there's that tension point they're putting on society with the way that they are calling us out or trend setting. And what we found in the actual consumer research is that Gen Z is not the hugest buying power out there, right? They're not the most wealthy or large generation yet. It's still the bulk of your spending is going to be with millennials and boomer generation, or Gen X. And so
Gen X is used to being forgotten.
This is true. And so, but Gen Z is really inspiring the others. And so they are, I think, inspiring change for good. Even if I think about the way that our consumer experience, our responses even 5 years ago, we could get away with the formula response, hey, we don't disclose that, and it was that templatized answer. With the advent of AI and Gen Z's kind of demand, rightfully so, for transparency, you can't get away with that anymore.
Yeah.
First of all, it's easy as it ever could be to write something in natural language and say, hey, AI, like write this in a way that would be nice to understand, so I don't need to just copy paste anymore. And then Gen Z's demanding the facts. And so we've gone through and had to completely rewrite what we were willing to share previously. And then we're using them as our inspirational design target. It's a concept I've loved forever in my marketing career of who do I want to delight that will then go and be my marketer for us. And so Gen Z is that person, but doing it in a very approachable way so they can inspire our creative, but not be the only media target out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on who you talk to. Gen Z is either illiterate or the greatest generation of all time. Like, I think what you've learned over the past few years, and New York Times had a great piece about this of maybe a few months ago, 2 months ago, about sort of the trend mill and this like trend cycle that is creating constant social pressure on them. I think it is a dynamic where it is a fickle audience, and you know, if you screw something up, you're going to get called on it.
You both talked about, I think, about screenshotting. The worst thing to happen is if one of your campaigns gets screenshot. Can you talk about what that means exactly? What that looks like?
It used to be the New York Times test, and now it's the screenshot test, right? So you'd always think about, do I want this to be a headline in the New York Times? Now you think about, do I want it screenshot and put on Reddit? And so it's same principle.
So what would be an embarrassing thing? What would be an embarrassing?
You know, I think it would be a misstep. I think it would be one of those tone-deaf responses to someone's question. We have to be active in the DMs. We have to be active in the chat of the comments. You know, there are things, though, that we take a lot of risk on. For example, rage bait. This is something that, you know, I was not aware of until my really cool team told me that we should do this, or that we had done it. They didn't say we should do it because, to be clear, I wouldn't have approved it. And we did a piece of rage bait content, and I think, you know, maybe 3 years ago that would have been really awful. But what we did is we have a new prebiotic soda called Sunsip, and the person is like, I don't have any ice, what am I going to do? They put frozen vegetables in a glass and use that instead, and the comments went wild with rage, and you're wasting my time, and yet it was our most viral piece of content, over 4 million views.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Joey, you work with some of the biggest companies in the world, Amazon, Apple?
Yeah, Apple,
Okay.
Walmart.
I mean, like, these aren't companies that are known for being necessarily lean and nimble, and they probably have huge legacy marketing operations. How are you able to work with them in that infrastructure, knowing the reality of today?
Yeah, I mean, I think the past few years has been interesting, certainly within tech companies. You know, the tech session of 2022, if that's, are we still calling it that? Teams got really lean internally. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg, as one example, has said he wanted to make Meta as lean as possible. I think there are questions about, have those companies gone too lean, right? You know, even in this constant pursuit, IBM recently removed 8,000 jobs with AI, and then quickly had to hire back 8,000 different jobs to replace that. And so I think this question of how lean they are, our company embeds with those teams to create whatever solutions are needed at a particular time. And oftentimes in some of these big organizations, you have a team that is like struggling to accomplish what they need to because their team is too small. They may be funded, but not have the human hours and human power to be able to accomplish what they need to.
Do brand guidelines even matter anymore?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you could probably algorithmize brand guidelines. I do think it matters, like the consistency, especially when you're talking about organizations of the scale. I mean, recently we completed, it's ongoing, but work across Amazon's entire brand ecosystem, everything from AWS and Prime and all of these different things. And the issue is just you need to be able to be consistent out in the market. Does this thing need an independent logo? Does it allows people to understand how that they can meet you in the market and choose to purchase something from you or not. And so I do think they matter. I think maybe not the 400-page brand guidelines document of your with like an X through it or whatever it is. But I think that ability to be consistent across massive scale over time and moving at the speed that Charlotte is talking about is actually really important, if not more
dealing
important.
with basic neurology, right?
Yeah.
And those memory structures, and people don't want to have to think hard to understand what brand is this from. And the easier you make it for them, the more distinctive and memorable you become. So of course, like say this and don't say that, that falls out when you're doing influencer work or short burn social content. But when you're showing up on a big billboard, make sure that your brand is recognizable. And so that's where...
Yeah, and if you do something that they like, you want to get the association to other products you're delivering or whatever it is.
Okay, remaining 30 seconds. In 5 years, marketing looks like what?
Oh, I think we have no idea. That's the best part of our jobs, right? I think we all thought it was going to be the metaverse, and people were buying real estate on billboards there. Now it's AI, and what's next? I think we have no idea, and our job is to just stay current.
I think it's probably 50% the same and 50% different. I think, Tyler Cohen has talked about like the distribution of AI being reasonably slow. And so I think a lot will change and a lot will be the same.
I lied. One last thing. AI, a bigger or smaller factor in the future for us?
Bigger.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, Charlotte, Joey, thank you very much.
Thank
you so much.
Right, before we go to lunch, this is our last talk. Horizontal SaaS may have dominated the last wave of tech innovation, but the future belongs to vertical SaaS platforms. By focusing on the unique needs of specific industries, vertical SaaS companies are delivering more tailored solutions and quietly winning markets. Our next speaker is a pioneer of this shift. He founded the leading legal tech platform serving law firms around the world, and he's headquartered here in Vancouver. Clio recently raised $110 million at a valuation of $1.6 billion, making it one of Canada's most successful SaaS companies. As a longtime champion of the Canadian tech ecosystem, he has helped position Vancouver as a global hub for legal tech innovation. To see what vertical SaaS tastes like as it eats the world, please welcome to center stage one of Vancouver's startup royalty, a founder breaking the rules globally, the prince of legal tech, CEO and founder of Clio, Jack Newton.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a huge privilege to be hosting Web Summit right here in Vancouver, our hometown at Clio. And I'm excited to, over the next 20 minutes or so, explain to you why I am so excited about the future of vertical SaaS and why I think vertical SaaS and vertical AI will own the future. Now, some of you might recognize the title of this talk as a callback to a really famous blog post that Mark Andreessen wrote 11 years ago talking about why software is eating the world. And we were a few years into the journey of starting to build Clio when Mark published this article. And it was really inspiring because what Mark talked about was this idea that software is going to transform many industries. But the lens that Mark was taking in talking about this at the time was the idea that horizontal SaaS was going to be a dominant platform as the world shifted from on-prem to cloud-based systems. And what we believed in those early days at Clio was that vertical SaaS vertical SaaS applications designed for specific industries were going to be the ultimate winners in this space. And that while Mark's underlying thesis was absolutely on point, the real opportunity was to go really deep in an industry, to really understand deeply the customer problems, and to tackle those in a really rigorous, top-to-bottom fashion. The approach we've taken at Clio is to target the legal industry as the industry we want to transform. We've looked at every workflow in legal and assessed how we can transform what has been a very analog, very bricks and mortar, very pen and paper industry and bring that into the cloud era. We started working on this back in 2008. You can see a picture of me and my co-founder, Ryan Govro, back at ABA Tech Show in March of 2008, launching our product. The initial focus we had for the product was on solos and small firms. And over the course of the last 17 years, we've grown to a 1,500-person company headquartered here in Vancouver. Last summer, we announced our Series F funding round, which was the largest funding round in Canadian history with a cash infusion of over $900 million US, led by NEA and a number of other world-class investors. And the round valued Clio at $3 billion, making it one of the most valuable vertical SaaS or horizontal SaaS companies in the world. And I think that round was a huge validation of the approach we've taken over the course of the last 17 years, which was a shift from the more traditional approach of building horizontal applications and trying to solve horizontal problems. What I mean by horizontal is if you look at an application like HubSpot, for example, HubSpot is trying to solve what marketing automation looks like for every industry and trying to find a common slice of functionality that works across a wide variety of industries. Now, that is obviously a strategy that makes a ton of sense because you're able to tackle huge markets and huge TAMs. But the weakness of this approach is that you cannot solve a specific industry's problems deeply. You're trying to find ways of finding cross-cutting concerns across many industries and solving for that commonality. The vertical approach is the exact opposite, where you say, I'm actually going to focus on a very specific industry, maybe even a sub-industry within a larger vertical, and deeply solve the problems that customers in that space have. And while this is, in some ways, what on the surface seems like a more limited TAM, what I would like to propose is that it actually positions you for a much deeper and expansive opportunity to deliver truly deep value to that vertical. And you're able to build a product that is fit perfectly for that vertical that will eventually see you outpace and displace the horizontal players in that space. And it's not just Clio that has shown how rapidly this SaaS space is evolving towards vertical SaaS. In addition to Clio, we've seen a number of companies build multi-billion-dollar companies focusing on specific verticals. Just to name a few that have reached public company scale, we have Toast building vertical software for hospitality. We have Procore transforming the construction industry. Viva has built a multi-billion-dollar business in the life sciences space. Appfolio, similarly for real estate, and ServiceTitan for the home service automation space. This is an incredible industry that we're seeing many, many multi-billion-dollar companies being flourishing in what were earlier dismissed as verticals that were too narrow to build meaningful businesses in. In the early days of Clio, we were rejected dozens of times over by VCs that instantly dismissed legal as a vertical that we would never have the hope of building a $100 million ARR company in today. And today we are a $300 million ARR business, growing rapidly and doing so profitably. Thank you. So the opportunity we saw in the US legal market, and this is step one of identifying a vertical opportunity, is sizing up exactly what the TAM looks like and what the underlying needs of this industry are. What really surprised us when we started assessing the opportunity in the legal industry was what an SMB-style industry this is. My co-founder Ryan and I think we came from outside the legal industry. We both had technology backgrounds. And I think we thought most lawyers practiced like Harvey Specter in suits in a fancy AAA downtown office space with 1,000 other lawyers working alongside him. That is not the reality. 94% of law firms have less than 20 staff. 80% of law firms have 10 staff or fewer. And a full half of all lawyers practices solos. So this is a very entrepreneurial, very SMB market that could really benefit from vertical SaaS tailored to their specific needs. And what we started to run against was this SMB segment of the market, which back in 2008 was a wildly overlooked segment of the market. All of the on-premise players at the time, because of the customer acquisition costs that were structural in the on-prem market, had to focus on the mid-size and large firms. And this huge swath of the market that was the SMB segment of the market was basically ignored. The second insight that Ryan and I had in assessing the market opportunity for legal was that lawyers go to law school and learn how to practice law, which is entirely unsurprising. What is surprising, however, is given the majority of lawyers go out and hang a shingle to run a law office on their own or with one or two colleagues, they don't get any training in law school on how to run a business. And yes, a law firm is a business. And we thought there was an opportunity for us to build a platform that just made it really straightforward and easy for law firms to run a business. The competitors we had at this time were not other cloud-based competitors. When we launched in 2008, we were the very first cloud-based platform for lawyers. Our competition at the time was a little bit of on-premise software, but mostly we were up against pen and paper. We were up against ad hoc systems that were some combination of Microsoft Outlook and Excel. And we saw an opportunity to bring all of the types of work a lawyer needs to do under one roof. And we started developing a platform that allowed lawyers to execute everything they need to do in the day-to-day of running the business of their law practice in one place, under one roof. And what we heard loud and clear from the customers that we were learning from in those early days is they put a huge premium on having all of their data and all of their systems under one roof. And they did not want to find a way of integrating multiple point solutions and instead put a huge amount of value in having only one single pane of glass to look at their entire practice and see everything that's going on in their practice. And that's what we set out to build with Clio. And again, what we're trying to do is make it so that within one system, lawyers can access every piece of data that relates to their practice and transform what has traditionally been a very on-premise, very bricks and mortar, and very analog workflow into a workflow that is completely seamless, regardless of where you're at in the legal journey. We want to make collaboration between lawyers in the same law firm completely seamless. We want to make collaboration with opposing counsel completely frictionless. And we want to make the client experience for the customers of the law firm, for the clients of the law firm, to be also as seamless and an effortless client experience as possible. And we saw a huge opportunity to lower the amount of friction involved in accessing legal services by moving all of this workflow to the cloud. So at the end of the day, we had a really simple North Star to pursue, which was how do we make technology simple for law firms? How do we make adopting technology simple? And how do we lower the barriers categorically in terms of what it takes to adopt technology in a law firm? So what are the advantages? I highlight the Clio story to set up a bit of a framework for the huge advantages that vertical SaaS has. And I want to hopefully inspire a few people in the audience today to go out and start their own vertical SaaS startups, because I think there's an incredible opportunity in every corner of the economy to build vertical SaaS startups and to leverage the unique advantages that vertical SaaS offer a company. Some of those advantages are what Dave Wan at Tidemark describes as workflow gravity. As you become the system of record for a law firm or any vertical industry, you become the natural place that people do all of their work. What we hear consistently from our customers, and this is music to my ears, is I never want to leave Clio. I want to have all of my work, all of my day-to-day in one system. And if I need to leave Clio to get that work done, that's a flaw, that's a bug. And so we are relentless about building out additional functionality, but by building the system of record and the system of intelligence, you create this huge amount of workflow gravity around your systems and earn the natural right to expand into adjacent areas of the market. And that's something we've been executing on over the course of the last 10 years at Clio, where we started out building Clio Manage as our initial single product, our flagship product. And now we've expanded to a product portfolio of over 6 products that we are able to more fully solve our customer problems end to end. We have a legal specific CRM called Clio Grow. It helps automate marketing and consultations and intake. We have tools that allow lawyers to more efficiently interact with the courts. We have a document drafting system called Clio Draft. This multi-product journey has been hugely additive to Clio from a revenue and valuation standpoint, but more importantly, it's delivered a huge amount of incremental value to our customers. The other aspect of what we're delivering on and benefiting from in a vertical is a huge amount of go-to-market efficiency. Again, the huge challenge you have as a horizontal SaaS company is trying to be everything to everyone. And that's not just from a product perspective, that's from a marketing perspective. You need to figure out how to speak to a huge swath of people with different pain points and find a way to resonate with distinct audiences with one message. That is enormously challenging. In a vertical, you can have hyper-targeted messaging that resonates in a very specific way with your customer base and find customer acquisition costs that are dramatically lower than you would in a horizontal SaaS opportunity. The other thing we've benefited from at Clio is the trust and goodwill and word of mouth that builds over time as you start to dominate a vertical. The word of mouth that Clio has generated over the course of the last 17 years has paid off exponentially over the years. And so many lawyers, when they're making a choice about what platform to use, simply ask a group of their colleagues what they're using. And if the majority of those colleagues tell them the answer is Clio, that's pretty much their decision made at that point. So this flywheel, this winner takes most dynamic that you see in most vertical markets is a huge advantage and something that you can execute on really well to build a dominant industry position that continues to accelerate as time goes on. Data moats are also a huge advantage for vertical SaaS, where you're able to build data moats that allow you to deliver insights to your customers that a horizontal player would not be able to. For example, at Clio, we publish both externally and internally within our application a set of benchmark data that, based on anonymized and aggregated analysis of the 150,000 legal professionals that use Clio every day, show customers exactly what their billable rates should be, for example. If you're a divorce lawyer in Louisiana wondering what your billable hour rate should be, we can give you a precise insight on what it should be based on the market conditions that you're operating in. Now, I want to end today's talk talking about what I think is a new frontier for vertical SaaS. And if you buy into the idea of vertical SaaS, vertical software eating the world, you might be thinking, well, it seems like every vertical already has a dominant player in it and has the ship already sailed on the vertical SaaS opportunity. And I'm here to say that the answer to that question is an emphatic no. There is a huge amount of opportunity that remains and a disruptive opportunity to unseat the incumbents in software verticals today with AI native companies, and also an opportunity for incumbents in the space to embrace AI and tap into what is an exponential opportunity for AI. And all the advantages I just listed for why vertical SaaS has won over the course of the last 15 plus years only get raised by an order of magnitude in the era of AI. The ability for AI to lace into these vertical software platforms and start to not just help human beings execute workflows, but to actually do the work of workers in that vertical and to basically give superpowers to individuals in that space is a huge, huge opportunity. Sarah Tavel, a few months ago, wrote what I see as a real seminal piece around this thinking, around how we need to shift from not selling the work, which is something we've traditionally done both in the horizontal and vertical SaaS space. We're not selling software anymore, but rather selling the work. And the opportunity that this presents, selling work rather than software, actually dramatically expands the TAM opportunity for vertical software players. To give you an example of what that looks like at Clio, we have an opportunity to tackle a $20 billion TAM in vertical software in legal. And that's a meaningful TAM. That's bigger than most TAMs for most public companies. But that is a small fraction of the total TAM of legal spend worldwide, which is $1 trillion per year. And as you start to look at the opportunity for AI to automate vast swaths of the work that people are doing in different vertical applications, you can start to participate not in that $20 billion TAM, but in that $1 trillion TAM. And that is a truly exciting opportunity. The other trend that we see happening at Clio, and I think a flavor of this is happening in many other verticals, is an integration of what has traditionally been the business and the practice of the various verticals. In the legal world, that means that AI is driving a convergence of the business of law with the practice of law, meaning what used to be two completely separate worlds are being brought together, and customers are increasingly looking for one platform where they can execute not just the management of their business, but also execute their actual work in that business. What we're seeing with Clio is the types of questions people want to ask our AI, Clio Duo, are dramatically expanded from what would be traditionally the business of law that Clio has been focused on, and instead are really oriented around legal questions. They want help drafting documents. They want to do everything in their workday, from the practice of law to the business of law, in one platform. And again, as we look at the broader opportunity here, there's a massive opportunity to expand the TAM from what is a traditional software and payments TAM to a $1 trillion TAM for legal services. Now, the grand scheme that I'm super excited about for legal software and for vertical software more broadly is to expand the number of people that can access legal services and access other benefits and products from other verticals. When we look at the transformative impact of AI, one of the underlying impacts that we're going to be able to have is to lower the cost of delivering legal services. And by virtue of lowering the cost of delivering legal services, we'll be able to dramatically expand the number of people that can access legal services. So here's the multiplier that I'm really excited about. It's not just expanding the TAM opportunity from $20 billion to $1 trillion, but when we look at that $1 trillion of annual spend on legal services, that's only on the 23% of legal services that are actually addressed by lawyers. A shocking statistic from the World Justice Project is that 77% of legal problems go unresolved by lawyers today. Said differently, there's a massive amount of demand for legal services that is not met by the supply of lawyers today. So as AI make lawyers more efficient, as AI dramatically amplifies the impact of legal professionals, we'll be able to expand the legal TAM to the 77% latent legal market that is not served or addressed today. And I think that's a truly exciting opportunity to bridge a crucial gap in the legal ecosystem, which is the access to justice gap, and an opportunity to expand what is a $1 trillion market today to a multi-trillion dollar market if we execute on that broader market opportunity. And in doing so, we hope at Clio to achieve our mission that we've been working on for 17 years, but in many ways feel like we're just getting started. And that is a mission to transform the legal experience for all, a mission to make our customers more successful than they've ever been, and a mission to expand our product portfolio and to understand our customers better than anyone else in the world and help them achieve their dreams of delivering accessible legal services at scale. And whether it's legal or medicine or construction or logistics, there are dozens and dozens of opportunities to execute on this kind of opportunity in many, many other industries around the world. And I encourage you to think about how AI and software is eating the world and how you might participate in the value being created in that journey. Thank you, everyone. Bon appetit. I hope you have a great lunch, and thanks for your attention.
Please welcome to Center Stage, your Web Summit Vancouver co-host, Sam Levine, better known as OMG Hey Sam.
Hi everyone, my name is Sam, and I am so excited to be here at Web Summit Vancouver. People around here might know me as my Insta handle, OMG Hey Sam. I'm a local content creator, and my job is quite literally to show off the cool side of this city. I'll be the first to tell you that I may not be the most tech-forward speaker that you're going to see on this stage, but what I can share with you is my love for Vancouver and how truly special it is. My goal is for you to leave Web Summit Vancouver with not only an appreciation for our amazing tech ecosystem, but also all the awesome things this city has to offer. There's plenty to keep you busy around here. A few of my favorite things to do are exploring Granville Island's vibrant public market and artisan shops, walking along the seawall and stopping by Kitts Beach, or visiting the funky boutiques and cafes in Mount Pleasant. Oh, and don't miss out on Commercial Drive for some of the best food. Pepino's, Lunch Lady, La Grota. If you need any recs, just shoot me a DM and I'll send you in the right direction. And if you're looking for something a bit more laid back, why not enjoy a relaxing afternoon at one of Vancouver's many craft breweries or rooftop patios, soaking up the beautiful West Coast vibes. Being here at Web Summit, where the worlds of tech and creativity collide, feels like the perfect reflection of what Vancouver represents. It's a city that embraces change, celebrates innovation, and welcomes fresh ideas, which makes this event and all of you here part of something truly exciting. I can't wait to dive into today's talks, meet new faces, and celebrate the incredible talent that surrounds us. This afternoon, on day 2 of Web Summit Vancouver, we have some amazing talks from Grammarly, Race Capital, FPV Ventures, and my co-hosts Casey Lau and William Johnson will be overseeing the pitch semifinals. The famous competition begins right here on Center Stage at 4:40 p.m. today. Then, I hope to see you tonight in North Vancouver for the Night Summit at Shipyards. All of the details of Night Summit and all the talks here on Center Stage can be found in the Web Summit Vancouver app. Before we begin, I want to give a special shout out to the members of our Indigenous Attendee Program who are joining us this week. This includes the First Nations Technology Council, Indigenous Tech Circle, Indigitech Destiny, Anamiki, and Nations First. Let's get into it. I'm very excited to introduce the next panel on the creator economy. As a creator myself making content here in Vancouver, the future of the creator economy is high on my mind, so I will definitely be taking notes backstage. What began as a side hustle is now a $250 billion global industry and counting. But with the rise of burnout, platform churn, and shifting monetization models, the top creators of today are facing a new challenge: how to build lasting careers without losing the connection that made them stars in the first place. Our next speaker, who has amassed over 15 million followers across YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok, and Twitter, has been navigating this space in real time. Known to millions as Valkyrie, she spent over a decade cultivating one of the most loyal fan bases in social media. Along the way, she's expanded into podcasts, music videos, brand partnerships, and new media ventures as co-owner of the gaming organization 100 Thieves, and recently started her own media company, Hi Studios, proving that creator longevity isn't just about consistency, it's about reinvention. What does it take to thrive as a creator today and build a future that outlasts the algorithm? To explore the next era of the creator economy in conversation with Natalie Jarvie, author of Like and Subscribe from The Ankler, please welcome creator, streamer, entrepreneur, girl boss, Rachel Hofstetter, better known as the one and only Valkyrie.
what an intro.
I know, it was amazing. Thank you all for being here with us. I'm sure many of you are fans of Valkyrie's. Valkyrie, Rachel, what do you like to be called?
You can just call me Ray.
Ray, it's perfect. So as we heard, you've been streaming now for 10 years. What started as a hobby, you were gaming while you were working at GameStop, has turned into an entire career. Yeah. You've got 4.1 million subscribers on YouTube, over 1 million followers on Twitch. What surprised you most about the career you've been able to build on the internet?
I mean, it's been such a long time now. So I've been playing games my entire life. And when I got a job at GameStop, I was like 19, 20. I was truly just doing it as a hobby. I had fun. I didn't know that it was even possible to do something like this as a career. And this is 10 years ago, right? And now I'm here, which is insane to say. And it's just opened up so many doors and pathways to things outside of gaming, which has been the most shocking thing to me. It's led to me doing voice acting and having cameos in films and starting a podcast and all the other crazy stuff that was mentioned in the intro. But yeah, it's always a surprise. Like, this is a surprise.
Yeah.
What am I doing here?
Do you remember the first time that you made money from streaming?
I do. It was really shocking getting my first paycheck from Twitch. That's the platform that I streamed on for 5 years before getting signed to YouTube. I started realizing, I was like, wow, I'm making more money than I am from my actual, my quote-unquote real jobs. I was not only working at GameStop, but I also worked at a car wash, and I also worked at a bank at the time. So I was shuffling between these 3 jobs. I was just trying to raise money. I was at a community college, and I was taking like 1 class a semester, so I could just work a lot. And then as I started streaming, I was like, oh, I think I can quit my job at the bank. And oh, I think I could quit my job at the car wash. And I didn't want to let go of GameStop because I was so terrified. I was like, what is going on? This is so weird. Like, how is this possible? And finally, I let go, and I was like, wow, I'm a full-time streamer, I guess. That's weird.
Imagine the surprise of walking into GameStop and seeing Valkyrie behind the counter. I imagine that, like, as you started to build a real audience, that probably had to stop at some point.
I mean, back then, I grew up in a small town called Moses Lake, Washington, and it was very, very small. So no one recognized me at the time. I don't think there was a single person that came up and was like, are you Valkyrie? It was a little embarrassing in my hometown, to play video games. So I kept it pretty low key. But yeah, I don't think people started recognizing me until after I left to LA.
So tell me, 10 years is a long time in creator world. There's been a lot of changes in this business. What's changed the most for you in how you operate and how you think about the business of being a creator?
Man, it always changes. I've noticed over time, like sometimes it's about playing the right game at the right time, and there's always new games coming out and what people are interested in watching. And I think nowadays it's a lot of IRL content, so people will live stream just being out and about and like eating at a restaurant or whether, like working out. Like people will stream making music. And back then, I never really saw a whole lot of that. Back then, it was a whole lot of just like playing video games. And so for me, over time, I was always skeptical about the longevity of streaming. And so I wanted to always just say yes to doing all these other opportunities outside of gaming. So I think what's changed for me the most is like less streaming and more doing stuff like this.
But the gaming is here to stay too, obviously.
Yes, forever. I always tell my community I will be that 80-year-old that is playing Grand Theft Auto 7 whenever that comes out, and I will be happy doing it.
How have you thought about your relationship to your audience, your fans, and how that's evolved over time as you've found different interests? You've started playing different games, you've started to incorporate brand deals and become an entrepreneur yourself. Has that changed the dynamic that you have with your fans?
It's kind of crazy. Doing this for 10 years, I didn't realize how much of a connection I would have with my audience because they've truly have seen me grow from the beginning to now, and it was so gradual. An example of how I've built this connection with my fans is that I was able to move home because of streaming to take care of my dad who has passed away from cancer. And I was able to take breaks from streams and take care of him. So it was very public. Like people saw me in real time struggle through that. And I was only able to do that because of streaming. And so there's people that still watch me to this day that were there back then. And so it's kind of surreal seeing how over time, like building a core audience, like people that will watch you play whatever you do, is like really important. So I could play the like tic-tac-toe and people will find it entertaining maybe. So it's more so about just like personality, I feel like, and consistency.
It's so interesting to hear you say that your audience actually allowed you to take that break when you needed it, because I hear from a lot of creators how hard it is to kind of get off that like hamster wheel, feeling like you have to constantly be producing more, and especially in streaming. I mean, you're streaming for hours sometimes.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't take a break. I definitely streamed way too much all the time, and it really is a hamster wheel. Like it's nonstop. Just it is terrifying to take a break because the income is so volatile. You never know what's going to happen. If you're like, what if Twitch shuts down the next day, right? What are you going to do? So I just always try to have backup plans and try not to take too many breaks. But over the years now, doing this for 10 years and being in the position that I am today, I definitely care more about my mental health, taking more breaks, and focusing, putting my eggs in all baskets rather than just one.
Are there other ways that you avoid burnout?
This is embarrassing to say, but I have my off-stream games and then I have my on-stream games. So the way I like to wind down is I play games that I save specifically not for streams. And then, I have my dog, I have my friends, like balancing working out more and being healthier, trying to get more sleep, which has always felt impossible. But just having more balance.
What are your off-stream games?
I would say right now it's this mobile game called Hearthstone Battlegrounds. I'm so addicted to Battlegrounds. It's one of those games that I always play at the airport and I'm always flying. So it's just so easy, so easy to have.
I love it. Tell me about how you stay creatively fulfilled. I've heard you describe when you were playing a lot of Grand Theft Auto, you described it as like a reality show. You were playing a character in a show. Is that something that you've kind of adapted to do to keep things feeling fresh and interesting for you after hours and hours of playing these games?
I think for me, especially doing this for 10 years now, to avoid getting burnt out, I have to play what I genuinely want to play. And I do feel like to the audience, it's obvious when someone's forcing themselves to do something that they don't want to do. And so when it came to GTA, it's a role-playing game, and you play with other people on the server. And so I pretty much acted as if it was like an episode. Like every time I would stream it, I would like role play as this character, and it was really fun for a whole era. So I did that for about a year, and then the next game comes out. Like I'm sure some of you have probably heard of Among Us during COVID. That was a whole era as well, and it just kind of changes. But I always am enjoying it, and if I'm not enjoying it, I switch to something else.
I remember the Among Us era for sure.
Yep.
I'm curious, GTA has gotten some attention recently for some AI characters. Has AI, I mean, it's a big part of gaming right now. Has that changed the experience of gameplay for you at all?
Oh, I actually didn't even know it had AI characters.
Well,
Is it in the new game
in
that's
the new
coming
game.
out?
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, if it's not,
I'm gonna have to look that up.
if it's not changing the experience for you, then I suppose.
I'm definitely gonna play it. I'm not sure where the AI is in it, but I'm gonna look into it.
All right, good. Something else I've noticed that has changed a lot since you first started streaming is how multi-platform you have to be now. You made an interesting switch a few years ago. You had started on Twitch, then you moved to YouTube. At the beginning of this year, your contract with YouTube expired, so you're back on Twitch now, but you're also still on YouTube. So tell me about kind of that transition, how you think about being able to capture audiences and move audiences across these different platforms. I don't know, was it scary at first to move to YouTube and wonder if people would follow you there?
Oh, absolutely. So for the first 5 years of my streaming career, I was on Twitch, and then I got an offer to stream exclusively on YouTube for 2 years. When I first moved over, for me, that was life-changing money. I wanted to do it. I take care of my family. It's something that I saw that was very stable for my future. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I hope my community comes with me. I'm really scared, but it is what it is. I got to do it. And so I did, and I think I got really lucky. And it's odd saying that because of it. I feel like I got lucky because of COVID, but like because of COVID, I was able to build such a large audience because so many people were at home. Like no one was working, no one was at school, and Among Us was such a game that everyone just enjoyed watching, and it was easily digestible, and it was just such a crazy 8 months of my life. And then I was able to sign to YouTube again for another year, and then again for another year. And then this past January, my contract ended. And so I was like, oh, I could stream anywhere. Do I try streaming on Twitch for the first time in 5 years? And so I tried it. It was awesome. But then a lot of my YouTube audience was really upset because some people don't have access to Twitch. Like, it's blocked in some countries, or it's laggier in some countries. And on YouTube, there's pros and cons to each platform. I wish I could just smush them into one, but I can't. But I realized, like, wow, maybe I should try multi-streaming so that everyone can watch me wherever they want to. And there's, I feel like there's a larger community on Twitch with like the emote culture and stuff, and on YouTube you can rewind it. There's just so many benefits to YouTube as well. So I think it's great because overall I'm hitting more like a larger audience. It's just, sure, my view count is not going to be as high as it would be on one platform, having everyone in one spot, but it is higher overall when you add both together. So I think that's more important with my my companies in the future, being able to like reach a larger audience. Yeah.
Let's talk about those companies. You've launched a media company, Hi Studios,
Yes.
Which we'll talk about a little bit. You're also co-owner of 100 Thieves.
Yes.
Now, with the media company, there's obviously, I think, opportunities for you to do, you're going to be working on graphic novels and film and TV projects. Hollywood and creators have had a bit of a tenuous relationship over the years, and some creators have kind of said, we're done with Hollywood. We don't really want to go there. So what is appealing to you? What's the opportunity that you see in kind of starting to venture into making your own content, not just playing other people's?
I think I've just always been interested in cartoons and animations, and it's another form of entertainment that I've just always loved. And I realized like that's why I love playing video games so much my whole life. It's been like this escape. It's been entertaining. It's as entertaining to me as it is someone watching like sports on TV. And so with Hi Studios, I've just I don't know, I wanted to think about longevity as well, like have something that I could do forever. Because like I said, I don't know how long streaming is going to be there for, but like I also wanted to participate in the creative work as well. So I have this written down because we have a few partnerships that I can't leak yet, and I'm worried I'm going to leak one of them.
Leak away here. I wouldn't mind.
I am announcing one of them that we do have an incredible series, a second series coming out on Webtoon, without the S. It's not Webtoon. And more information will come out about that soon. But we also have a series, our first series in development with Global Comics as well. So
2 series in the works.
In the works, but we have like 4.
Okay.
But I can't talk about the other 2 yet. So really incredible projects coming soon. And I'm very happy to be part of it.
This first one is called Apollon, correct?
Yes. Apollyon.
Apollyon. Okay, excuse me. Tell me what it's been like to be on the storytelling side. What have you learned from the process of actually getting to create these projects?
It's more so I get to work with incredible artists and writers, and the companies themselves, like Global Comics. They've been so incredible to me, and I get to share my input about what I genuinely enjoy to watch, why I like to read, and what I think people would also like to enjoy. And so it's been really cool just going back and forth on what I think is cool and what they think is cool, and them knowing what does well in their space, because it is a whole different world. It is very brand new to me being in this side of business. And so it's fun. It's really entertaining. Fun for me.
Yeah. How do you manage your time right now? I mean, if you've got the commitment to streaming, which takes a lot of hours. I know I've said that a few times, but it's a lot of hours that you're streaming. I can't believe it. Sometimes I look, it's 3, 4, 5 hour long streams. So how are you managing your commitments to the businesses that you are involved in, and also your commitment to your fans?
I think I got very lucky because I have an incredible team that understands that I am very busy, and they do keep me very busy as well. But I just I put on my schedule, hey, I have to do this stream event, and then I can do maybe that the next day or something. So a lot of communication. But I think I got very lucky to be in where I'm at right now. I'm able to take time off from streaming. Like, I'm definitely more comfortable now where I don't have to worry about financials in that way. So I can take like a few days off to come here and like talk to you guys. And I was just in Paris yesterday, and then tomorrow I'm going to be in Houston for DreamCon. So I'm able to do that because of streaming. But I'm also streaming at these events. So I was able to IRL stream in Paris, and I will be streaming at DreamCon. So it's kind of a balance of both.
And how do you think about the other social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram? You're on a lot of these. Does that allow you to kind of bring your audience into some of the things that you're doing when you're not on stream? And how do you feel about kind of letting people into, you know, kind of more your personal life and the side of you that they may not see when you're gaming?
Yeah, I think I was more active on those platforms like years ago when I was truly just a streamer. I would always like post on my story that, hey, I'm going live. I still do that. But I think nowadays with, for example, Hi Studios, I can't leak anything anymore. Like I can't share as much as I want to. So I've definitely had to tone down on like the personal posting. But yeah, I always try to stay active on those platforms as well, because overall I think it's important to like, you know, like be there for my audience in that way and like share the process of all of it. So.
You're a female gamer in a really male-dominated space, and that can come with a lot of challenges as well. You certainly face a lot more harassment and issues that a lot of your male peers don't experience. Like, how are you protecting yourself mentally, physically, from, you know, some of the less savory sides of what your job brings?
Men also get harassed as well. I think it's extremely common. I think that everyone is just always under scrutiny online. But as a woman that's been doing this for so long now, I've kind of realized over the years that if I would have stopped, you know, when I was reading some of those comments or people being so rude to me, or even like stalkers, like just endless harassment, I just wouldn't be where I am today. And I always tell that to my community. It is so important to continue to do what truly makes you happy, because you only have one life. And I just don't know where I would be if I actually just stopped. Like, I know I wouldn't be as happy, that's for sure. Probably not as successful, that's for sure. But I think now also being an example to like women and kids and stuff, it drives me to keep going, because I don't know, it makes people proud. It makes my mom proud. So yeah, just got to keep going.
In our last few seconds, you've been streaming for 10 years. You say you're going to be doing it when you're 80.
Yeah.
If we do this again in 10 years, what's your prediction for where you'll be, where streaming will be?
Ooh, where streaming will be?
However you want to take it.
Oh gosh. I think streaming is going to become more mainstream. I think that there's going to be a lot more collaborations, even more than it already is, with brands and with streamers and television and all that. I think it's going to be more blended together. As for me, I see myself being very proud, doing Hi Studios things, and I hope you guys really enjoy the series that come out in the future.
And you don't think you'll be stopping the streaming anytime soon?
I don't. I'm just so addicted to it. I just love games. I've been playing my whole life, like I said. I feel like it's one of those things where I'm just going to always be entertained by it, and games are just getting better and better, so.
Great. Great, thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks.
Venture capital is still writing its next chapter. In a year marked by market uncertainty, shifting interest rates, and transformative leaps in AI, investors are navigating both caution and conviction. So far in 2025, VCs have invested approximately $75 billion globally into startups, up from $67 billion in all of 2024, indicating a modest but notable rebound in market confidence. Our next panel brings together two of the most forward-looking Silicon Valley VCs in the game, and I am so happy to have them both here at the first Web Summit Vancouver. One helped build BEA Systems and now leads Race Capital, backing breakout companies like Databricks and Solana at the edge of infrastructure and developer tooling. The other co-founded FPV Ventures after shaping early bets at Google Ventures, and not only wrote seed, Series A, C, and F checks for Canva, now valued at $26 billion, he also sits high up on Forbes' Midas list. What does smart capital look like in 2025? And where are the boldest bets being made? To explore what's next in venture, in conversation with Susan Lee from Fox Business, please welcome Managing Partner at Race Capital, Alfred Chuang, and co-founder and managing partner at FPV Ventures, Wesley Chan.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us and sticking around for the primetime portion of day 2 of Web Summit Vancouver. And we're heading into the conversation on Smart Money 2025 with two very, very highly esteemed venture capitalists. Now, I love Alfred Chuang, as you just heard there, founder of BEA Systems, a $9 billion company, software company that was sold to Oracle. And now he's a venture capitalist with $800 million in AUM. And we're going to talk about some of your winners. But what I love, the title that I loved in your bio is that you're called the CEO's CEO. Wesley and I have no idea what that means, but we'll check in on that.
Me neither.
And then Wesley Chan, of course. What are you on the Forbes Midas list these days? Pretty high up there.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. But
That's other people talk about that. I don't talk about it. Yeah.
I was just trying to make him uncomfortable off the start so he knows what he's getting into. But $1 billion in AUM as well. And of course, one of the earliest Canva investors, which is worth over $40 billion. So Smart Money 2025. But some say that the venture capital fundraising market is the worst since 2017. Some say it's the worst since 2015. But it doesn't seem to be hard for both of you guys to raise money. So what's going on right now in terms of getting the LP cash into your venture funds? Alfred?
So if you look at what's going on in the market, it's very interesting. Just in Q1 alone, venture money that deployed to AI was about $73 billion. So it's a very big number. Now, obviously, on the 73, you have to count in $40 billion went to OpenAI, about $6 billion went to Elon's XAI, and then $3.5 billion that went to Anthropic. So you have about $20-ish billion went to all pure AI deal. There's no late stage AI. Everything is early stage. Right? AI is only 2.5 years old.
Is it only AI? Is that the only place that money is going to?
You caught it perfectly. It's actually now the narrative is if you're not an AI company, there's no AI company left. But this is not just tech, by the way. Even in industrial companies, there's no non-AI company left.
Right. So, Wes, is that true? I mean, if you're invested in AI, that's the only time you're going to get money?
Well, this is the challenge, right? 67% of dollars went into AI. And I'm the one, like, we don't say we're not AI because, every company's using AI, but we're the non-AI hype fund. So we go to our LPs and we say, my best returns are in companies like Canva. They use AI, they have AI features, but when it started, there was not a single AI thing, right? Like I invested in Plaid, I invested in Gusto. Gusto does payroll, not AI, right? They have some AI that help them run their business better. They might have some AI features, they're not an AI company. And so I have a history of doing these non-hype, very boring businesses that might be using AI. And I would say that we're in that 33% of people not really like doing AI companies. On our first fund, which we had was a $425 million fund, our biggest checks went into life science companies. They were creating drug therapeutics. Some of them use AI to get to that drug faster, to validate the results. But at the end of the day, one of our best companies is creating a mRNA cancer drug they just released results. A lot of people that got the drug are now cured, if not in remission on their cancer, right? And if that happens, and Strand Therapeutics, they just announced the results at ASCO. And that's a massive value driver, an inflection point. And if what they do works, we think it might be 10, 20, $30 billion.
Yeah, no, I agree, because that company, Strand Therapeutics, of course, a great pedigree at MIT. But I'm just wondering.
But it's not AI.
No,
it's
but
one of the
let's
few
talk about your
companies,
fundraising, though, because you actually doubled your AUM.
No, we doubled our AUM, but we kept the same size fund.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you managed to raise like $500 million
Yeah.
or so in the last year. Was that hard to do, is what I'm asking. What did you bring to the table that they said, okay, well, write the check?
So everybody that's going to our LPs, right, and we have mostly all blue chip, mostly charitable foundations, because we want to be making money for people that are doing good things for the world, but they're very sophisticated LPs. They're all in Sequoia, they're all in Andreessen, they're all in Greylock, they're all in the top funds. And we come to them and we say, we are a fund that is not going to duplicate everything that Andreessen or Greylock or Sequoia, who's all chasing AI, is going to do. We're going to life sciences. Our biggest check we've ever written just got announced last week. It's in a company called Monarch Money. It's a money management app. There's no AI in that app. They are using AI to have better processes. They will probably launch some AI stuff.
What's the valuation of that company right
now?
now?
Well, they announced that they raised at $850 million.
Okay.
And it's growing really fast. Like Canva-like metrics, they don't spend any money in marketing. But they created something of value, which is to help people, no matter what their financial situation is, better manage their money.
Okay, so guys,
it's not
obviously,
AI.
but you found these early stage startups, right, when they were $800 million companies. You did the same with Databricks and also for Canva in your situation. What is it about these founders? What are you looking for in 2025 that may be different from, say, 2-3 years ago?
Well, the founder has to have tremendous tenacity. They have to be tough. This is a lot is going on in our world, right? And it's shifting. And remember, our journey in AI is very, very early. Yeah. So likely is the channel model is going to continue to evolve, is going to change. I would say most of the things that we see in tech, because we're shifting from a form-based type application into now a workflow process-based application, most everything will be rewritten. Every app's on our phone, every app that we use at work, likely will be completely different in the next 5 to 10 years. None of them are going to look anything like we have ever used to.
So are you avoiding SaaS now? Is that what you're saying?
I think SaaS has huge opportunity for basically a re-up of all the different applications. We're going to see a whole new wave of apps. It has to, right? Because now we can automate process. And the process can write code to automate other process that we don't even know that we need automated. So these are opportunities we have never seen before. It's a very exciting time. We're going to be hugely more productive going forward.
Yeah, is it an exciting time? So deployment of capital, not that hard for you?
Look, I started my career at Google very early on in the late 90s, early 2000s, right? And back then, people were building servers. I still remember, people buying Sun servers and sticking them into things, and then this cloud thing came along, right? Completely changed how easy it was for people to launch. They didn't have to hire a whole server team. They didn't have to hire SREs to go manage the servers. They literally just said, "We're going to launch an AWS, Google Cloud, Azure." That was massive change, game changing. And then this mobile phone thing came along in 2010, right? We were all on flip phones or Blackberries, and then iPhone and Android came out, and all of a sudden people had a computer in their hand that was more powerful than the laptop they had in college, right? That was game changing for people because it enabled all these new business models. But it also allowed people to sort of create these new channels to reach their customers. AI is another tool that people can use to create new business opportunities or get to a business model certainty faster, or to enable a business model that could not be done without the AI as a technology that they depend on.
Yeah.
But if you look at what history, they were all overhyped. There were lots of people investing in mobile companies. Alfred will remember the days when there was a Kleiner had an iFund, right? Who knows where that went? And there were all these companies doing mobile. There are no more mobile funds. They're all gone.
Okay, are you
there's a hype.
saying the AI is overhyped? You're saying AI is
I've been saying it. I've been saying it for 5 years.
Is there a bubble then, in your view?
Well, I mean, if you look at what happened, the dot-com crash bubble, mobile bubble, and maybe AI is a bubble too.
Okay, so what do you think?
Our industry is propelled by bubble. If there's no bubble, we can't get there. It actually is amazing. The reason is very simple. So we think that if we throw 10 times more dollar at the problem, it's going to get there 10 times faster. Normally they don't, but it will get there. So AI is not going to go away. This revolution is the biggest I have ever seen in my career.
But how do you pick the winners then? If it's overvalued, there's too much money chasing too few
companies. Well, I think for race it's actually much simpler because we are extraordinarily thesis driven. So we are going backwards basically from architecturally. We say these are the things that people will need for enterprises, which we can directly monetize it by the revenue could be generated for these applications. All the things they need to be able to build these neural network embedded native applications. So that's all the things that we invest in. So we kind of work backwards to find companies to be able to satisfy all these pieces. We act like we're building the whole thing, but we're buying the company to be able to do them. So that way, I think it reduces our risk dramatically less, and we were able to pick these companies out this way. So it's very, very specific.
Okay, well, I need you guys to be a little bit more specific, if possible, like sector-wise.
Yep.
Give me 2 or 3 sectors that you're definitely focused on in terms of investing.
Simple, life science, right?
Right.
Nuclear winter, lots of people don't want to touch it. They think they need a PhD. Our 2 best performing companies, we talked about one of them, Strand, doing the mRNA vaccine. We have another one called Inveda. They use AI, right, to discover the active ingredients in plants by training their models on mass spectrometry data. That's the same stuff that you see on CSI with a little graph that tell you what it is. But that data is completely valuable, and they have a unique insight and the world's biggest access to that data source to go figure out what could be a new drug. And just like how aspirin was discovered in 1876 in a complete accident out of willow bark, that was a natural ingredient. They have a whole database of compounds that could become the next aspirin, right? Which is one of the best-selling drugs of all humankind. But they're using AI and life sciences to get the business model certainty. But the value is in the drug, not in selling some software that people are paying. That's what we look for, is these application models where the guy is the team is so thoughtful and smart and so uniquely positioned to understand and have access to data that nobody else has. They said, we're going to get there faster.
Okay, so data, life sciences, for you,
so
Alfred,
I think in the infrastructure side, you see things like security, because now we're faced with people that generally have very poor data governance are shoving into AI. AI doesn't know the difference, so now they're leaking data everywhere. So security is very crucial. Safety is very important, right? There's a ton of worry that when codes are generating code, what if it will go rogue and start doing dangerous stuff? By the way, we don't know what the answer will be. We don't know when that actually will happen. But you have to assume we better put guardrails around to make sure that's not going to happen. Things like hallucination. So AI doesn't know how to stop. It's not designed to stop. So how do you make it stop so it can give absolute, precise answer? Let's say in healthcare, like when somebody called in for emergency 911 call, those type of things are crucial. So we need, retrieval augmented generation to be able to curb the hallucination. So all these things are crucial for us to be able to build AI that will be useful, and we're not going to be going 3 steps forward and then 2 steps back.
Okay. Well, in terms of venture capital, the reason why it's been so difficult to raise new funding is because of the exit question. The IPO market was supposed to be revived this year. I mean, we've had CoreWeave, but it hasn't been the blockbuster reopening that we've seen. So if private companies are staying private longer, how do you get your money back? And what about your screaming LPs that want their money back?
Well, I think liquidity generally is of a challenge to everything right now, right? So you look at equity markets going up, down, sideways, and you're just hearing the comments on CNBC, on Fox, and other places where the commentator is saying it's a very difficult time for investors, no doubt. I mean, especially around liquidity. Secondary market of trading later stage private company is as active as ever. Like everyone is basically trading them as if they're almost public. I think in many ways, I feel that the public are short the opportunity to be able to buy into these kind of great quality companies.
Yes.
Otherwise, they would. So at some point, the liquidity market for these companies have to be opened.
Yeah.
But one thing I think is almost is Wes and I were just talking about this before we get on stage. The M&A market is heating up very, very fast. Think about very large tech company that historically they may not be in enterprise software. Now they have to be because this is where the money is. In order to compete, because the competitive landscape is also changing. So the only way for them to do that is to gobble up other smaller companies. So we're seeing the beginning of the signs that a lot of M&A activity.
Oh, wow, that's really encouraging.
So that's very encouraging.
Because, during the Biden administration, it basically was shut down because of the FTC.
Right.
So Wes, what about you then? Because you've been invested in Canva for how long now? Over 10 years?
Canva's likely going to go the public route, right?
Oh, really?
That's
when is that happening?
No comment.
2
likely going to go
a year?
Again, likely going to go that route. Again, I'm not one to comment any time before that, but I think people will be very happy when and if it happens. But back to Alfred's point, like M&A is really heating up. Like we saw this in mobile. Like literally all these companies got bought because there was such high scarcity on mobile engineers, right? Back then, everybody was clamoring, going, oh, I need this mobile engineer, I need that mobile engineer. Apple was buying, Google was buying. I still remember, like we were sitting there going like, okay, this company's making no money, but they have 37 mobile engineers, and like the average going price is going to be around $2.5 million per mobile engineer. So that's a $70 million exit. The company's raised $5 million in capital at a $8 million. We're all going to make 10x our money on selling engineers.
Okay,
to
so let's
so-and-so.
get back to what I wanted to know.
But this is what's happening. We're seeing this being bought, and this is great. They're getting liquidity.
Okay, one more question, one more time, because we would all love to have Canva in our portfolios. I know a lot of people would love to have access, but would you say 12 months, 24, or?
All I can say is we hope soon.
Okay, and then obviously you'll get your return back, and then you can deploy that cash back in.
I think the market, if and when they do it, the market will open up, and we'll all be very happy, and our LPs mainly. So let's cross our fingers that
Let's
happens
cross our fingers for that to happen pretty soon. Now I have to ask about tariffs, since we are here in Canada, and as you know, that's been dominating the entire conversation in the business world, whether you're in tech or venture. But how has that impacted, say, deployment of cash or investor interest? Has that had any impact on you being able to raise money or look for startups to invest in?
Thank goodness, I think at least in our case, Wes and I, we do a lot of business together. In the software field, at least our margin is normally very high. So with the country we're trading with, I think the impact has been kind of minimus at this point. So over time, obviously, if whatever the tariff part of it is actually going to go through, we will see some impact. Especially, I think, if the 25% tariff on all Canadian goods we're going to see some impact to the cost of stuff. But I think we'll be able to marginalize it by the effectiveness that AI is going to bear to the table. You have to assume that if the software is not bringing that level of productivity, it's not worth buying.
Okay.
So I think there will be some equalization between those two. But I think it generates anxiety, that's for sure, right?
Yeah, it's true, but just to clear up on that, but also if you can comment on whether or not there's an anti-US mindset right now because of all the turmoil.
I mean,
an unpredictable policy.
I mean, we're all just wondering what the next crazy thing is, right? I don't control that. This is something that I learned when I first started my career at Google. There's so many things in the world you don't control, right? What you can control is where you can find great founders and great sectors, and where you can find things that aren't affected by what the world might be going. So we're in life sciences, usually not affected by tariffs, right? Like the drugs, no matter where they're made, the people tend not to tax them because they're such important things for sick people to be able to have. It's the same with much software. That doesn't get affected by tariffs. How do you import or export or do whatever with software? Or AI, that isn't affected by tariffs. So our sector generally, we're not investing in suitcases or we're not investing in shoes or whatever else. Some people do that. That's not us. And so we have less of an effect on that.
But are you scouring for opportunities outside of the U.S.? Has that been a noticeable shift in mindset for you?
Susan, to go back to your original question.
Yeah.
So since I got here in the Vancouver yesterday, every time I introduce myself, I say, I went to high school here. I did. I went to high school in Ontario. So I don't start with, I just came from San Francisco. I don't say things like that. So I hope you all understand why, right? So I feel the sentiment, for sure. But honestly, I don't think this is going to affect us as much. Yeah.
Your thoughts on looking at opportunities outside of the U.S.?
My best company is an Australian company,
That's
right? Yeah. So I've been looking outside the U.S. ever since I started my career.
Yeah.
Most of the companies we invested are U.S. based because there is a natural affinity for that talent to be there. But AI is allowing people to create companies wherever in the world, and so we have, and in our portfolio we have companies all over the world, in Europe and in Canada and so forth.
Well, we could talk forever. I could talk forever with these two, but we're running out of time. So, given that Wesley endured his share of the hard questions, Alfred, when is Databricks going public then?
Well, I'm not going to make any comments.
It's a great Canadian-led company.
I'm not going to make
24 months?
I'm not going to make any comments on the company itself, but I think the public deserve to have access to invest in this company for sure.
Okay.
So, it's doing extremely well. It's one of the most important company in the journey of AI. Without unstructured data, well stored and well used, with nothing to train on. So I think eventually this company definitely will be one of the greatest public company led by one of the greatest CEO ever that we have seen.
Yeah,
in
well,
software.
I think you've been invested in Databricks for a long, long time. So if you were to bet, would Canva go public first or Databricks, do you think? Oh, we all want to know. Come on, that was a reaction that they're like, come on, tell us, let us know.
I tell you, I would love to do anything. I would love to do anything possible to beat West to it. Okay. How about that?
I hope he does.
All right, so I made them sweat a little too long here on stage. Final question, since we are in the great country of Canada, fantastic innovation, great universities and education. Why don't you leave me with this? And closing thoughts here from Wes and Alfred. What do you think of entrepreneurs here in Canada, specifically in Vancouver? What can be done better, and how do they pitch their ideas to you? Alfred, you first.
Well, there's no doubt. I think one thing trumps everything else: go to market. So, so you have to think broader market. I think right now Canada is extraordinarily aligned with people outside the US. So take advantage of them and start thinking about go to market as broad as possible. Like we talked about, sexy story, but really what people fund is revenue attraction, right? How do you make money?
Yeah, and the thing I care deeply about is product.
Yep.
And product that's done well has no friction. Canva has no friction when you sign on. It's very easy. They have a very wonderful free product. We just talked about Monarch Money. Very easy to use money management app. So you get rid of the friction. You have high distribution. I love to hear about it all day long.
All right, Smart Money 2025. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you to Wesley and Alfred for providing that
Thank
for
you,
us.
Susan. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Enjoy the rest of your Web Summit Vancouver.
Everyone loves the unicorn success story, but behind every billion-dollar valuation is a brutal, often untold journey. Building a company at hyperscale means surviving countless rejections, sleepless years, and relentless pressure to perform. Our next speakers have lived that reality. One founded an enterprise AI search startup that became a unicorn in record time. Another leads a cybersecurity company built from the ground up with a blue-collar hacker ethos. The third is a partner at a fund that is backing ambitious founders with a first-hand understanding of what it takes to go the distance. What does it really take to build a living unicorn? And why do so few survive the journey? To go beyond the hype and into the hard truth, in conversation with Pablo Srugo, a partner at Mistral, please welcome the CEO of Glean, Arvind Jain, and the co-founder and CEO of Huntress, Kyle Hanselvan.
Right. Web Summit Vancouver. How you guys doing? That's not bad. That's not bad. Are we good at that?
After lunch, it's okay.
That's good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, quick little story before I jump in. I really was trying to figure out how to subtly plug in my podcast into here, right? Into this thing, the Product Market Fit Show. And I was going through the schedule and I saw that the headliners today that started it off from Artisan and from Graphite, both were on the Product Market Fit Show. Then we have Jack Noon, who's earlier here. He was on the Product Market Fit Show. And then I saw Imad from Mercury. He's on the Product Market Fit Show. And of course, these two guys are on the Product Market Fit Show. And I decided I wasn't going to be subtle at all. And I was just going to tell you, shamelessly, cringeworthy, like borderline cringeworthy, to download the Product Market Fit Show on Spotify, on Apple, because that's where you get the full hour of these two guys talking.
It sounds like we all have really bad decision making to hang out with Pablo. That's
right?
what it really is.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Well, with that said, welcome to West Summit, guys.
Thank you.
So, Arvind, your background is, he's a distinguished engineer, which is like the peak of engineering at Google. You leave, you start Rubrik, which is now a $20 billion public company. And 3 years in, you guys are a unicorn. 5 years in, you're worth like $3 billion. You raised a couple $100 million. And then, at the absolute peak where everything that you wanted to happen was happening, you leave. Why would you do that?
Well, so that was 2019, and I left Rubrik to start Glean. And in fact, at Rubrik, we were very fortunate. We were growing fast as a company, and with that growth, we also realized that we were not productive anymore. As there was a year when we went from 500 to 1,500 employees in 1 year, and that's 3 times as many employees. But when we looked at our lines of code, it was actually flat. Like we couldn't produce more with all the new people. And it turned out that in a company, as you get larger, the communication overhead and people knowing how to do work, how to figure things out, who are the experts that can go and get help from, all of these things become difficult. And we had this one big problem, everybody in the company was complaining about not being able to find any information inside our company. And I'm a search engineer, as you said, by training. Before Rubrik, I was at Google for many years. And when people said that they can't find things, I said, yeah, I also can't find anything because we have 300 different SaaS systems. Our knowledge is spread all over the place. So we should go and buy a product, connect all of those things together. And as we tried to buy that product, we realized there's nothing to buy. And that's when I got excited about building this new product. Initially as part of Rubrik, but then I thought that doesn't make sense and we have to do it separately. So that's the reason why I left and to start Glean.
And then, because of your track record, you raised 15 million out of the gate. But when you start a startup, you guys have been through it. The thing you want the most is revenue. You want this thing to start working. You went 2 years with 0 revenue. What was that phase like?
Yeah, so search is a very hard product to build in an enterprise. It takes a lot of effort to build all these integrations into different enterprise systems. Build a deep technology that can understand your business, your people. And we knew going in that it's going to take us time to build this product. And so the company was designed in that particular way. So that's why we first raised a good amount of capital that would actually let us go and build this product, take the 18 months, 24 months it's going to take us without having to go to investors, because you don't want to go to investors again, after 2 years and not having even a dollar in revenue. So it was by design, we wanted to build it that way. The journey was fine, you just have to convince people along the way that yes, we are on the right path. You have to make sure that people believe in the vision, because just like investors, even the employees get worried, if you're not making money in a short amount of time.
And then Kyle, you had a very different kind of story. You were a rock star hacker. You're at the NSA. You're literally fighting terrorists. What made you leave that to start Huntress?
Well, clearly I did it all wrong because I heard I need to become a distinguished Google engineer, build a $5 billion company, then everything else happens. And I didn't do it that way. Part of the best part of working at NSA was we actually had a mission. And I knew firsthand that look, there's a lot of businesses in the world that fall below kind of the Fortune 500. Even so much I looked at it as a poverty line. And so for me, even though there was a whole lot I could do on the offensive mission, hacking in, gathering intelligence, creating exploits and implants, that was cool. But I realized that there was a lot of the market that was never going to have access to my talent. So how could I distill my talent into a product for kind of all the businesses that fall below that 1% Fortune 500? And thankfully it was enough. I guess even though I had satisfaction, I felt really good at NSA, it wasn't enough. And I imagine that's part of what you hit. There was diminishing returns.
Yeah.
And maybe I think I just hit that. I recognized I could keep doing this, but it was on to the next major problem.
And then one of the things you told me on the podcast was about a year in, you still don't have any revenue, and there's kind of this make or break moment. What was that story?
All right, I thought we were going to not talk about the terrible, embarrassing parts, but
it
turns out
you
have to have revenue, right, if you want to get paid. And especially me as a dad, that my kids were 5, 9, and 11 when I started Huntress, so it's not like we were in the basement. And I realized, okay, we had pretty good idea. We were going to go after these from small businesses all the way to small enterprise. But again, if I couldn't show traction, it didn't matter, and I definitely wasn't going to get investment. So we did. We scratched up all of our last cash. We were a Baltimore-based company, down to this main show for people who provided outsourced IT. And we realized these outsourced IT providers might have anywhere between 20 to 200 businesses for each one. And we put it all on the line, literally maxed. The credit cards were already done at this point. We slept in the car going down. This is a little bit of a theme, and all the way down to the point. But what was nice is that year and a half of us learning all the hard ways made it so even though this was our last dime, we kind of had a good idea by that time what problems people were going to ask us about, and it turns out we killed it at that show. I'm not saying celebrate grind culture, but I'm saying if you do the research the right way, you can take that level of risk. And for us, it was just the right show at the right time with the right maturity and right hurdles. And thankfully, that was our big moment that produced our first handful of customers that turned out the flywheel never stopped at that point forward.
And then what was because his fundraising was, track record based, 15 million out of the gate. What was your fundraising?
It turns out nobody cares if you're an NSA hacker. And when you say, like many of you are probably going maybe B2C, or maybe you're going B to enterprise. I will tell you in 2015, the right answer was not go B to the very smallest B that you can't quote a single one of your logos because nobody knows who they are. And that for me, dude, like no one believed. I mean, you name a Silicon Valley investor, they have told me politely and very directly. At times, I think it was like, go fuck yourself. Like there was that level of being that bold.
How many did you pitch?
At least 60 no's that I counted. And what's neat is most of them have come back with term sheets. But when you have to prove a new market, and I wanted to bring humans in the loop, but all they heard is services. I didn't know how bad I was at pitching, like that I should be pitching a SaaS product, and all they heard was 60% gross margins, even though we're not. The things that I'm telling you is you might not know as a technical entrepreneur, even though it's solved in your brain, some of your biggest hurdles might actually be how you sell your own story, and I wish I had a little bit more of that product. I'm sure at Google you learned a little bit of like a product has to deliver revenue. Right. And I know for a fact at Rubrik you learned that. I did it the hard way, and it was not beautiful.
Arvind, jump back to you. One of the things that really struck me about your story is, everybody these days knows like the lean startup, Eric Ries, and kind of validating and stuff like that. You took a bit of a different path. In fact, one of your quotes was like, I chose not to talk to too many people. I don't know if you remember saying that, but why did you structure it that way at the beginning? Why didn't you really follow the kind of the lean startup methodology?
I think both paths are actually fine. For us, we felt that there's a right moment for us to go and build this product as fast as we can and go big. And we didn't want to be constrained by resources, by lack of, for example, funding, because if you sort of are in that mode, then you have to be more careful. You have to be conservative. You cannot go and build a large team, at the get-go. And for us, land grab was actually important because we were alone in the market. We were the first product in AI, in enterprise Gen AI, and we knew that this was going to take over the world in a big way. And before others come into the market, we wanted to be there. And we wanted to
was
be
that confidence you got from just your previous places you worked? Like I didn't have that confidence till probably the last couple of years, but you guys just went down. You think that built over time from past success?
Yeah, I think we had similar path that we took at Rubrik, which was also to actually go big and go all in. I mean, I guess it's sort of I guess part of it is what motivates you, what's your reason behind starting a company, and for us it was actually to make huge big impact, and it's okay if we fail and miserably crash, we either go big or we.
Did you do a TAM analysis, ROI analysis, all that stuff?
No, I don't, and actually it's an interesting thing. Now you were talking about track record, and for me, yes, I had actually built a good, successful company before. So, as such, it was actually easy for me to go and convince somebody that, yes, I can actually go and build a product again and raise some money. But nobody actually wanted to invest in this idea that I had, which is search inside the company, because in that space, there was no success in the industry. There were many attempts.
A lot have tried, right? A lot have tried to come.
Yeah, a lot of many companies tried and failed. And I had investors actually come and tell me that, look, I know you can build a great company. Here's a blank check. I'm tell me how much money you want to raise, but don't do enterprise search. Do something else. And so for me, I think it was. I guess part of how I think about a startup is you don't have to actually do deep TAM or market analysis. I think first you have to start with fundamentals. And if you see a problem that you believe a large number of people have, that's enough. I don't need to actually go and quantify that with dollars. And that was the case in our idea. Every single person in my company, every single friend of mine who work at other companies, they would all talk about how hard it was to find things inside out, their own companies. And so I was fully convinced that if we solve the problem, then we're going to have a large market.
Many aspiring entrepreneurs I meet also get that wrong of like, they search for perfection instead of good enough. Hey, the market is big enough, move on. You don't have to perfectly quantify.
Yeah. When did you know it was kind of ready to launch then? What line in the sand did you draw?
Yeah. Well, in Glean's case, since it's a product that actually, it's like ChatGPT. You come and ask questions, and Glean answers all of those questions using all of your internal company's data, knowledge, context. And so, which means that we could actually test it ourselves. We were a team of 50 people, and we used the product every day ourselves. And initially, it was bad. Like, it was not answering those questions. And so we knew we couldn't launch. But at some point, it became capable of actually answering questions really well. And we could see it that our employees now, as new people were joining, they were onboarding on the tool. They were benefiting from it. They were actually raving that, hey, this is the first time I've been to a company where I was able to onboard myself. And so we had the proof from our own team, which actually made us confident. Like, there was that time when, yes, now we're ready to go big and build our go-to-market motion.
Kyle, one of the things I want to ask you is you mentioned you had 3 kids when you started. You also told me you slept like 16 weeks in a car at one point as part of an accelerator. So my question to you is, like, how did you justify the sacrifices as you went through it those first couple of years?
I think what I've just learned is I never sit on stage next to Arvind anymore. That makes me sound homeless.
That makes everybody. That humbles everyone. That's not just you, man.
The point I want to get to the audience, right? There is a real misnomer I think out there with hustle culture. If you just grind infinitely hard and work harder and sacrifice yourself, you'll have success. I actually think that is a huge misnomer. But what was important to me is I always kept very close awareness of my trade-offs. So when I did my first and only startup accelerator, I was a tech founder, a hardcore kernel developer in Windows. I didn't know how to run a business, so I had to have the 16 weeks of curriculum. Yeah. And when they gave me $50K in exchange for a couple points on my cap table, the company's worth nothing, so that trade-off was okay. But all the other entrepreneurs whose businesses aren't in business anymore, I'm not saying that this happened because they didn't sleep in their car, they just invested their cash instead of on like what was going to help them go to market or prove out, eating your own dog food, actually getting out there in the wild. They put it into a hotel room and a handful of other things. And to be honest, I slept kind of comfortable in the trunk of that Ford Focus. Like, I'm not saying celebrate it, but the ultimate point for me, I had a very clear that my runway was going to run out. And if I had to choose, I still had a gym there that was in the building. I was still showering. I didn't see the kids a little while, but it was finite. And I think that's a really important part for the audience to take away, that it's not just about infinite grind. You need to actually have like some level of basic ROI analysis for just about everything for me. So that's how I go back in hindsight, at least justifying the time away from the kiddos and the, again, grinding mentality in the back of a Ford Focus.
And then like moving away from...
I would just say, like, you sort of are not emphasizing it. It's actually important to have that. It's important to actually work really hard to be very, very careful about your capital. And because you're also setting a culture and an example for the company as it grows. So I actually don't know of any success, where hard work was not part of it.
Yeah, I agree. And like you said, the example you're providing is culturally as well. They're going to look at you, especially as a founder.
So I'll ask the same question to both of you. Kyle, when was the moment, moving away now from the grind, when you felt like you had true product market fit?
I didn't believe it because of the bootstrapping. I didn't believe it till well after we had it. And what I mean by that is I just got so paranoid from years of bootstrapping, being told no, et cetera, that I developed a little bit of I had to over-rotate because of so many misses. I almost couldn't believe my own success. So even though I think product market fit happened probably year and a half, 2 years into the business of actually having transactions, and they were predictable, meaning this week I could see X number of deals, and next week it would be +2, then the following week it'd be +4. I don't think that I actually fully respected that, and as a founder, it took another founder telling me I had that probably 3 years earlier before then I believed it. So that's my way of saying even when I had it, I didn't know.
So, same here, actually. I still feel that we're still looking for it. And part of it is, we are in this space with AI where things change fundamentally so fast. And in fact, how all of us are going to be working in the future is going to change. And we're all about helping people, with how they work. So I think like I don't think we get to actually be in this space where we can say that like yes, we have this product market fit. Now this is our product, and now go and scale. Like you have to continuously iterate and keep learning like how people's work habits change and keep evolving your product based on that.
10-second answer each. What's one piece of advice you would give an early stage founder?
Well, work hard and actually believe in your idea. Don't give up.
You can ship much earlier than you believe. Even if it's busted broken, if it's delivering value, it's probably good enough. And value is measured by people giving you $1 or a nickel or whatever.
Boom. Give it up for these fine gentlemen, please.
Thank you.
From personal assistants to autonomous enterprises, Agentic AI is rewriting how software acts on our behalf. No longer passive tools, these systems can reason, decide, and take action, reshaping productivity, decision-making, and how we trust technology. Our next speakers are building the backbone of this shift. One turns meetings and communications into intelligent, autonomous workflows, recently raising $21 million to expand its capabilities. The other founded a streaming data platform powering the event-driven systems Agentic AI relies on to act in real time, now valued at over $500 million. What happens when software stops waiting for instructions and starts acting with intention? To explore the rise of Agentic AI in conversation with the AFP's Alexander Pigman, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Read AI, David Shim, and the founder and CEO of Red Panda, Alex Gallego.
Hey guys.
Hello. How's it going, Alex?
We're here to talk about Agentic AI and all the things that it has to offer. What's great about talking to you both is that we're really looking at sort of different parts of the stack. We're looking at very different offerings of where the AI agent world is headed. So I thought I'd begin with you, David, is that basically your company, Read AI, is there for enterprises, is there for people to note-taking apps. I thought you could just sort of describe a little bit how you are entering the agentic space.
Yeah, I think we started back in 2021. We do meeting notes. The way that we do meeting notes is really, it's an early agent. It goes to the meeting on your behalf. It joins the call as a participant. It says, hey, I'm Read AI. I'm going to take notes. And it starts to go in and take notes both in real time and after the fact. And what it does is it actually doesn't just take the notes, but it looks at how people reacted to the words that were said. So if people in this audience started to get really bored, took out their phone, it would go in and say engagement is low. And it would start to go in and say, uh-oh. Yep. And it'll drop that down versus when everyone starts to pay attention, when Alex starts talking, they might be like, oh, this is really interesting. You start to lean in. We'll pick up how people reacted. And so the agent's responsibility is not just to write down the words, but to actually take into account how people receive those words. And that changes the summary from like, hey, how was your vacation to, oh, this product, are we going to actually close that deal in the next 3 days?
That opens so many doors. But I want to hear about your side of the agentic story.
So I guess a little bit of context, the people that I tend to help tend to be the world's largest businesses. So I think the G2K, so examples are all of the electric car companies in the US, whitehouse.gov gets protected transitively with Red Panda. Wow. And so in like large-scale enterprises, what we are seeing is sort of the difficulty for adopting agents. And I guess it's also worth saying, like, what is my definition of an agent?
Yeah.
So I think it'll be useful for context. Is I tend to align with the definition of Anthropic, which is an LLM that is in charge of its end-to-end process and flow. And so for the Fortune 2000 that we tend to help, it's really three things. One, private data, it's sort of the next frontier. And so the idea that all of the foundation models, all of the public data has already been indexed and it's there. Two, it's data access, essentially a portfolio of really high quality connectivity of just connectors to Salesforce, to Oracle, to MySQL, to databases, et cetera. And then the third part is really what gives CISOs heartburn, is this idea of ultra fine-grained permission. So by definition, most systems were built before agents, right? Because agent is a new thing. And typically access to these systems were root access. So you get kind of all or nothing. And so this idea of ultra fine-grained permissions, those are, I think, are the three pillars that are preventing people from adopting these agentic systems.
So, I mean, just to follow up on that, is that, I mean, the most prized possession of any enterprise is their data. I mean, that's really the thing that now differentiates any company from any other company is their data. So I think what you're saying is that what you're there for is to really sort of help them protect that treasure?
Yeah. Well, it's just unlocking the data.
I mean,
so,
yeah, of course.
You know, effectively, okay, so if private data is your next frontier, and let's say that you want to build a note-taking agent or like a Salesforce agent or whatever, a finance agent, those agents need to get access to your data. But most of the data is behind your firewall, right? And so it's like, how do you help people unlock access to, you know, I guess in our case, it's 310 portfolio of connectors to old protocols, whether it's like database protocols or queues protocols or file semantics or your Git repos or your private wikis or whatever. How do you make sure that that data is actually accessed by the right thing at the right time, you know, and make sure it's covered with access control policies, et cetera. And so those, I think, are the requirements for large-scale enterprises to adopt agents, is making sure that your private data is being unlocked because that's the next frontier. And two is making sure that it's being unlocked securely, right? So with data access, policy enforcement, et cetera.
Okay. But David, there's a lot of talk about, you know, anything that's sort of generative AI based. We talk about it sometimes. I mean, it has all this potential, but at the same time, sometimes it goes off the rails. I was just in your business, it seems like that could be something rather, you know, rather spicy little moments if going off the rails. I was just wondering, especially going into an agentic world, how do you look at that?
I think one is what Alex talked about. It's having the permissioning structure that's set up correctly that makes sure you can't go look up somebody else's data and say how much do they make, how much vacation time do they take, and those are table stakes. People don't need to worry about it as much because what's happening is you're seeing more and more of these startups, even these enterprise companies coming and saying, we have to bring the permissions into play. What we do that's a little bit different is we do those enterprise permissions, but we take more of a social networking approach. So this is the idea of like everyone has Instagram. You could either publish a story to everybody in the world, you could do it to your close friends, all of your friends, or send it to one person as a direct message. So when I have a meeting, I can decide, hey, I want to send this to the entire sales team because it's a great pitch, or hey, I had a customer interview, I want to send it to the product team, or hey, this customer complained, I want to send this to the account manager that was working on the account. That level of permissioning is the thing that I think is key, and I think the social network portion, people understand. So when you go in and you say like, it's not IT going in and saying, I have access to all of your emails, all of your messages, and your boss could look at them. It's more like, hey boss, here's 4 reports that I just had with a client, here's a couple of emails, and then letting the AI and the agent go in and sift through that and say, okay, here are the takeaways, here's what you need to understand as a next step.
Right. So, but, you know, sometimes things do happen, or sometimes someone thinks that something happened and someone else disagrees. And if you're human, if your agent was a human, you'd say, hey, human, you know, tell me what happened. With an AI agent, Alex, how do you do that? I mean, how can you be sure that the technology can sort of give you a write-up of what actually went down?
Yeah, so let's talk about a real use case. So we powered 2 of the top 5 banks in the US as an example. And let's say that my wife and I are applying to a credit card application, right? You want to make sure that the model doesn't have some sort of like gender bias that says Alex gets the credit and the other person doesn't, right? And so it's like, it's not enough to record metadata, which tends to be the, like, okay, what accessed it, when was it accessed, by whom was it accessed. They tend to be, it's just around like what happened right on the data. You also need to record the inputs of the data and enrich with like, okay, at this time, this was the application, this was also the metadata and access, this was the model decision, and by the way, here's the full function trace of all of the other models, the MCP connectors, like, okay, what data sources did this credit application actually fetch? Did it fetch the user database? Did it fetch like the 3 credit bureaus? And ultimately the decision. And so I guess what is the shift between before agents and with agents for these large enterprises? It's not enough to record metadata. You actually have to record the entire transaction. And
Right.
so what tends to be really helpful for enterprises is this idea of a distributed log, an immutable log of events that record everything. So the inputs, the outputs, the models, the connectors, the metadata, the access policies, etc.
Right.
So I think that's what's giving people confidence and transparency. It's like, I can actually trust this black box, by the way, that nobody really understands. Like, no one knows how to activate the neurons specifically, but at least you're able to go back and make sense of it. So
Right.
if you get audited, you're like, no, the
Yeah.
model doesn't have a gender bias.
Right.
Here's the result.
Do you have similar issues for your
Yeah.
software?
The way that we look at it is we have a product called Search Copilot. You can go in and type in a word, or you can say like, hey, for the last 500 customer interviews, can you tell me who canceled their account within 30 days? What were the features that they requested or said they didn't like about the product? It will generate those results. And it's like, hey, this is great, but you don't know what's the background, what's the reason why this is coming through. So we've got this concept called citations, and you just go in and you turn it on, and it gives you the raw data, and it drops you into the meeting report where you can actually see the video clip. It will show you the email that says this is where the customer complained, and then here's the log that said they actually canceled. So showing that proof is just like what you would do on Wikipedia, where you go in and you look at the bottom of the page and say, this doesn't sound right, or this actually is right, but I just want to confirm. You can click on that and actually do that yourself. And I think there's a lot of logs that you could have, but the problem with logs is like, no one looks at them. It's like the fine print when you do the terms of service. You just want to have it right next to the information and say, is this right or wrong? If it's wrong, you can go in and actually chat with it and remove it.
Is this sort of when we describe, keeping humans in the loop? Is this sort of what we're talking about? Is this the way that we keep humans in the loop?
Well, so I guess on an architectural perspective, there is, for those of us that have been writing software for a long time, there's this idea of a dead letter queue, right? And actually, this idea of a human in the loop is that for the credit application example, if you have a credit score that is 800 and you're applying for a credit line that is $300, or if you have $1 million in the bank and you want to make a transaction for whatever $600 worth of credit, then it's a no-brainer. Like don't involve a human.
Right.
Obviously, it's fine to do it. Exactly. But what happens is at the edges, like what happens when you want to make sure that, oh, hey, this profile doesn't look like it's
Close
centered.
call.
Yeah. And so the systems for humans in the loop, that has been an architectural paradigm that has been solved for a long time under a totally different name, more nerdy, usually called dead letter queue, which is like you put it on the side and then you go back to it later. And so in specific for this credit card company analogy, which is a real system, by the way, you kind of stash it on the way, and that will usually trigger a Slack notification or an email notification that says, hey, please go check this credit application. And so that's how we're seeing in practice, in production, at large scale for the global Fortune 2000 systems working for them.
And where we see it as more, it's a manager. You are the manager, or the man in the middle, the person in the middle is a manager, and those agents are your employees. So you go out and you have them do specific tasks. And you don't need to know exactly what they're doing every single day, but those agents have a task assigned to them. So one example might be to go in and say, hey, take meeting notes. Another might be like, hey, when there's a sales opportunity that changes, I want you to give me an update that gives me a recommendation that says, hey, you should move this from a 50% chance it's going to close to a 75% chance it's going to close. You can't know that through a chat question unless you say, hey, for every client, can you give me an update against this? And you have to keep running the chat. But the agent can start to do that on its own. And I think that's where the person in the middle goes in and says, hey, do I agree with this? Yes, and now I agree with it. I'm going to put this into production, and I am responsible for that now. So that is the key. Like, someone is responsible at the end of the day versus just letting it run wild. Now, ask me this question in 2 years, probably going to be very different. But right now, it is the person in the middle.
Right, gotcha. I wanted to ask you, as we have a little bit more time, is about your relationships with the big players. Like, for example, I know with Read AI is that you guys are, work with Microsoft, you work, how do you negotiate that relationship in terms of just sort of like being both someone who depends and works with them, and at the same time, being a potential rival? How does that play out?
One thing that's been great is Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, et cetera, they're all pushing AI. So if you've done tech 10 years ago, there was a whole curve around education where you had to educate the entire market on this technology stack. You'd have to go to conferences and talk about it. Now these trillion-dollar companies are going in and educating the entire market and saying, AI is important, AI is fundamentally what you should do every day. And when they start using those tools, they say, hey, this is kind of missing, or this isn't doing the job job that I would do, and it makes them go out and discover new tools like Read AI. But what we're finding when they find those new tools, they're kind of like, this is great, can you do more things? And it's been kind of this loop to say, hey, I want more out of this. How do I get more information? And for those partners that we work with Microsoft, we're one of the most popular apps in their app store. Same thing with Zoom, same thing with Google Meet, where they put us in front of 200 million MAUs on their platform. They do that because then we feed their data. They still own the platform. We're not trying to take over the platform. And we're making that data distributed. So people have more focused meetings, more engaged meetings. And that information goes into different CRM systems. And just one example that we have is we launched a product called Sales AGI, and AGI is a little bit of a stretch, but what it does is it goes in and says, hey, in your history of your company, here's all the deals that you closed. Everyone's kind of tagged the emails, the messages, the meetings. We'll go back and actually build a model, but we'll look at the raw data and we'll start to predict what's going to happen next. We've already pushed through $10 million in recommendations with a pilot of only a few hundred customers in less than 30 days. So this is people going and saying, like, if you solve a problem for me that cleans up hygiene that I don't want to do, all day long I will enable that. And the CRM systems love it because now they're more engaged.
Gotcha. How about you?
I guess for Red Panda, we're more on the infrastructure side. So we tend to power companies like Read.ai as an example. But since the early days, we power a couple of foundation model companies. So Poolside.ai, who I think raised over $500 million recently, and Midjourney is also one of our customers. And so we power both people building the models as well as people using those models. And we sort of span the full stack. And so it turns out that for training foundation models, an event-driven architecture is a very natural thing. And the example I like to give people is it's not like basically badge is a historical artifact of how we got here. It doesn't make any sense for 100,000 people to make a single transaction at the exact same microseconds. It obviously doesn't happen, right? People buy laptops at the Apple store throughout the day. And so modeling the world like that is very natural. In fact, we know, for example, OpenAI uses an open source alternative to someone like Red Panda. And so we've been, I guess, in touch with the next generation model companies. And so we get to a little bit of a sneak preview of what's coming. And so we are very much a partner in that. We don't see us competing with them necessarily. We're still on the infrastructure side. And so what we get to do is we get to take those learnings and then go partner with some of the world's largest companies and be like, hey, if you want to fix your autopilot, can't tell you why, but like you should think about the world is slightly different. And so for us, it's less direct competition and really very much a complementary to the things that they're doing behind the scenes.
Maybe really quickly, I have a little bit of time left. I just was wondering, like, when companies are looking into the agentic space, like, and they come to your company because that's what they're looking for from you, what is your message to them?
Focus in on the outcomes. If you just focus in and say, hey, I know this panel's about agents, but it's like, hey, I'm going to do agents for the sake of agents. That's like 4 years ago or 3 years ago, and probably at this conference and many others where you're talking about crypto and how do I apply the blockchain to this? Nobody doesn't solve a problem. I don't need the blockchain for my mortgage. I already have a really good solution. So with agents, solve real problems versus trying to force that.
When a new bank comes into your office and says, hey, what are we doing here? What do you say?
Yeah, largely, it's about focusing them on moving from prototype to a real production system. And what moves the needle for them is actually all of the boring things that it's undifferentiated for them, but for a vendor, it's like the thing that we do, right? So how do you make sure you log into your OpenID Connect? So make sure that your account authentication maps to the principles of the agents actually being deployed in production. How do you make sure that you're tracking? And so all of the provisioning, all of the authentication, the authorization. By the way, dynamism as a function of accessing data for private data sets, it's hard. It's, I don't know many companies doing that. So we tend to focus on that set of problems. I think getting to a prototype is relatively straightforward. You can go to a coding thing today and in 20 minutes get something up and running. But getting into production is hard. And so that's why we tend to focus on the conversation.
Gotcha. Well, that's perfect. We have to leave it there. But thanks a lot for your time, guys. That was great. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, Al.
The fintech sector has seen wild highs, painful corrections, and a steady march toward reinvention. From neobanks and embedded finance to AI-powered underwriting and B2B infrastructure, fintech continues to evolve under pressure and opportunity. Our next speaker is at the center of this transformation. As co-founder and CEO of Mercury, he's helped build one of the most prominent digital banking platforms for startups and small businesses, recently surpassing $100 billion in transactions and attracting over 100,000 customers. What's driving fintech's next chapter? And are we entering a true renaissance or just another cycle? To unpack the state of fintech in 2025 and to find out if we are in a fintech renaissance, in conversation with TechMeme's Emil Protelinsky, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Mercury, Imad Akund.
Web Summit Vancouver, how's it going? Yeah! Who's excited to talk about money and why traditional banks suck? Yeah, you're right. Okay, so fintech has been through a lot lately. It ballooned during the pandemic, then it went through a painful correction, and now that's exactly what we're going to talk about, right? And who better to kind of explain not so much where fintech has been, but where it's going. Remember, I have Mercury's CEO here. Imad, why don't you tell us in one line, what is Mercury?
Sure. Mercury provides banking, credit cards, and other financial services to mostly businesses, startups, e-commerce, professional service companies in the US.
Perfect. Now let's zero in on what exactly Mercury does and how it plays in the larger fintech space. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about, so we went through, like I said, ups and downs, it's a roller coaster. And fintech now is actually, like the whole space is more above water than the rest of tech. And is Mercury profitable right now?
Yeah, we've been profitable for 12 quarters
Yeah,
now.
exactly. So you're profitable for a bunch of quarters. And yet, in March, you raised $300 million at a $3.5 billion valuation, right?
Yep.
So are things getting frothy again?
In fintech, I don't think they're getting frothy. Most of the early stage interest is very much in AI. When we talk about like fintech renaissance, in 2021, fintech was the bubbliest of the bubbles.
Definitely.
About 20% of all VC funding went to fintech. Last year, it was down to, I just had ChatGPT look this up, so hopefully it's correct. It was down to 7.6%. And if you think about it, that's 7.6% of a much smaller pie. So from a fintech industry perspective, this is a pretty deep recession. And what we're seeing now is there was a bunch of companies that were started around that time, or we were started in 2017, that are reaching maturity, right? So there's, the well-known ones are like Revolut, us, Chime, Stripe. There's a ton of companies. Actually, looked it up last year. From the 9 companies that were considering IPO or being close to IPO, 5 of them were fintech companies. So this is a huge category. And it was, for a while, everyone was like, oh, we kind of overdid it. There's not going to be any success here. But I think it's inevitable that we're part of this transition where banks still dominate most of the revenue in financial services. In the US, that's $2 trillion a year. And it's just obvious to me that they don't know how to build products. And most of human interaction with financial services is going to be using a mobile app, maybe a chatbot or a website. And fintech is going to be kind of the companies that enable those kind of experiences.
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that VCs, were chasing the money, right? And fintech is money, so it wasn't exactly a stretch. But now they're chasing AI, and so that kind of lets you focus and build without all the frothiness, or at least you're telling me that there's less frothiness despite your recent cash injection. I'm curious though, what trends aside from AI are you paying attention to, and do you think fintech in general should be paying attention to?
The underlying trend, which why I started the company, is if you look at the top financial services companies, it's still the old school companies. Visa and JPMC both have more than 700 billion in valuation. So it's very much companies that have been around for 40, 50, 200 years sometimes. And while every other sector has had this massive disruption, right? Even something as simple as like cars has been disrupted by Tesla. The same thing hasn't happened with banking. And the biggest issue was, especially in the US, it was just very hard to innovate. And actually in Europe, there was a ton of innovations, even pre-2017. So if you think about most of these fintech companies that have done well in Europe, they were started 2013, 14. And that's because there was a really nice kind of fintech banking charter in the UK, in Germany, and a few other kind of EU countries. And that just hasn't happened in the US at all. In the US, there was an ecosystem around bank sponsorship. So Mercury itself is not a bank. We work with 3 partner banks. And that ecosystem was still pretty new when I started Mercury in 2017. It kind of matured into 2021, and that was a real enabler of the fintech innovation. It's very hard to do anything with money without having a bank that is willing to work with you. And that's the big trend. And for a while, I guess it wasn't cool, but the companies that were building kept on building, and we actually grew every single year since we've launched, and we've been profitable for the last 2.5 years. So that's the big trend. Obviously, when it comes to kind of consumer apps, you have a lot of things were explored during 2021, and many things didn't work out. So the big loser, I would say, was fintech lending. There was a ton of money that went into fintech lending, and there's been almost no winners in that space. I guess BNPL maybe is the one exception with Affirm and a few others. I think the whole neobank space or the digital banking space that we're in, it's still pretty new and there's not that many players in it. I think there will, hopefully us, Revolut, Monzo are doing it in Europe, and there'll be a lot of winners, I think, in that space, because that is like, being a depository institution and collecting consumers and businesses that you provide these services to is kind of the core of what people think of when they think bank.
How would you define neobank, though? Because I feel like you said there aren't that many players, but I feel like there's tons. So what makes it something a neobank? And I feel like even some of what I would still classify as a bank, but don't have a physical branch, are very much seen as neobanks in some ways. So how would you define that?
I mean, at least I look at the US business banking, which is obviously the space we're in.
Yep.
There's maybe 5 or so players in that space, but this is a huge space. This is 40% of all banking revenue in the US, so 40% of a $2 trillion industry. Like if you think about SaaS as a whole, like B2B SaaS, I think that's something like a $2 trillion industry as a whole. And there's like hundreds of players in B2B SaaS. So comparison-wise, this is a very uncompetitive space. I find it very surprising because I look at it, I'm like, these are huge markets that clearly there's going to be a ton of more innovation in. There is a little bit more, let's say, in payments, or as I said, there used to be more in lending, and that's kind of died out. But yeah, neobanking still seems like a very open space. I mean, consumer-wise, we've got Chime, and there was a bunch of players like Chime, but those are actually targeting a very specific part of US consumer banking. It's very much focused on the underbanked, which is actually not the biggest revenue category at all. It was underbanked, so there was a entry space for digital banking, and it was kind of enabled by Durbin and things like that. But yeah, I think this whole space is going to be extremely, I will not be surprised if people make companies this year that will become a $100 billion company in fintech in the next 10 years.
So everyone is obviously talking about AI. In your opinion, what should fintech companies, fintech investors, fintech customers, what should they pay, what matters in AI for fintech?
Yeah. AI is actually fintech is one of these spaces that AI disrupts the least, and I think in general it's a nice tailwind for fintech. One of the tricky things about fintech, well, the 2 tricky parts about fintech, or the hidden costs in fintech, are customer support and fraud. When you do a service, you don't expect you don't always expect, you're like, oh, this is a flashy thing I want to do. But then you have to really staff it with like a full customer support team and really worry about the fraud attacks. Both of these things are made much easier to deal with when it comes to AI.
So AI tackling fraud and algorithms
you can
there,
build
and
much
then
better
Gen
AI
AI
tools around fraud, around, there's some, obviously people can do deep fakes and attack you in that manner, but there's also AI you can build to analyze patterns and make sure people are who they say they are. And on the customer support side, obviously you can service people. So all of this kind of labor side of fintech is made much easier by AI. I'm sure there will be, and I'm also an investor, and I've invested in a few kind of services that will enable commerce or give you better insights into finances and things like that that are AI enabled. But in general, there's a lot of work to make a fintech company. You can't vibe code your way to a fintech company. So
I'm sure someone's trying.
But yeah, there's the whole regulatory framework. Fintech is hard, right? Before this, I did software companies. Those were at least 3 times easier. You can do a software company in 3 months. Fintech, 9 months plus. It took us a year and a half to launch Mercury. So in that way, there is this kind of regulatory protection around fintech that doesn't, and probably healthcare that doesn't exist for normal software companies, which makes it a little bit more immune from AI. But obviously, you still need to kind of innovate in that space.
Yeah, of course. So Netscape's CEO or former CEO famously said that there's only 2 ways of making money in business: bundling and unbundling. And I feel like fintech is always, like everything else, it's a perennial cycle. Where are we in that cycle right now?
Yeah, I think there've been all of these companies that reached a level of maturity with their first product over the last, let's say, 7 years. So for Mercury, we were very focused on just the business bank account. We want to be your operational bank account. And that's basically all we did for the first 4 years. Since then, we've launched corporate credit cards, spend management. Last year, we launched bill pay, invoicing, and personal banking. So as we've reached a set of maturity, distribution that works, it makes sense to basically rebundle, right? Like a lot of the work we do is acquiring customers, and now that you're using Mercury as your core banking system, that's where your money is, that's where your users, that's where your finance team is. It makes sense to add these extra features that go beyond banking in the traditional sense, but give you a lot of utility as a user. And we're seeing this across the whole industry, right? There was I think Robinhood is doing a great job around this. They actually launched banking and credit cards, and they're doing all of this stuff and going way beyond just a brokerage app. Revolut is doing a ton of this in Europe and US. So we're very much in the phase that fintechs have reached a certain level of scale. Most of them launched with a single product, single feature. And often, actually, that feature was unbundling something that traditional banks did, right? A lot of it was, take business banking, it was, that's one feature that JPMC has, but we built a deep product there that worked really well for entrepreneurs. And now we're in this rebundling phase, but the things that are being rebundled are not the same things that banks used to do. Like no one went to their bank to build an invoicing system. Whereas we have that fully integrated into kind of the software suite we provide people. So it's definitely the rebundling phase, at least for fintechs at scale. Obviously, if you're a small fintech and you're trying to enter the space, you'll probably take one of those wedges. And some of that might be actually attacking the new fintechs that have reached scales, and maybe you're doing with AI or something like that. But for the fintechs at scale, actually Stripe's another good example of this. They have a ton of products now that are growing nicely.
So would you ever consider acquiring a competitor directly, given the cash you've raised, and then bundling in their services?
Sure. I mean, we will. It's always worth considering. It's a little tricky for Mercury because the main differentiation that Mercury has is that we try to build a really powerful, integrated product where the UX is amazing. It's very hard to kind of buy a company and attach that and have the UX and all the flows be seamless. At least so far we haven't done it, but I'm not close to it.
Okay, that's fair. Could you tell tell the audience, what do you hope that fintech will achieve this year?
What do I hope it would achieve?
I mean, we only have half a year left, let's say, but roughly.
Well, it's kind of funny. Like, one part of me wants everyone to keep ignoring fintech, right? Because then I can keep hiring great people and we can keep growing and not have much competition. So I guess another part of me wants to see these companies that have reached a reasonable scale to go public, I think that's really healthy for the whole VC ecosystem, but the fintech ecosystem especially. So, we've seen Chime file, Circle filed. I don't think they've gone public yet, and then obviously Klarna filed and then pulled back, but I think they will go public soon. But there's not been that many fintech companies that are public, right? It's PayPal, obviously. I don't know if Visa and Mastercard count.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a few others for sure. Affirm is public, but it'll be good to see these companies that have reached, quite a lot of maturity and have big scale, be in the public market, and that's obviously drives excitement in the whole ecosystem.
So you see the IPO as hitting maturity? Like that's a strong signal for you because of all the regulatory and getting all your accounts and books in order?
I guess I have a bit of an abstract view that I think it's a bit of a shame that there's less public companies and a lot of the growth is
It's not unique to fintech though, right?
It's not unique to
yeah,
fintech. Yeah. But it seems like a shame to me that, we actually, when we did our Series B in 2021, we did a crowdfund with WeFunders, so we made it so 3,000 of our customers bought at the same price as the VCs in our Series B. And I think that's important. I want our customers to have ownership in Mercury, and I think it's healthy for the whole ecosystem and the US for these kind of at-scale companies to be public and have retail investors be part of that success.
Yeah, I mean, Reddit CEO has the same approach, right? That's what he wanted to push. Okay, so that's for this year. You want more companies to hopefully go public, or maybe in the near term. What about in the longer term? So 2035, where do you want fintech to be?
Again, I guess it's easier for me to answer the question of where do I want Mercury to be? We have pretty broad ambitions around kind of redefining and reimagining banking so that it's not just the bank account, it's a full suite to help you run your finances. And last year we launched Mercury Personal, so we want to do that across your business and consumer life. There's a lot to build there. We're just at the start, so that's what I'm thinking about from a Mercury perspective. I think one of the spicy takes that I would have is that banks charge too much money to consumers, right? There's a lot of both consumers and businesses, like SMB banking is extremely expensive. There's these crazy fees, and often these fees are somewhat punitive against the poorest businesses and the poorest consumers. I don't like that. I think fintech essentially often approaches these spaces with a model of making it free and cheaper and more transparent. At least that's how Mercury does it. We don't charge for the banking product to SMBs. And the way we can do that is because we're digital, right? If you walk into a bank, there's a bank branch, there's a teller.
They have higher costs, yeah.
So I think the good thing that comes for humanity as a whole by 2035 is if a ton of these things are digital and cheaper and better for consumers and businesses.
And you want to tie business and personal. Would you ever expand into trading and crypto and all that?
Yeah, I don't think we will, and we did actually announce Mercury Invest on our personal site, so you can buy S&P mutual funds and U.S. government T-bills. I don't think we'll do kind of gambling type stuff, but we'll help you responsibly invest money.
Okay, perfect. Well, we have a whole screen here telling us to wrap up, so
yeah.
We'll end it there. Thank you so much, Ahmad.
Yeah, fun conversation. Thanks, everyone.
Data centers currently consume about 1% of the world's total electricity, and that number is rising fast as AI systems scale. As models grow larger and more compute hungry, the energy footprint of AI has become a critical challenge, economically, environmentally, and geopolitically. Our next speaker is working to solve this problem by helping to build smarter, greener AI infrastructure before power becomes the bottleneck. To explore the energy future of AI, in conversation with Anne Gaviola from Global News, please welcome the founder and CEO of Samba Nova Systems, Rodrigo Liang.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so we're going to ask you to lend us your attention spans for the next, let's call it 17 minutes or so. And we're going to tackle what is probably the most pressing, the most important issue that we collectively need to figure out when it comes to the development of AI. So some very important things to dig into, and that is AI's need for power. And I'm talking specifically electricity in terms of what it needs today and what it's likely to need in the very near future. We can all see the writings on the wall that its electricity needs are only going to increase dramatically. So joining me now, I have Rodrigo, and I want you to get into where you see AI's need for electricity, how you see it evolving, and what your company's approach is to this problem that we all see on the horizon.
Yeah, no, well, first, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. If you think about what's happened over the last year or so, we're seeing the world move from doing experiments and showcasing what AI is able to do to going to production, right? And here's the interesting part that you're hearing from people. We somehow, over the last 25, 30 years, gone from talking about computing horsepower in terms of transactions per second to then teraflops. And now recently, people ask me, how many megawatts do you want? Right? That's the unit of computing. How many megawatts do you want? Right? And so it just indicates that, look, the world's hungry for power. We need power to create access to GPUs. And so that's not going to scale if everybody's continuously trying to figure out, well, how I'm going to power these data centers. And so one way we're thinking about this is, how do we take these very, very large models that enterprises want, and these most complex models, because those are the ones that are power hungry, and collapse the footprint that's required to run it. Instead of taking 100 racks, how do I run it in a single rack? Instead of 100 kilowatts, how do I run it in 10 kilowatts, right? And that's a scale that we've got to drive this if we're going to see AI take hold and become production over the next 10 years.
And so your company you sit at a very interesting spot when it comes to being able to comment on this, because you're into the power piece of it, chips, systems, software, and I think your proposition is more efficient AI. What does that mean?
Well, I think if you look at where the primary data centers are today are in the hyperscale clouds, which is really a great place for people to go and experiment. You're able to actually do quick development. You're actually able to get nowadays, you can get your GPU demand a little easier than say last year, but you can ramp up your capacity very quickly. But as we go into production, what we're seeing is enterprises want several things. One, they want control of the models. Two, they want protection for their data. Three, they want customization of those models to improve the quality of the results. And four, they want affordability of that technology. And so for Summit Vancouver, we're starting to think about not how do I deploy it at scale in terms of being able to populate large hyperscale data centers only, but how do I create the form factor that allows you to deploy it in a much more granular, much more efficient, much more localized way, because that's where your data sits. So if your data sits on-prem, I want to be able to get your AI on-prem next to your data, so you feel good about your security of data, the ownership of the model, being able to actually control and customize, and still keep a very low cost profile.
I want to get back to the importance and the urgency behind figuring this out. We heard from OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. He said unless there's some sort of power breakthrough, that the development of AI is going to be constrained. Right. I've heard from researchers and different governments. They say we've probably got 2 to 3 years until we get to that point. What, in your view, is the runway that we have? Like, I mean, do we have a couple of years, or is it already kind of upon us?
I mean, we're already there, right? We're already there today. When is the last time that, as a society, we were okay with waiting 12 to 18 months before we got access to something we bought? Well, we purchased something.
Not anymore.
Right, we purchased something, and we are not able to make use of it until the data center gets built and deployed, and we're able to be up and running in, say, 12 months. And so our view of this is that's not, I mean, it's what we've learned to accept because the technology is so vibrant and so many people want to use it, and that's what we have to deal with. But that's the time scale when we start talking about energy and power and nuclear power plants and data centers. All of those things take time to build. And so we have to, as a society, start thinking early, start thinking now, because if you look at where we are today, we're just at the beginning of the cycle. right? And we're 3 or 4 years into it, but most of us, the average person here, does not use AI every single minute of their day. And yet, if the Wi-Fi goes down in here or your cell service goes down, we're all paralyzed because we use the internet every single moment of the day, right? And so I think you have to start thinking about the fact that the world's yet to transition to production, and we're already running out of power. We're already calculating how many megawatts I can secure from somebody next year. Well, what happens when I need 10 times or 100 times more power in order to scale to production? That's where we need to start solving it now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of lead time involved with some of these solutions and strategies. You mentioned the nuclear piece of it, and I want to talk about, you know, what lies ahead in terms of access to the electricity needed to power AI as it becomes whatever it's going to become in the near future. Because we're already seeing, if you can think of it as kind of an arms race, there are certain companies that have a giant, head start. Yep. I'm talking about Microsoft, Google, Amazon. They have the people, they have the resources to go ahead and build their own nuclear facilities, buy what they need to get power and ensure that they're going to be at the table in the future for this, whatever AI is going to become. Yeah. Is it important to think about other players that could be very innovative, but are going to have trouble catching up to the big guys?
Well, I think so. I mean, look, these transformative technologies that we've seen, whether that's the web, right, with the internet, whether that's mobile, whether that's now the AI, these are global transformations that come once every 10, 15, maybe 20 years, right? And so, yeah, so if you look at corporate order, meaning if you take any industry in 1 through N, or national level order countries, right, region 1 through N, there are not that many opportunities any given year for you to actually change your relative position in your industry or in your geoeconomy, right? And so if you look at this, there are nations investing aggressively because they see this is their opportunity to reorder their economies so that they can actually become a significantly larger player for the next 15, 20 years than they were the last 15, 20 years. Same with companies. Yep. Like you look at some industries, the financial industry we just heard about, and some of the other sectors, pretty stable, and the top ones are always the top ones, the bottoms are the bottom ones. And yet there are companies that are investing aggressively right now because AI is going to give them an edge in an industry that otherwise would be very hard to move, but if they invest aggressively, they might be able to turn it around. And you saw this with the internet. You saw companies that were nothing become giants in the internet, and I see no reason why AI is going to not follow that same trend.
Right. Now, I'm going to let the audience in on a little behind the scenes. So an earlier version of this talk had the fairly dystopian title of "You Can't Scale AI on a Dead Planet." We kiboshed it for a variety of reasons. But I do want to talk about, when we talk about sustainable power for AI's development, how important is it to think about that environmental piece, the climate piece, the sustainable part of it at every stage of development and for every type of strategy?
Yeah, well, I think if you think about, we talk about computing and what's necessary for us to actually deploy it. And you think about it, we need to certainly source the power. We don't know where that's going to come from, right? Most countries, in the United States, you talk about most states are at their max in terms of how much power they have. Countries like Singapore and Japan, you're also at max. Europe across the board, you have most countries have limits on their power supply.
I would say Canada offers some opportunities.
Yeah, Canada and some countries are going to be great places where you can actually offer some opportunities for that. But you have the supply issue. Then you have the cooling issue, because of all the power going to concentrated space, now you've got to figure out how to cool all of that, right? And so that's a sustainability issue as well as a technology issue, because you've got to get clean water, all sorts of different things in order to cool that. And then the third one, which is also interesting, is a distribution issue, right? That you have to get the power from the new source over to all these data centers that need it, and you don't have the wires and cables to actually get them over there without actually having to revamp all of that. Now, you think about all the changes to infrastructure, that doesn't happen overnight, right? And then on top of that, you have the sustainability goals that every country, or many countries have signed, goals over the next period. How do you actually match that to your corporate objectives? And so I think those all are things that we have to think about. They don't change overnight. That's the point, where AI, the models, whether that's Llama or DeepSeek or whatever, your favorite open source model changes maybe every few weeks. Your ability to change infrastructure, your ability to create new power sources, your ability to cool it and create sustainable solutions, those don't change overnight. And if you don't plan it, that will be the limiter for how you scale AI and ultimately a competitive edge that some countries and some companies will have that others will not.
Yeah, we're seeing a real case of, the big divide between the haves and the have-nots. Yeah. And, based on things that happen in fairly short order, that divide could be a chasm, or there could be ways to kind of democratize what AI is going to become in the future. I want to ask you how important a collaborative or like a wiki approach and maybe an open source approach is to the development of AI.
Well, I think what you're seeing now is these models are so expensive to train. People have talked about hundreds of millions of dollars to train a model, and yet those models are captive within a small number of companies. And so one of the most interesting things about it, and this has come out now more than almost every other tech that we've seen before, there's this drive towards sovereignty, right? Why? Right? Because these models are so intelligent, they're able to interpret things more than we even humans can actually control. And so people want to start controlling the information that's being used. And so whether that's at a national level, why are so many countries actually trying to build their own sovereign models? Why are the companies trying to create their own sovereign models, right? Because ultimately, the public data is available to everybody, and all the models will actually, eventually kind of steady state into knowing what's out in the public domain. Your differentiation is going to be about your sovereign data. What do you have? What do you have as a nation? What do you have as a company? And that will become your differentiation. So people want to control that versus contributing that into the open domain and democratizing that data that is ideally yours. Now everybody has access to it.
Yeah, so it's still very much siloed. We have, when it comes to like the large language models, they've inhaled everything on the internet, and they obviously have access to private data. Different ones have access to different silos, I guess you could say. Yeah, where do you see that evolving?
Well, so I think the world's hybrid. There's going to be lots of use cases where these large models are just fantastic for us to deploy, and you see kind of how successful they've been in kind of really galvanizing the entire world to actually understand what the capabilities are for AI. And you're going to have a bunch of use cases where people are going to come in and say, I just can't. Whether it's a regulated environment, where there's you have IP that you just can't deploy, whether national policies or corporate policies that don't allow you to disclose that data, you're going to also have to figure out how to actually leverage that data into models that you can control. And so this is where open source models are really great. SummitNova were able to actually bring those models to you because of the small footprint. In a single rack, we can run a full Llama 405B or a DeepSeek 671B in one rack, which allows you, in a very small power footprint, 10 kilowatts, be able to deploy wherever your data sits. And so you can have your private AI models that are using open source that are leveraging your private data. You can have your public ones. And I think you're going to have to start figuring out how to evolve in a hybrid world. And I'll add one more thing. The trend line is for people to customize the models. That's a trend line. People want the agents to be more custom to their companies. People want their models to be more knowledgeable about their data. That's a trend line. What happens when you customize is you lose the economies of scale, right? If we all use the same model, I can distribute the cost of inferencing that model across millions of people. As soon as I change it to be just mine, now I got to pay for 24/7, 365, right? And that becomes economically not viable. And so for us to start thinking about technology SummitNova that targets that, how do I actually drive the cost down so that it allows you to have customization, allows you to have the efficiency and the ability to deploy many, many models in a single infrastructure, incredibly important, because otherwise that need is unserved.
Right. So you recently, earlier today, participated in a discussion about agentic AI. I want to focus in on LLMs, which is what, I mean, I serve a Main Street audience when I cover business, but a lot of people think of AI and they think of, you know, their preferred large language model. I want to ask you about something that OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said about a month ago. He said that the please and thank yous, you know, in the requests or in the interactions, were costing millions. And so we're talking about efficient AI. Do we need to start thinking about that in terms of ways to make it more efficient from that perspective, like from a user level?
From a user interface?
Yeah.
Well,
I was raised to say please and thank you, so I actually think that's part of, you know, just basic pleasantries and professionalism. But
well, I think you're seeing these models, whether they're these large open source models or the OpenAI models, they're getting distilled into tasks, right? These agents. And so when these agents are actually being employed to actually do very specific functions, that machine-to-machine, model-to-model interaction, you want to be as efficient as possible, right? Because you don't need the extra, you know, exchange, and you want to just be really, really efficient about driving that. And so I think that one's pretty easy to see, and we see that in machine languages on the web as well. As you go into human interaction, and this is one of the things that kind of, you know, we talk about, there is a human nature to it. Why do we like, you know, why is it that, you know, some of us like the iPhone, and other ones like other phones? Why? What about the interface? There's something about it.
because I'm addicted.
Right, there's something about that exchange. And so I think there are going to be lots of people who are going to go to a particular service and they just like how quick and how, you know, succinct it is. Some people want to have an experience that it's different. And so I think you're going to live in a hybrid world. You know, here's one thing that I talk to folks about. If you look at these reasoning models, amazing. Amazing. If you kind of ask a complex question about, you know, relationship between you and your neighbor and kind of some awkward situation, you ask that question to, you go to cloud.someoneover.ai, just ask the DeepSeek model how to handle that. It gives you the entire reasoning of how you think about it. Most people will summarize and say, don't give me the reasoning, right? Just give me what to do, right? But other people are like, let me see how you thought through all of that, right? And so I think you're going to have a world where people are going to respond to different types of communication. You know, the pleases and thank yous. Maybe it's verbose versus terse. Maybe it's going to be, you know, more factual versus more exploratory. Yeah, I think you're going to have that type of engagement as you go into environments where it's human to machine or human to models.
So we don't have a ton of time, though I could go on with you for another hour. So you've been in Silicon Valley for 30 plus years. You've seen things. You've seen, you know, bubbly times. You've seen lean times. What is your sense in terms of where we're at now, and what kind of advice would you give to founders, to startup teams that are in the audience? One thing for them to remember.
What I would say is, where we are today and compared to the web is when people ask, do you have a www homepage?
I remember those days.
Right, that's kind of where we are, right? That if you look at internet as www and a web page, and that's the end of it, right? That's where we are with AI. What's possible with AI is yet to come. I think we've got 10 to 15 more years of innovation that we haven't yet to start.
Wow, okay. Thank you so much for your time and your insight. You can find us on social media. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Disruption doesn't have to be a threat. It can be a catalyst. In a world defined by constant change, the companies that endure are the ones that adapt, evolve, and find opportunity in chaos. Our next speaker has done just that. As co-founder of Grammarly, he's helped grow the company from a writing assistant into a global AI-powered communication platform used by over 30 million people daily. Through 16 years of tech shifts and market cycles, Grammarly has remained resilient by leaning into change and turning disruption into strategic advantage. How do you build a company that not only survives change, but thrives because of it? To explore how to turn disruption into opportunity, in conversation with Christine Hawley-Dare-Bryan from Inc., please welcome co-founder of Grammarly, Max Litvin.
Hello, everybody. Max, it is a thrill to be here with you today, and thank you for speaking with us at Web Summit. As you had just heard, Max Lippin is co-founder of Grammarly, which, for anyone who does not know, is a $13 billion company that started in 2009, and he also lives in Vancouver. So we have some amazing local entrepreneurs here. So let's just dive right in. I love how in one interview you were called like the OG of AI. You know, you've been there for many years, and you've been kind of alone in this world. So like, how does it feel now that so many people are stepping into your world, arguably your turf? How does it feel?
It feels validating. When we started using AI back in 2009, I think, we didn't even talk about it because the kind of general attitude to AI was either we don't understand it or we don't believe in it. It's snake oil, and so we didn't even talk about our use of AI back then.
And so just take us back and talk about the biggest disruptions you've seen since you started Grammarly, when going from the moment when it was considered snake oil to this conference today where every other word is about AI.
Yeah. Not as much of a disruption, but it's a very steady progress with some kind of jumps and some accelerations. Right now, we're living through probably the biggest acceleration to date. But initially, AI was good for very small, very well-defined tasks. And then we witnessed it growing in its abilities and ability to be useful and practical in less structured situations. So initially, the biggest challenge with AI was predictability. Like it would spit out results that you can't control, you can't QA, but gradually the range of situations where AI is practically useful and is a tool rather than a toy grew and grew, and now it accelerated to dizzying pace.
Now, just remind me, you had a company before this, correct? And how much of that informed where you are with Grammarly and the kind of use of AI, or did it really start with Grammarly?
It really started with Grammarly.
Okay.
Previous company informed many of the decisions that we made with Grammarly, but real true use of AI started with Grammarly.
Okay. And how have these breakthroughs in AI in recent years changed what you do from your original vision?
It allowed us to proceed with our original vision much faster. From the outset, Grammarly was building a productivity platform that supported users wherever users work. So Grammarly delivers its support, its communication support to thousands of different applications. And this infrastructure that we built for delivering Grammarly as the original AI agent to all these devices, to over 40 million daily active users, works just as well for any other agent. So now we are working on expanding the range of AI agents that we deliver on our platform.
Interesting. And so now let's talk more about disruption and how it's being regarded during this moment of the tech revolution compared to the early days of the internet. We were talking about how when my dad was running ARPANET, that you wanted to keep people off it, and then we were talking about the time of the early web and how academic institutions treated it. What has changed with this latest iteration?
Not much changed, I think. A lot stayed the same, it's just much faster. I think the pace is dramatic, but the problems are all the same. As you said, people try to ban internet. Now people try to ban AI, especially in education, but in certain jobs as well. For example, like if your lawyer turns in a document to you that's half done with AI, what would be your reaction? Are you happy with them being more productive, or are you feel like they charge you for something that they shouldn't have charged you for?
But then you also pointed out, and I love how, I think we cover so many companies, how connected you are to the world of academia and have, come out of the world of academia, that the sense I get is it's not like when the dawn of the World Wide Web, like do not use the World Wide Web for your research projects. Like that has kind of shifted. And are you seeing that evolution continue?
Yes, there's been a very positive trend in academia being more accepting of technology and more on the forefront of technology, because with the internet, the first reaction was, yeah, don't use it. Anything on the internet is either inaccurate or plagiarism. With AI, a significant portion of academia got on board pretty quickly that it's our responsibility to teach students to use AI to be productive in the modern workplace. So it's very encouraging to see that.
Oh, that's great. Okay. And so, so tell me whether you think LLMs, are they a threat or are they an opportunity? I've spoken with a couple of tech journalists before this who pointed out that you're at this hugely disruptive moment and really were curious about how you're faring. That was like their dream question to you.
Yeah. Anything can be a threat and opportunity depending on how you position it or position yourself in relation to it. And when we started Grammarly, we knew that technology is going to keep changing. In fact, when we started it, it was impossible to do what we wanted to do. Our mission and vision were not possible to accomplish at the time when we started the company, and we knew that. We were counting on technology progressing. And the way we made sure that this progression of technology is a tailwind rather than a headwind, we defined our mission and the problem we're solving, focusing on the problem and on the fundamental reasons this problem exists rather than on the specific ways to solve it. So our desire to help people communicate better, to create and share and use knowledge more effectively and efficiently is not attached to any specific tool, any specific method, any specific technology. So any new technology that came around and helped us do it more effectively was a boost.
I love that because we talk to so many entrepreneurs with incredible ideas, but the idea is not at the right time, whether it's like video streaming in 1996 or it's, the Roomba, like 20 years before there are robots to kind of clean your floors. So it's fascinating that you were able to think that way, to just kind of go with the idea and preserve it even when the technology was not there.
Yeah, it's an interesting process because originally we started with like, oh, how far we can push it, and we went really far. But then we pared it down to what can we do now?
Right.
And we're like, okay, we can check grammar. Why not? And initially we started with checking grammar in an offline way. Basically, it took like 10, 15 minutes for a document. Then technology came around to make it possible to do real time. Then technology came around to make it possible to go beyond grammar, spelling, language, into knowledge management, knowledge organization, discovery, transformation of information. And all that is possible with LLMs now. And we built Grammarly and an infrastructure for Grammarly with this in mind as a platform for delivery of agents to all the applications that users use for their productivity.
So is there also a lesson in simplicity? Because what you're describing seems very simple and clear to me, which a lot of AI companies aren't able to articulate their vision like yours.
Yeah, there is definitely simplicity at the core, and part of it was out of necessity. We were bootstrapped for the first, I would say, 6-7 years of our existence. We were a bootstrap company, and to exist as a bootstrap company, you need to sell your product right away. So the question of how can we build something that's practical now, that people need and ready to pay money for right now, that was always a very salient question for us. But it also helped to organize thinking and plan the product milestones in a way that connects them to user needs and market much more.
Amazing. Okay. So let's really talk about vision. How have your company's goals changed? With all these changes, is your goal to make people better writers or to write for them?
Neither, I would say, because writing is means to an end. Writing is a form of knowledge, essentially, form of creating and storing knowledge. Our economy is moving increasingly to knowledge economy, and we collaborate through communication, and we create and store our knowledge through writing or other types of artifacts. And so writing is just one of the modes, just the means to an end, and we focus on empowering, enabling users to accomplish more with the knowledge they have, both individually and organizationally. So right now, Grammarly is the main agent delivered in our platform. We are launching a number of other agents that use the same platform, use the same infrastructure, use the same context information collected from all the applications users connect Grammarly to, and not summarizes, but processes it in different ways to enable different types of supports. For example, if you're writing an email to your customer, a CRM agent can pull in information from your CRM and bring up all the necessary and most relevant information about this account. Then branding agent can make sure that whatever you use, product nomenclature or whatever terminology you use is on brand, and your messaging is on brand too. Compliance agent can make sure that you don't say anything that will be out of compliance for your industry. Fact-checking agent will make sure that whenever you quote something like numbers or something like that, it's most recent and accurate, and so on. So basically, we can use the same powerful infrastructure that we built and that super highway to distribute multiple agents to users for many more purposes now.
The sense I get is that there's this great kind of democratization that's happening. If you're thinking of Grammarly as kind of writing as a means to an end, it's a means for anyone using it to be at a kind of level the playing field for them. Is that the goal or part of the goal?
It is part of the goal. Actually, initially, that was a really big boost for us, that message of leveling the playing field and making it easier for people to enter a new industry, get a degree, integrate into society, move geographically, learn a new language, and so on. That was very empowering. And now it is interesting to see AI empowering new companies in a similar way, where 2-3 people can build a powerful product now.
So your company had an announcement this morning. If you just want to give us a little more details about that, that would be great.
Yeah, we announced $1 billion of funding with General Catalyst. General Catalyst was one of our first investors almost 10 years ago now, I think, and has been a really good partner for us all along the way, both financially and in terms of advice and helping us with this general strategy. So very happy to partner with them on this new milestone. Funding is important for us to increase the number of agents on our platform, build new stuff, and potentially acquire companies as well.
So the focus of this is acquisition. Any other kind of focus or building from using this funding?
Yes, acquisition of users, acquisition of technology, and building new technology. Yeah.
What about how significant is the Coda acquisition from December?
Say it again, please.
The Coda acquisition?
Yeah. So Coda acquisition was an interesting strategic move for us. Coda had a number of building blocks that made Grammarly's platform stronger. For example, Coda Documents is a really powerful surface, which is the best place to interact with Grammarly agents. We can manipulate the surface and information in Coda Docs in many more ways than we can on a third-party surface, and can basically do much more in a higher quality way. So basically transforming Coda Docs into the best place to interact with our agents. And Coda also has about 800 different integrations with data level integrations with different applications, which allows us to use user context to provide better support to users. And things that I mentioned before, your CRM, your knowledge base, all the documents you've written, you can connect it to Grammarly agents now, or to agents on Grammarly platform now, to make sure that this information is at your fingertips and is available to whatever AI agents you use.
Wonderful. So I just want to go back to this point because I love your connections to academia and the university world and the kind of supporting of students. I think you had one student using Grammarly who was accused of plagiarism, and you were able to really work with that. There's something very old school tech about really partnering and collaborating with academia. Anything you can say more about what you're doing to be a voice for students?
Yes, students are a big part of our user base for good reason. And we partner with academia to make sure that AI is additive rather than destructive to education. And our product is built in a way that not just students to use AI responsibly, use AI in ways that adds to their education. Of course, students can misuse it. We can't stop them. We're just a tool. But we're nudging them towards that. And we also built a feature that's somewhat inspired by our previous plagiarism detection company. It's called human authorship. And essentially, it allows to produce a certificate showing what part of work was done by AI and what part was done by a human. And that is a much more flexible way, much more robust way of integrating AI into education than, for example, AI detectors. Because AI detector would be binary, AI used, AI not used. But what if instructor wants a student to use AI in a certain way, not just completely offload homework to AI, but use it in a way that's additive. Use it to do some research, to process some data, and so on. That is allowed use, but how does instructor know that it was just that allowed use and not just entire thing generated? So with our proof of human authorship, with that certificate that we produce, it's easy for instructors to know that.
That's great. So what is next? What does the future look like for Grammarly?
Well, future, as I said, deploying more agents on our platform, essentially providing support for more use cases and making better use of all the data users accumulate around themselves. And as our one of our principles is responsible AI, and part of that is using user data for their benefit. So that's that's one of the principles we're employing when we develop our agents.
And how do you expect your relationship to change and evolve with students and the future? How is it with these kind of upcoming users of Grammarly? How is that going to change and evolve?
Well, we're going to continue to support students, and one thing that we're exploring now is supporting more use cases for students who are graduating and joining the workforce. So helping them find their place, helping them find where their efforts and whatever they can bring to the table is going to be most useful, which is going to be really important in the world of AI with how fast change is happening and how quickly we see like jobs and value of different skills changing.
That's amazing. I love how you're investing and thinking about the future in a different way. Max Lippin, it has been a thrill and a pleasure to speak with you and to continue to follow you as a journalist. Thank you.
Thank you.
As AI becomes embedded in the tools, interfaces, and products we use every day, the design challenge is evolving. We're no longer designing just for users. We're designing for intelligent systems that act alongside them. Our next speakers approach this challenge from two distinct angles. One coined the term AX, Agent Experience, as a way to rethink UX for an AI-first world. The other has shaped some of the most iconic product designs of the 21st century, blending physical form and emerging tech to build products people love. Together, they explore what it means to design with and for AI. What does good design look like when software starts thinking for itself? To explore the future of intelligent design, in conversation with the host of the Shift podcast, Jennifer Strong, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Netlify, Matt Billman, and the founder of Ammunition Group, Robert Brunner.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. All right, gentlemen, why don't we start? She referenced your iconic products, but maybe you should tell the folks some of what those are.
Oh, I've been working in this industry a long time I was director of industrial design at Apple and was at Pentagram, then founded my studio Ammunition. We work with a lot of companies. I'm probably best known for all the work we've done for Beats by Dr. Dre. I helped start the brand and have designed every product for it. We've done work for Square, Lyft, Polaroid, a whole variety of physical things. They usually involve some integration of technology and physical experience.
Yeah. And Matt, AX, a term you came up with, maybe not a term everybody here knows. Do you mind to explain that?
Yeah, so I wrote an article at the start of the year called AX, or Agent Experience, and why it matters. Sort of really talking through how at Netlify, I guess you said Netlify is like a web development platform, and we help builders push their ideas to the web. And we started sort of really having to think through how do we start building and designing our product, not just for humans, but for agents that have an experience using our product, that are now writing code and deploying it to the web and so on. And in that process, I started thinking about the broader, the broader impact of everybody having to start designing and building products, not just for humans, but also for agents, and for humans using agents to achieve things through their products.
Right. So we've got digital, physical products. When did each of you start to use AI in the design process?
For us, it's really obviously ramped up over the last few years. And it's interesting for me, as I mentioned, I've been doing this for a while, and there's been these waves of technology that have changed how we worked, everything with 2D CAD, 3D CAD, surfacing, around rapid print prototyping and so forth. And every time it sort of lifts off this burden to allow you to think more creatively, right? And that's the same thing for our studio right now is happening with AI, is it automates more and more things that we normally would spend a lot of time on. And that allows us to think more creatively. We're starting to use AI more in concept generation, but the tools aren't quite there yet. They serve well to sort of spin ideas off of, but the particular executions we get are never quite right. Now that may change, and we'll figure out how we use it, but it's been a progressive usage in our studio, and again, it's welcomed. I mean, no, it's like it feels very much part of what we do.
So on our end, I think everybody had that ChatGPT moment that sort of redefined, okay, now something very new and groundbreaking is happening. But I think we were very conservative in terms of not wanting to immediately start slapping AI prompt fields everywhere over our product. We wanted to make sure that anything we did as part of AI felt like a natural enhancement of the value of our product, of reducing friction between building something and having it live and working on a URL. So we first started finding opportunities there, but early on formulated this strategy of like eventually we wanted to also figure out what would it take to be the web platform of choice for AIs. And when I first made that a part of our strategy in like the start of 23, that felt still like a very futuristic sci-fi-like concept that maybe by the end of the decade we would look at, and then things just moved much faster. And I would say at the end of last year, models started being good enough at writing codes that you could start having them build full web projects, full web applications, and have them be workable, right? Like, so we started really doubling down on everything we needed to change about our platform to reduce the friction for that way of building. And then really figuring out like what pieces do we need to change in our platform based on what we think those models will be building in the future. Right?
Sure. Now backstage you said something that's going to stick with me for a minute. It's like we don't know what AI looks like yet. And that's really true when you bring it into the physical domain. But could you maybe talk about that a bit for the group?
Well, yeah, I don't know, is my microphone?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah, right now we're sort of basing it on things that we understand, right? And a lot of how we interact with AI is through the smartphone or through headphones or things that we know. But again, I don't think quite we've yet figured out what physical form AI takes. But it's important. If you think about every technology, major technology shift has had some physical implementation, right? All the way from buttons to a mouse to touch screen headphones on. There's always something physical in terms of what people are interacting with. So the question starts to be, what will that be? And I think that's a lot of what, everyone talks a lot about the I/O OpenAI announcement this week. I think that's what that's all about, is really figuring out what is the form that AI should take in our lives, the literal form.
Yeah, literal form, which kind of makes the point you were both designing with AI and for AI, both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's it going? I would say, how are you feeling about the moment that we're in?
Well, it's interesting. We have two sort of buckets of projects we're working on right now that involve AI. One is in the robotic space, and working on robots that actually will work side by side with humans. And there's a lot that goes into that, beyond what they do and how they do it. There is a very big psychological impact of interacting with these machines, these intelligent machines, in a way that feels comfortable. And that goes into how they look, how they move, how they behave, everything, right? And there's been this debate of sort of, well, how human should they be, right? Because if things start to take too human a form, in many ways they become scarier. Right?
Absolutely.
I'm more in the camp of R2D2 than C3PO, right? In terms of the form they should take. But so that's an interesting thing. The other bucket is really in interface and communication, and we are moving towards being able to interact in ways that don't require speech or movement or touch.
Right.
And so then all of a sudden you start thinking about having these agents be really omnipresent in your life all the time in the background, which is a whole nother challenge to tackle and think about, right? So it's interesting. It's early, so that's what's really fun.
Absolutely true. You, Matt?
I mean, I feel the thrill of excitement of being in a space where the ground is slipping around your feet and everything is about to change, right? But fundamentally in a way that I think unlocks building software in our digital world for lots and lots of people, right? I think we are sort of almost in this Gutenberg press moment, right? Where before the printing press, we had priests and monks that were the ones that could transcribe things and handle writing and were the carriers of this sacred script. And right now, software developers are a little like that, right? It's a relatively small amount of people that can actually go and read the source code and understand what's happening beneath the mystical surface of the computer screen. And now with AI being able to write code, that sort of really is going to change that relationship to software, right? Where if you go to sites like Bolt.new, Lovable, and so on, right? Anyone can actually now make some software. That doesn't mean just writing becoming commonplace doesn't remove the profession of being a writer. It just meant there were much more writers, right? This won't remove the profession of building software, but it'll make software much more easy. It will make the idea of actually creating custom software something that's much more democratized and much more available, right? And that'll sort of reshape the whole industry of how we build software and the tools below it and the systems around it and so on. But fundamentally, I think it will make it much easier to participate in that part of the digital work of actually building software that other people can interact with, and that will drive up the amount of software we build on one hand. And then it'll be interesting to see how it pushes up sort of the barrier for if you want to show up with some really special built software that you want to have a real impact with, what's the demands for making something that's actually at a level where it feels like this is not something anyone could build, right?
Sure. I'm wondering if there are ways that either of you won't use AI, either for ethical reasons, qualitative reasons.
That's an interesting question. I think for us, it's, I mentioned we've been using some concept generation tools with limited result. Those will get better. And I was saying backstage, I think our roles as designers, industrial designers, will start to move more towards director, producer, editor, right? But that still requires a viewpoint. So I really, and I'm old enough to be old school and be proud of it, but there is an element around design that is an entirely human thing, right? It is people are hardwired to connect with other people, and in many ways, you feel that through the things that you buy and you have in your life. I mean, you really define yourself in many ways through these physical objects. So, the idea that we may get to a point where it's entirely automated and they're literally, you put in your attributes and you get the product that you want out of it, I have a hard time believing that will happen, because we are, as I said, hardwired emotional beings, and we can sense the presence of people and when they're not. So I do. So for us, it's not necessarily a stay out of that space, but it's more a belief that we will continue to drive the experience that people have.
Sure.
That's going to change, it as always does, and and artificial intelligence will allow us to do so much more. But I still see humans authoring the experience.
What about you, Matt?
I think on my end, it's more about like I notice that I'm always being explicit about if I've produced something with AI, on like this is AI produced, and which AI produced it. If I have to have it write up a strategy document for the company based on my notes, I'll say like this was generated by O3 based on my prompting and so on, rather than pretend that I wrote that strategy document myself. And on the flip side, if I actually sign something, like if you go read my article about AX, you will know that I wrote it. It wasn't like ChatGPT that wrote it. And I think that's probably more how I think about it. And I think we'll get very used to the fact that like everyone can produce like a shim of everything, and that you can't like inherently like trust the reality of an image or video or something like that. I think we'll relatively quickly get used to that, but on the flip side, I think we'll build mechanisms to have stronger sense of like trust and authorship when people kind of sign something.
Of course.
Yeah, I think there's one other sort of, I think you could describe it as ethical, but it's definitely something that I think as designers, and when I say designers, all of us that are creating these things, is that, what we're observing is this rapid acceleration of AI in our lives. And in many ways, we're starting to outsource our creative thinking, outsource our influences. It's just becoming this thing where all of a sudden ChatGPT is, your friend, your doctor, your psychiatrist, your spiritual guide, right? You ask it for ideas on your kid's birthday party, and so it's like, as we start to build these systems that then become omnipresent in your thoughts, what are we becoming, right? And I think these are big questions to answer. Like, what is the experience we really want to create, right? And I sometimes feel like we're letting the technology take us to that experience instead of figuring out where we want to be and getting there.
I feel that. There's a part of me, though, that's very hopeful. Just like we had cars and if sometime later realized, seatbelts will make this a better experience. I would like to think that we will not let technology drive the bus permanently, but it will help inspire us to create the next Uber or whatever else, comes from this. Yeah. Do you two have some advice for those gathered? Like, are there things you've learned along the way that might be helpful to others on this path?
I mean, I think my main advice would be to not see it as like this is either a negative of it or positive, but see this as a moment that gives everyone an extremely high degree of agency to go turn it into one thing or another, right? Like everything, like a lot of how the world is going to look like 10 years from now is kind of getting shaped and created right now, and you can see your position in that as sort of an onlooker that things are happening to, or you can see yourself as like a real participant that has like really unique possibilities in this moment to be part of actually shaping how things work and look like and feel like in the future, and what we're going to build in the future, and how we're going to communicate and work together, right? Like, it's a moment of a lot of possibility.
Yeah, I feel that too. Sounds old to say young people today, but the amount of power that you hold, right, to shape what's ahead of you is probably more than most of us thought we had at that age.
And everything is sort of getting reset in the sense that like people that come in with completely new and fresh idea, and they're not like as weighted by experiences we maybe be up here, in some cases have some advantages of just coming in and looking at all of this with completely fresh eyes and bringing new ideas to the table.
Sure.
Yeah, I've alluded to a lot of this. I think there's this balance that I think is important to keep. On one hand, I think it's important to embrace it, right? And not be frightened by it, not be worried about your job, not be worried about what you're doing. I mean, really, I think it's happening. It's best to dive in and embrace it. But then, keep this broader viewpoint, and really keep this focus on what are we using this technology as in service to humanity, right? And how is it best that we're going to develop that, bring it out into the world to improve people's lives? That's essentially what my team does. So I think it's really this sort of balance. And I don't think it's like a governor that you should put on and stop moving forward. But again, I think it's really important to always be thinking about what is the human experience we're trying to achieve.
Sure.
And what is this going to do for people, and how are we going to do it, and doing it in a way that's healthy and safe and positive.
Yeah. Well, predictions feel dangerous given the speed of everything right now. But in our final couple of minutes here, do you have, what do your industries look like in the next 2 years?
I mean, for my industry, which really like the digital world, right? Like, I think we'll see a fundamental shift from buying software to building software across companies and so on, as the barrier of building will go down. That means like a lot of budget and will flow from software as a service and software that you buy into infrastructure and agents. It also means, I think, that we'll have like probably at least an order of magnitude more software developers in the world within the next 5 years. They'll look very different, like it'll be a different skill set. A lot of the skill set will be closer to product people or designers or UX thinkers and so on than to pure software programmers. But there'll be a lot more of them, and we'll build a lot more software.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it'll change. I know, a lot of what we're doing today on the projects that have a foundation AI is still very similar to what we were doing 5 years ago. Really, we're sort of attacking and solving problems, right? Sure. Figuring out how to give people access. If they're going to wear this thing, make sure they're comfortable wearing it. Otherwise, it won't matter, right? So a lot of that would continue. But I think what I'm hoping for is that two things: the speed that we're working at won't necessarily increase, but again, the time we have to think and work will, right? The execution time will continue to go down because of the automation that we have. The other thing I'm really excited about is the quality of information we can get. Sure. Right? We used to, the amount of time we would spend trying to research a particular product idea and its impact in the market and with users, that is collapsing, which is really great because we can get very high quality information really fast and allows us to do better work. So I just have, right now I'm looking at, we're going to be able to do more in the next few years than we've ever been able to do.
And that's all the time we have. Thank you, gentlemen. This was lovely.
Thank you.
All right.
Stand it close together. Hello, everyone. Welcome to semifinals of Pitch at Web Summit Vancouver. My name is Casey Lau. Thank you. I don't have a mic.
My name is William Johnson, and we'll be your host for the most eagerly anticipated startup pitch competition in North America. In just a few moments, our 10 semifinalists will begin to pitch their hearts out right here on center stage.
That's right, William. These 10 startups fought hard through the group rounds yesterday to earn their place here today. We have over 1,100 startups at Web Summit Vancouver this year, so making it to the top 10 is already a huge accomplishment. Now they will battle it out once again to decide who will go through to the finals.
Only three? That doesn't work. Only 3 startups can make it to the final, which will take place tomorrow at 12:25 p.m. right here on center stage. Now, to determine the best finalists, we'll need some stellar judges, and lots of them. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our judging panel. We have judges joining us from IBM, KPMG, Raise Capital, and Signal Ventures, to name a few. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, look at these beautiful people. A round of applause for these amazing judges. They're using pen and paper for this. It's great. All right, for the semifinals, there will be no Q&A. Startups will just have 3 minutes to impress and convince our judges that they deserve one of the 3 coveted spots in tomorrow's finals. All right, that's enough from me. It's time to hear some pitches. Judges, are we ready? All right, on to our first startup of the semifinal, showing us how they are revolutionizing marketing with AI within the prop tech and real estate industry. Please welcome SellStatic.
All right. First of all, everybody, my name is Imam Khalid, founder and CEO at SellStatic, and we're here to introduce to you the new era of digital marketing. Now, what better way to tell you about our problem than to introduce you to someone that we work with? Meet Anna. Anna is a single mother, working from her kitchen table, running an online business. And Anna has hit a road bump. She knows that she needs to grow, but more people need to see her stuff. But just like most founders today, she's stuck. Because Anna doesn't have thousands of dollars to spend on ads. Anna doesn't have money to be paying these people and running professional campaigns herself, and also doesn't have the time, being a mother, to do this work. And right now, the truth is Anna isn't alone. There are 41 million small businesses across North America, and 90% of them struggle with marketing. Now, this term marketing, what does it mean? Well, 1, you either pay someone to do it, or 2, you go and do this tedious loop of spending hours on Canva, OpenAI, Meta, and Google Ads, and it's getting toxic and boring for a lot of these founders and Gen Z founders that are used to speed and simplicity. And this is where SellStatic comes in. First, with 1 sentence inputted, SellStatic will generate you 100 different stunning ads that you can post, and then with a click of a button, distribute them across all your social media platforms, where then 3, we analyze and learn in real time. Now, we're not stopping there. We've built a platform that grows your brand while you sleep. It learns from trends that are trending right now, avoids risky topics, and here's the best part. It's completely hands-off, doing it while you sleep. And the market opportunity, there's never been a better time to tackle this problem right now. With a $1.1 trillion market in the global annual advertising market, and 70% of these businesses are with no dedicated marketing team. Now, a question that's probably on everyone's mind. Imam, what makes you guys so different? Well, marketing today isn't what it's going to be tomorrow. In fact, 320 new businesses are registered in North America every 30 minutes. And Gen Z are the ones that lead this growth. They're used to speed and simplicity, and SellStatic is building for the forefront of Gen Z founders. This is our dedicated team of designers, engineers, and innovators who have been raised by other entrepreneurs and founders that have struggled with the same problems. We've worked for companies, and we know the pain we're solving, backed by founders who've raised and scaled millions of dollars. Now, with that, we're not here to introduce you a product. We're here to introduce you the future of growth. One where marketing runs itself. Welcome to the era of automated marketing. Sell smart, sell fast, sell static. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Nice work. Thank you. What a great way to kick off our semifinal. Up next, we have a startup on a mission to help people manage home and life tasks and lighten the mental health load. Please give a warm welcome to Eva.
All right, so you're going to hear a lot of really cool ideas today on the stage, and there's a whole bunch more out on the floor. Innovation is alive and well. But let's get real for a second. How much of this helps you personally right now? We all want to change the world, but do you even know what's for dinner? And did you remember to book the babysitter tomorrow for date night? Being an adult comes with a nonstop flow of information and a ton of responsibilities. It's a lot of planning, coordinating, delegating, even just remembering. Things like grocery lists, doctor appointments, grandma's birthday. And what's funny is we would never be expected to handle this much stuff at work. We have really powerful tools to help with all of that. While at home, most of us are stuck with Post-it notes, that whiteboard we all have in the kitchen, or group chats with your spouse. That's where Eva comes in. Eva is an intuitive and smart platform that pulls everything in your life together, no matter your lifestyle. We use automations and integrations to help you manage your home, organize your life, and collaborate with all of the people that make your world go round. It becomes an ecosystem, your ecosystem, interconnected and organized to fit your life. And yeah, we do use AI, not because it's the cool thing to do, but because there are real synergies between what AI does well and the problem that we're solving. We use generative AI to automate and optimize your routines, and machine learning to anticipate and predict your needs. And boy, have we hit a nerve. We launched officially at CES in January, where we were named the top Canadian startup at the event. That MVP got thousands of users within days, and we hit it big. They're coming back on average 4 times a day for up to 2 minutes a session. And since then, we've been named one of North America's most innovative startups of the year and the one to watch. So yeah, I hate to break it to everybody, but we are a B2C company at our core. But our strategy revolves heavily around the B2B2C space. It doesn't take much imagination to see the synergies that are possible. We got here by raising $2.8 million so far, 2.5 of which was before we had any revenue. We're still looking for partners and investors and plan to open our seed round at the end of this year. My name is Adrian, and together with my co-founder, Jared, we built a company and a product that is built to scale. If this mission speaks to you, come find us, because together we want to use technology to improve the lives of millions of people. And so all of a sudden, changing the world, that becomes possible. Thank you.
Wow. 2 great pitches already. Very good. All right, now we're going to hear from a company called Kiwi Charge, a robotics. Oh my God, you guys freaked me out. A robotics and AI startup revolutionizing EV charging. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Hello, Vancouver. My name is Abdel Ali, and I am excited to introduce you to the future of EV charging. Did you know that 1/3 of North Americans live in multi-tenant properties like buildings and condos? And still, most can't charge their electric vehicles at home. It's expensive. It takes forever to get the chargers installed. And worst of all, once they are installed, they're extremely underutilized, resulting in low return on investment. This is a large market opportunity, and it's rapidly growing. And that's where Kiwi Charge comes in. At Kiwi Charge, we're developing an autonomous charger that's able to navigate the parking lot and charge an electric vehicle wherever it's parked. It's like a smart Roomba for EV charging. And with one unit, we replace 30 level 2 chargers at 40% of the cost. Let me show you how it works. So as you can see from the video, our autonomous charger is going to make its way to the car, connect to the car without any human being there, and then it's going to charge the car using our proprietary charging cable. It's going to take half an hour to charge the vehicle, and after that, it's going to go to the next vehicle or go back to the charging dock to charge itself. And our go-to-market strategy is compelling. So we partner with developers, property management companies. They promote our service across their portfolio of buildings, and then EV owners in the building subscribe to our service that matches their driving habits. And we're creating a seamless customer experience. Everything from our proprietary charging cable that lives in their trunk to how we connect to the vehicle to get live data and learn about the customer's driving habit. That data is ingested through our AI model that learns customers' driving habits, but more importantly, when they're going to need a charge next and how much of a charge they'll need. And all this information lives in their app. They can see when their next charging session is, but they can also request additional charging sessions. We are better, faster, and smarter than our competition. Our biggest competitive edge is the cost basis, 40% versus the competition, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. And we're a young startup, but we have some great traction. So we have a paid pilot with Tridel, a prominent developer in the East Coast, at the end of this year. We have 140 buildings as part of our waitlist. We have IP that we filed. We recently secured a pilot with General Motors, General Motors and FAV, a $1.7 million pilot that gives us access to $500,000 in non-dilutive funding. And we also completed pilots with 2 prominent cities in Ontario. And this is the team to make this happen. Ex-VCs, EV charging experts, engineers, and data scientists coming together to build the future of EV charging. We're currently raising $2 million. This is going to help us generate $500,000 in ARR by the end of 2026 and over $70 million over the next 5 years. Thank you. And with your help, we can accelerate the future of EV charging. Thanks.
Thank you, Kiwi Charge. Next, we have a startup who uses AI to detect and prevent digital likeness. Let's hear it for Certify AI.
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Hutchins, and I'm the founder and CEO of Certify AI. Powerless. This is a single word I would use to describe how it feels to be the target of a deepfake campaign. Now, for those unfamiliar, deepfakes are typically images, video, and audio content that's been artificially manipulated from its original. I know this because I personally experienced a severe case of cyberstalking that unfortunately needed to escalate to federal investigation. This is kind of what it feels like. In fact, 96% of deepfake videos generated are sexually explicit, done so non-consensually, and most of which target women and young girls. The cost of not taking action on this issue is extreme. Global deepfake attacks are estimated to reach $1 trillion in damages by 2024, and as technology continues to advance, the time for action is now. At Certify AI, we've developed technology that's truly going to revolutionize the way images and videos are validated, taking a holistic approach to protecting digital likeness. Our technology identifies and rapidly responds to how your image is used online with or without your knowledge, including an efficient takedown process. Our progress has been featured in publications such as GeekWire, and we've been recognized as one of the leading AI startups by AIM Research. We've been making swift traction as a part of the Microsoft for Startups program, along with our partnership with the White House AI Task Force in combating malicious deepfakes. In fact, we were just in Washington, D.C. at the Rose Garden at the White House to witness the Take It Down Act be signed into law, which we played an active role in. Our founding team is composed of subject matter experts across computer science, machine learning, and product development. And we'll soon be kicking off a $2 million fundraising round, which will be used to quickly bring our solution to scale. And as for my case, the person responsible was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to 9 years in federal prison. Thank you. I want to emphasize, though, that this is very rare. This is not the case for most people. Most people never see any resemblance of justice, but we are here to change that. We are here to protect and rapidly respond to malicious use of AI. Now, please join us in our mission to combat deepfakes and promote digital safety for all. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. What another great pitch, Vancouver. It's fantastic. All right, next we're going to hear from Intangible, a sports analytics startup that quantifies athletes' mental performance. Come on out.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dan Connerty, and I'm the founder, CEO of Intangible. In any high-stakes scenario, be it sports, military, police, or leadership, the true separator isn't talent or IQ. It's how someone performs under pressure. Resilience, composure, decision-making under stress, these all shape outcomes, and yet we still rely on gut feel. This is where Intangible comes in. We're building the world's first AI platform that can measure performance at scale. Our assessment quantifies mental skills for clutch performance within high-leverage situations. It's automated, it's mobile, and can deliver reports instantly. No extra hardware and no experts required. At its core is Insights, our internal AI model, trained on our proprietary knowledge base built by our team of elite sports and military psychologists. It not only scores assessments, but provides personalized feedback and drills to help develop the traits that truly matter the most. And Intangible isn't just an assessment, it is a pressure performance platform, low cost, high margin, and a wide open market. The competitive sports market from pro to high school alone is $4 billion. Add in the youth sports evaluation market, $37 billion. But the real upside, a $300 billion opportunity in workforce evaluation, military and emergency response, and leadership development. There is no global standard for measuring mental performance under pressure. Intangible is building that standard. And we started in the highest pressure testing ground available, elite sports. We're now working with over 30 colleges, MLS and NASCAR teams, and have ongoing conversations with teams in every major professional sports league. We've also signed multi-year youth revenue partnership deals in baseball and softball, and have built a model to repeat in every single sport that we enter. The vision is clear. Intangible becomes as standard as the 60-yard dash time, as necessary as an SAT score, the next can't-miss analytic in sports. But Intangible not only measures performance, we can also develop it. And with Insights as our foundation, we're really talking about what's next. Voice-based coaching chatbots, scenario-based VR training, and adaptive drills that change and evolve with each user. This is the future of training, and this is the future of sports. And this is also the future of pressure performance across industries. Intangible isn't just a test, it is a platform to build the most mentally prepared generation in history. If you're interested, feel free to contact me using the QR code above, and my little monster up there supports everything I just talked about. Okay? Thank you very much.
Another great pitch, and now we are halfway through the semifinal, and it's already clear that the standard is really high this year. We've heard from 5 impressive startups, and we've got 5 more to go.
All right, so joining us for the 6th pitch of the day is a company called Light One, who are creating sustainable, high-performance dyes using microorganisms to replace toxic synthetic colorants. Come on out.
Hi. Look around you. We wear oil. We bathe in it. We feed it to our children, all in the name of colors. The color industry is extremely toxic. It uses 800,000 tons of synthetic dyes annually, 50% of which just simply get lost in the waterways, and textile dyeing alone is responsible for 20% of global wastewater. There has been a significant momentum in banning these toxic chemicals called colors from all across our supply chain, including the food that you and I consume, making it really urgent to find a viable alternative solution. We are Light One. We make colors with fermentation. How? There are over 1 million different types of microorganisms all around us, including on top of the surface of your skin, in your mouth, that naturally make these beautiful, vibrant pigments. We use genetic engineering to enhance their performance and function to meet your desires as consumers and industry standards. And then through fermentation, we grow them at scale, completely eliminating the need for non-renewable petroleum-based resources. Our unique platform offers a huge color variety, as you can see on the screen, and this is just the beginning. As if that's not enough, our process is completely circular. We feed pollution to our microbes, and in return, they give us these beautiful colors. This industry is huge, and globally, we are looking at a $175 billion market. We have identified textile industry as our beachhead, unlocking a $62 million revenue generation by 2032. We have been pretty busy making a lot of tractions. We have secured 11 meaningful LOIs, 7 pilots and trials undergo, patents, trademarks filed, and these are just a few. With that, we are raising our seed round of $4 million, unlocking a $2.5 million revenue generation shortly after. These are the minds behind our microbes. We are a passionate team with years of extensive experience from industry to deep sciences, coming together from very reputable places all around the world, sharing one passion: to leave a colorful legacy behind. To sum up, with every 1% of synthetic dyes that Light One replaces, we will eliminate 14,000 tons of waste from landfills, prevent 28,000 tons of methane from entering into the atmosphere, and we will protect 15,000 workers from being exposed to these toxic colorants, just because our desires demand colors. It's pretty obvious that the future of color is happening at Light One. Will your name be on it?
Wow.
The great pitches keep on coming. And so now let's give a warm welcome to Hallo, an HR and recruitment tool that automates language assessments. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hello, my name is Jun, and we are Hallo, the AI agent for global hiring. From customer service to software engineering, our AI agent conducts face-to-face interviews with your candidates to evaluate their soft skills, hard skills, and language proficiency in over 60 languages. According to the SHRM data, the average hire costs $5,000. Companies are spending way too much time and money scheduling and interviewing those candidates, and it's time to change that. On our platform, you can customize your interviews with different avatars and languages and evaluate any skill for any role based on your company culture and core values. Candidates can take the interview anytime, anywhere, and their score reports are shared with you instantly. We're the only company in this space that offers all AI interviews, hard skill assessments, and language proficiency in over 60 languages on a single platform. We figured out how to make global hiring evaluations work. Because we automate the entire process of job interviews, we help companies save time and budget by over 400%. Our AI agent for global hiring is winning. Over the past 4 months, our revenue has been growing by 500%. And some of our clients are already using hundreds of thousands of interviews with us per year. With a small team of 5, we're already generating $1.7 million in ARR, and our gross profit margin is 85%, which enables us to build a sustainable and scalable business. The global staffing market is huge, and any company that's hiring could be our customer. We figured out how to make global hiring evaluations work. Our AI-powered interviews and skills assessments enable us to automate the whole interview process and help companies save time and budget. If you are hiring, it shouldn't cost you $5,000 per hire, nor should you be spending weeks conducting those interviews. It should be happening on demand, and that's what we're building here at Hollow. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have we seen the pitch winner yet? I know these guys have. All right, well, maybe not, but it's going to be one of the last pitching startups. Next, we have a company called VodaSafe, who are transforming how first responders locate people in the water. Welcome to the stage, VodaSafe.
300,000 people drown every year, and for every one person who drowns, 5 others are injured, often suffering stroke-like symptoms from brain damage. So for rescuers, every second counts. Whether it's a boat accident, or a bridge collapsing, or a natural disaster, or a plane crash like the one in DC, these incidents are felt around the world and cost the global economy $150 billion every year. And the most common frustration we hear from rescuers is that they have to wait. It's a feeling of helplessness, often for an hour or more, while they stand by for equipment to arrive and be deployed, all while families are in terror, waiting for them to do something. At VodaSafe, we equip rescuers with AquaEye, a handheld sonar device that's deployed in seconds and uses AI to quickly locate people underwater, turning hours or days of search into minutes at a fraction of the cost of current archaic rescue methods. We've sold over 1,000 units to fire and military teams across 50 countries and have now launched AquaEye Pro with Command Hub, an AI-powered system that allows teams to map searches, make data-driven decisions, and act the moment they arrive. Searches are dangerous, expensive, and slow, and AquaEye can do in minutes what a full team often can't do in a day. It's a force multiplier, and it works. AquaEye is on track to be the gold standard in water rescue. Looking at our market, there's over 10,000 water rescue teams in North America alone, each with a lifetime value of $100K. And once we own that first responder market, our vision is clear: to have AquaEye in the hands of every public safety member around the globe. We're also talking to teams in other markets like oil and underwater construction. We've documented over 100 successful recoveries and have countless testimonials. John, a Navy master diver, saw AquaEye as a game changer and has now sold over $300K worth to the US Navy SEALs. But he's not alone in his trust of AquaEye. Our customers are seeing a 90% reduction in search times, giving them a real chance at saving lives. And they tell us it pays for itself in one use because it saves taxpayers $50 to $100K per search. We're selling to fire, police, and military teams worldwide, and we're on track to double our growth this year and hit $3.5 million in revenue. Our team has stood alongside rescuers in missing person searches. We care deeply about what we do. Between myself and the VP of Engineering, we have over 25 years' experience in product development, and my VP of Sales has scaled teams from 0 to 10 million in run rate. We're well on our way to reaching our goal of 5 million raised to scale sales and development. We need more boots on the ground, dedicated BDRs for new development in new markets, as well as continued innovation to meet the needs of those on the front lines. So, if you are looking to invest in saving lives and a proven product that's being sold around the world, come find us. We're at booth B108 tomorrow. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Another great pitch. Wow. All right, here comes our penultimate startup, sharing with us how they are shaping the future of energy with next-gen EMS solutions. Come on out, Optimums.
So, net zero by 2050, the biggest mission humanity has ever taken on. If we have any chance of actually reaching our goals, we are now throwing renewables into the grid faster than ever, and that's good, but here's the plot twist. If we keep throwing renewables into the grid without rethinking how this new grid should work, then the system becomes unstable and the lights go out. This is not science fiction. That's what happened in Spain and Portugal. So what's the solution? Virtual power plants or just VPPs, smaller, smarter groups of energy assets that operate as one. Flexible, self-managed, resilient. And that's where Optimums comes in. We cluster heterogeneous energy assets into dynamic VPPs, and we give them a brain, the necessary intelligence layer that makes VPPs truly work. Our energy management systems combine proprietary hardware and software that make your existing energy assets operate optimally and in real time. We tell them when to store energy, when to sell it back to the grid, or when to switch sources, all with no human interference whatsoever. And that's for everyone. A homeowner with a rooftop solar cutting down energy bills, a factory turning energy into revenue, or an entire smart city. Our clients, they see up to 30% more profit from their energy investments, and at the same time, they help stabilize the grid for everyone. Our products are hardware agnostic. We connect everything to anything, old or new. Solar, wind, batteries, hydro, electric vehicles, you name it. No vendor lock-in, no sunk cost. Our competitive edge has been recognized. Currently, we are #1 in the Greek market with over a quarter of the market share, generating 2.5 million in revenue in this year alone. With our 3 products in 2 EU countries, we are bootstrapped and ready for our next step, to replicate our success story in 8 EU countries, targeting a 600 million euro market. All this has been made possible by a fierce team of 18 electrical engineers from Greece, combining research and hands-on experience in power systems, IoT, and AI. So, Web Summit, if we are serious about our net zero future, we cannot just go greener. We need to go smarter. At Optimums, we do not just build products. We are turning the energy transition into an opportunity for a better planet and a common future. Want to join us? Thank you.
William, these are amazing. I don't know. This is crazy. All right, so thank you to Optimums. Very good job. All right, so now last but definitely not least, let's welcome our final semi-finalist of the day. This company has developed an AI-powered smart stroller designed to assist parents. And put your hands together for Glückskind.
Wow, this is terrifying. Almost as terrifying as it is to enter parenthood without the right gear. No, seriously, we've seen so much great technology here today, or in general. But when it comes to one of the most emotional and physically demanding jobs, we're largely powered by caffeine, anxiety, and back pain. So at Glückskind, we reinvented how baby strollers can support parents on the go as well as at home. We give new parents peace of mind while avoiding runaway strollers once and for all. We give babies the sleep they need while parents can take a well-deserved break. Our strollers are safer and more inclusive than anything else that's currently on the market. And they let even grandma conquer hills with confidence. Global media has done us a huge favor and spread the word. And now our customers, they're loving their strollers and they're promoting them on their channels. Word of mouth is our superpower for this kind of product that provides a true differentiation in an otherwise crowded market. Baby tech is a booming segment for a while now, and we're ranking first on Google for smart strollers, while ChatGPT is our best performing sales rep. While we currently sell direct to consumer, we already have our first 2 B2B pilots with postpartum hotels in LA and San Francisco in place that help us broaden our reach. And we also get weekly inquiries by distributors from around the globe. Our patented technology has been developed right here by our team in Vancouver. And each and every stroller that's out in people's hands collects real-world data that feeds back into our models. And by leveraging NVIDIA's Omniverse and Cosmos, we're able to unlock the next stage of our product development roadmap. But we couldn't do it alone. We have manufacturing partners with decades of experience in the premium baby segment, and they invest in us and our fully certified products. We're ready to scale, not just in Canada or in North America, but across the globe. At Glückskind, we develop AI and robotics products that don't replace care. They intended to empower people who care for others. Mobility and parenting is only the beginning. But for now, if you think that parents could really deserve a helping hand, then join us in turning parenting into a walk in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. Center stage audience, please give a massive round of applause for Glückskind and for all of our semifinalists here today.
My only question is, does that last thing come in adult size? Like to have that. Like to have that shake me to sleep at night. All right. So judges, now it's time to submit your scores and decide who will make it to our pitch final tomorrow, which we'll announce in just a few minutes. William, first of all, you and I have seen so many pitches. What did you think of the pitches today?
I thought the pitches were phenomenal. It was exciting to see a good variety, different sectors. Like the markets these companies are entering are massive, which is going to put a smile on these folks' face. I'm really excited. Did you have a favorite, Casey?
I have to say, first of all, the deck design quality is very, very high level. Everybody beat the 3-minute mark, so these are two big things for me to see in these pitch competitions. I have many favorites. I thought this was a very, very amazing show for our very first Web Summit here in Vancouver, so I think that is a big showing sign. But now we want to go to the judges and see what you guys think. Let's start here. Oh, Tanis is finishing up her thing. Tanis George, what did you think of the pitches, and did you see a favorite that stood out in your mind?
Oh, man, I would invest in all of them. I think, you know what I need? I need a charger for my condo right now. So, so yeah, I'm going for that one there. Or no?
Great. Tell the group who you are and tell us again, what was your favorite or what stood out to you?
So I'm Zamir from Interact. I'm also a new parent of an 18-month-year-old boy, and so the last one in terms of enabling my mother and grandparents to be able to care for my child while I'm not there is really close to home.
All right. That's good.
Hi, what's your name? What do you represent, and which one did you like the best?
So I'm Abhijit, I'm CEO of Outreach. It's really difficult because I think all of the pitches were done so passionately and so well delivered. There are a couple of them which appeal to me. Obviously, the last one, my son is grown up now, but I still remember 22 years ago how it was for me. It was really difficult. So that one definitely. I'm really remembering those days. No, so that was really good. Some of the others were really good too. So I have multiple winners in my head. So.
Okay, great. No, we're going to jump over in the middle here. Tell us again who you are, who you're with, and what was your favorite?
I'm Emily Fontaine. I represent IBM as their Global Head of Venture. They were amazing, the pitches. What I was so impressed, I have many favorites, so I think we can't, everyone's going to win here. But I think the quality of startups that I've seen in Vancouver have been like no other. Every company I talk to, it's true. Every company I talk to, I'm like, I need to have another conversation. I want to invest in you. And I've just been so impressed. And it's everything from quantum companies, deep AI companies. We're seeing it all, and it's been fantastic.
Let's go over to this young man over here. What's your name? What do you represent? Which one do you like?
Yeah, I'm Kevin Holmes, Founders Network and Founders Network Fund. Just repeating what everybody said. Just a really high bar, high caliber of presenters, wide-ranging startups, really good founder market fit. Really good traction with a lot of them. Really difficult decision for us to make here, but really impressive.
Yeah, wonderful. All right, here again, name who you're with, and again, what was your favorite or what's it out?
Sure. I'm Gautam, and I have a software company in India called Josh Software, which stands for enthusiasm and passion, and that's what I saw today on the stage. But what stood out the most for me was where people are tackling real-world issues which are staring at us in the face. The one I think I liked two. One was the one which is going to handle deep fakes, and the one which is for VPPs, the energy savers. These are the two need of the hours for us. I love them.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Tatiana Mahmood, I'm the CEO of Wayfound. And, you know, again, the passion of the founders is one of the key things for a company to survive, thrive, and win. And what I was really impressed with was the founders who had a really clear articulation of how they were going to win in a very large market. So, you know, it's a very competitive space out there, and I, you know, personally want to hear a story about why is this particular company going to come out ahead. So I think the patents that we saw were really impressive. Companies that are doing truly innovative, state-of-the-art work that is earning them patents is very important. And I also think that there's, you know, something about how regulation is changing, and the companies that are really going along with where the regulatory tide is turning are really impressive. I think the deepfake company is really on the mark in terms of good timing, as well as the bacteria dyes, which is just, I feel like that is just going to be a global explosion potentially, and the fact that they have patents was extraordinarily impressive.
Thank you. Got to protect that IP. All right, right here, name and who you're with, and again, what's it out?
Hey, I'm Mike Siegel, Siegel Ventures. I'm a coach to founders and fund managers. Come to my talk tomorrow, Winning the VC Game. What stood out for me really were the companies that with a tiny amount of capital brought products that were both bits and atoms, software and hardware, to market quickly. In terms of a favorite, well, I live in Lisbon. I lived through that blackout. I really wish that they had bootstrapped part of the 2.5 million in Portugal. So there you go.
Thanks. Davin Anapragas, I'm CTO for Tax and Legal at KPMG Canada. I mean, we all had a chance to share some different names, and I'll just say everyone walking up here and taking the 3 minutes, and everyone went under or right on. I think a couple folks, I was like, oh, they're going to make it. And it's very impressive. So I just want to kind of applaud everyone that came up here and made it this far. I'll say I'm a dad. I've got a daughter. And the two things, the parent one, I was also like kind of being like, oh, I wish I had that, but also reminiscing of my 8-year-old daughter. But the deepfake stuff, I think like, you know, my daughter's coming into the world and it's ethically right. It is good timing, as was shared, in terms of what's going on in the world and the government's looking at, but also it's just good for the world. So I think I applaud that, and that was kind of hit home for me.
All right, Brenna here. One more person. Name who you're with, and again, what's it out for you?
Edith Young with Raise Capital. So we really focus on software, don't usually hardware. But having said that, out of the 10 companies presented today, by the way, if any of you have revenue, so out of the three companies out of the 10 today, which is Hello, VodaSafe, and Optimums, that actually talk about their revenue. So if you are a company with revenue, please say it out loud, because like for VC like us who actually like revenue, this actually absolutely stood out. One company that I didn't think that I have anything to do with it, but I can feel the energy, what she really cared about it, is VodaSafe. Because she really, really cared about, I want to save lives, even though we don't invest in hardware, but I was drawn to her. So if you really care about that problem, please show that, because it really matters a lot.
Amazing.
All right, I got the results here.
The scores are in, and the 3 victorious startups who will take part in the Pitch Grand Final tomorrow are we reading it together?
Yep, let's do it.
3, 2, 1. Light 1. VodaSafe.
And the third one is Glückskind. Woo! This guy's the happiest I know, the guy on the edge. He made it all happen. All right, so thanks to all the semifinalists.
Today, the power was in our judges' hands, but tomorrow in the grand final, the audience gets a say, and you all become the fourth judge. So make sure you join us back here on center stage tomorrow at 12:25 and have your say in who's crowned the champion of pitch at Web Summit 2025. Thanks to the judges again. Thank you to all of you. See you tomorrow. Thank you.